What's the word? It's your boy Rashad back, back at it again with another episode of Things of That Nature, episode 124. We in here, fists in the air for y'all. Vicky, Maxwell, One, Hulan, Rail, Hitachi, Lone Wolf of X. What's the word? Gots to get to it. My dog H. Bush. We in here, man. Fists in the air. Repost the space. Repost the space. Repost the space. Let's get some folks in here to have some good conversation like we usually do. Run the conversation up. Run the numbers up. Got to get to it. Another day of bullshit on the timeline. Unreal. Unreal. I wanted to talk about that Corinne Steffen shit yesterday because she is one of the nastiest individuals I ever seen. That shit that she said on Piers Morgan, Jesus Christ. Disgusting individual. I wanted to get to that yesterday. We might get to it today. My dog Drewski hit with another damn skit that had me thinking, man, the millennials fuck the club up, man. We gotta take accountability, millennials. All you old niggas just like with me, come sit down on this couch and hear me good. We gotta take accountability for why the club scene fucked up. I think it's our fault, man. I think it's our fault. I was laughing hard as hell at that goddamn Drewski skit, and then I realized, why the fuck is this funny? Niggas should be dancing in the club. Like, why is this even funny? Like, man, we gotta take accountability. We fucked it up, man. The bottle culture, the section culture. Come on, man. Nasty. I remember sweating in the club at one point in time, getting it in. We used to have dance routines. Let me tell you something. First of all, I was in a school talent show. I had a dance routine with my homeboy. We performed an Usher song. We had chairs and all. We was doing our big one. Crazy back then. But I remember like middle school dances. We used to have like Harlem Shake contests and shit. I remember when Hot in Here came out. I was in the middle school dance, damn near took my shirt off in that bitch. But that was like the vibes. Then we grew up, and now we all just lame as hell, mean mugging niggas in the club instead of having fun. Stop it. We gotta get back to the dancing and the partying, man. Crazy. Crazy. I seen Akon. Akon tried to scam Senegal. It didn't work. The Wakanda City, they closed up shop. Nigga was missing payments. All kind of shit. Disgusting individual. Listen, Akon is a top tier scammer. Top tier scammer. This nigga wanted the Senegalese people to invest in his cryptocurrency. I'm not really big on GDP, country economy, world economy. That's not necessarily my bag, but I'm pretty sure Senegal ain't got extra resources to be investing in cryptocurrency. I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say that. This nigga wanted them to invest in $6 billion for a city. Come on, Akon. Come on, man. Scammer. I ain't gonna lie, that nigga is crazy. Then we got LeAngelo Ball too. It's a lot of shit I wanted to talk. Damn, my bookmarks is going crazy. LeAngelo Ball, divorced already. The joint that he cheated on the other girl with, what's the first girl name? Vicky, I know you know her name. What's the light skinned girl name? Nikki, I think. Had 2 kids with her, cheated on her, got another little joint, had a baby with her, now he out of there. Nigga got 3 kids. Unreal. Nigga turned into a rapper and started wanting to live the lifestyle. God damn. Nigga turned into a rapper and just said, fuck it. Had hoop dreams, now he in the studio. I can't believe he made the freshman 10 list either. That was disgusting. Made me want to get in the booth and make a diss track just because of that. Vicky, what's the word? How you feeling?
Good morning. I'm well. I hope the same for you. Yeah, her name is Nikki. And I will tell you, he secretly married the side girl. So we found out, and they got a divorce, I think yesterday or whatever. Shame on him. Egg on his face. Just buffoonery. Just typical lame-o. Like, what's wrong with you?
I don't know what's wrong with cuz. I ain't gonna lie. I thought I was going through a midlife crisis the other day. I probably am. But I think that he's going through one too, and he much younger than me. I don't know what's wrong with fam.
I liked the song though. I'll give him
Oh,
that.
hell no. He ain't put out a good song yet.
Whoa. Listen, it was catchy. It was catchy.
This
Got
nigga
the
ain't put out
people,
a banger yet. I seen
it
him on
got
the
the people going. It was provocative.
Man, I seen him on the Consonant stream. Man, that shit was ass. But his brothers was supporting him like brothers should. Them niggas was in there straight face jigging. But that shit was ass. 10, what's the
Rashad,
word?
your brother put something out. You not gonna jig to
Yeah,
it?
I got to. I
You
got
have
to.
to. You must.
10, what's the word? How you feeling? Same thing you did yesterday. What's wrong with this nigga?
You gotta give him a second. He a little old. 10, hit the button.
What up? What up? What up? Y'all can hear me? My
Yes,
phone
sir.
tripped
What's
out
the
for a second.
word?
What's happening? What's happening? What's up, man? Nothing much, man. Y'all niggas need to get back to dancing in the club.
Yes.
Yeah. Stop dancing with your homeboy too. Pick a young lady and dance with her.
But what
And
happened? Did it become too cool to dance?
Yeah.
niggas, yeah, it did. Niggas started shooting up the club. Niggas would started going to the club just to meme mug other niggas.
I
That's what
think
happened.
bottle culture fucked it up. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh
The
yeah,
section culture.
yeah, the section culture definitely for sure.
Yeah, section culture fucked up. I remember when the last time I sweat in a club? I think 2016.
You sweated in the club?
Man, we was dancing. We was going crazy. This shit was
Hold
a
on. Nah,
vibe.
wait. Hold on. Wait. Rashad, I ain't talking about whooping Rico in the club. I ain't talking about that dance. I'm talking about like.
No, I'm talking about it was a vibe. It was Orange Crush.
You was
It's
at Orange Crush?
yeah, nigga,
Okay.
I lived in Savannah.
Okay. Yeah, we used to go down there and fuck shit up.
Yeah, y'all niggas wasn't doing shit. It was Orange Crush. We was in Rain. You ever been to Rain?
Ranting or
Rain.
rain?
Club Rain.
Rain, yes. I was gonna say, what the fuck is
We
rain?
was in
Yes, rain.
Rain. I think I didn't perform that night. I performed that Saturday. But
Oh,
that
you be on stage performing.
yeah. I
Okay.
told y'all how lame I used to be. I used to know the
Okay.
DJs. I know the DJs
I
and
don't
I
think
know the
performing is lame though, Rashad. I don't think that's lame.
no.
And
Out
I
not
don't think
outside the
knowing the
performance.
DJs is either.
No. What was lame was I knew the DJs, I knew the manager, the club manager, all the shit. We was cool. And so and then my homeboy, his sister was a bottle girl. So I would just be standing on stage in the DJ booth. I would tell her to get me the $50 bottle of Moscato and bring it to me bring it to me on stage with sparklers. And all niggas would see was the
Yeah.
bottle girl just coming through the club, walking through everybody with
With one
sparklers.
bottle, with one sparkle. It's
Once,
like three
hey
of her
man,
homegirls with the sparkles in one bottle. Yeah, you would
hey
shout out for
man,
that.
but
Nah,
guess
you were
what?
just different. You were different.
All the hoes knew is that it was a nigga on stage
With a bottle
getting a
and some
bottle.
sparkles.
That's all they knew.
Hey, that's all you needed for sure.
Hey
Hey, I
man,
ain't mad at you.
listen,
You were lame as hell, but it worked. I know it worked.
it
You were
worked.
lame, but it worked. But shit, show.
Real, what's the word? How you feeling?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man, I'm feeling straight, man. I think, man, back in I'm 34, I'm born in 91, man. I don't club that much, but I think when I was, if I remember correctly, I think the phones took it over, man. I think 'cause back in the day, niggas used to approach women. But I be seeing a lot of women now, they be like, guys gonna approach me, they'll inbox me and be like, was that you at the club or was that you at the party? And so I think one thing happened, dudes would start being scared to approach females. And then I think with people having their phones, I think men were just scared of being rejected. There's so many rejection videos. I think niggas just be scared
I
to be
ain't never
rejected by
scared to be
girls.
rejected.
And so I think that's
Yeah,
what it
I
is.
think.
I think it's today's men though, like the social media era of men. It's not like
No, I think
guys.
that's always been me.
You think
Yeah,
so?
I think
Nah,
there was
because
a healthy level of it. I think today, I forgot what the survey was, but I think it said that 40% of niggas never actually approached a woman in real life.
see, that's what I'm
Like as
How,
far
saying.
bro?
That's what I'm saying. We didn't
We
grow up
weren't.
like this. Like in high school, when you wanted to see a joint, this before social media, of course, you really had to go approach this girl. You're not gonna see her on social media. You're never gonna see
I
her
think
again.
I ain't gonna lie, man. You 34. I think you talking like you 64, and because I'm 33, and that wasn't that long ago.
Because
Like
so your men right now still approach
there was
women,
no. My point here is there was no time in history where niggas knew for a fact that more men approached women.
what you mean?
Like that, it don't exist. Like the same amount of niggas that's scared to approach women now, or the same amount back then. We just have an avenue to see it. We
No,
more vocal
I don't
now.
believe that. I think the social skills. I think people today, especially the kids coming up, lack the social skills that we had because we were
Yes,
outside, because we were more interactive. We were touching grass. We were, had
yes,
like a real life community, and where the interaction isn't the same. Like real time, like you can do this shit online, and you don't have to be quick on your feet. You don't have to
that's
be
what I'm
witty. You don't
saying.
have to be
You
funny.
don't
You
have
don't
to
have
have
to
the
be
game.
smart. Where
These
you could
niggas don't
just
have
like,
game today.
yeah, you could just like text a joint on Instagram, and then when she hits you back, you can think about a response,
I
for
mean,
a couple minutes.
That's
I guess because when we used to do the shoot your shot spaces, them niggas used to be scared. I ain't gonna hold
Yeah,
that's what
and
I'm
then they
saying.
not
You
even
had to
in the
walk
joint.
up to a joint. You
Yeah, they
can't
not even
walk
in the
up to
joint
that.
face, and they scared.
That's what I'm saying. Like back in the day, like when we was in school, you had to walk up to Shorty and get her number. There is no Instagram. There's no phones for you to be on and fake like, oh, I don't see you over there. No, nigga, you see her over there. Go over there and say something to Shorty. Or go dance with her. Get off the phone with your man. Stop being scared. You're acting like a bitch. Go over there and get her number, man. Stop playing.
And Rashad, I covered this in my misogyny class. Go over all of this. You know what I'm saying? The more
What's wrong
misogyny,
with you? Give us
the
a good
most.
recap. Hold on, wait. Give us a quick recap.
Listen, when your misogyny at a 6, you can walk up to a bitch and say whatever. You ain't scared. You know what I'm saying? You just walk up to a bitch and be like, "Hey, little mama, what's happening?" Or whatever. I say whatever to a woman. Ask Victoria. I call her Lord Baltimore than the Mexican one time. Loud as fuck. Didn't give a
Listen,
fuck.
back in the day, I was that nigga. I was definitely gonna approach a joint. I didn't really care. I was gonna approach you. I was gonna see what was to you. And then if it goes somewhere, it goes somewhere. If it don't, it don't. But I was never that nigga that
How
didn't want
you
to do that.
approach Rashad? How you approach? I gotta hear this.
It just depends. It depends, like what she look like, what she wearing, where we at. Like I always tried to make her smile and make her laugh, right? And so that was kind of like my thing. So just whatever the environment was, the circumstance was, I make a little joke or get her to be like,
Not
huh,
the hey
what?
big head.
Oh,
Hey,
the
big
hey
head is
big
I
head
crazy.
work.
hated that.
You walk up.
I hated
No, you
that.
gotta walk up to her and be like, "Damn, girl, your forehead so big, I can see us in it." You know,
Why are you snickering? That's not funny.
Hey man,
Listen,
hey, that
but
might
this
have
is the
worked. I can
problem.
see that working.
it works.
This is the problem. The men don't approach women like that no more, especially out on the scene. And so it leaves it up to the women to approach the men, and then y'all be calling us masculine.
Hey,
Well,
listen,
that's because women have never had game ever.
ever, ever, y'all game is
What
just like
I don't know.
being mean
been
as fuck, or
real
just
aggressive,
like
bitch.
a look or something like that. Y'all ain't got no goddamn game, man. Come on.
Women gave me a say, "Little daddy, what's up?" I got some pressure built up. I'm like, ma'am,
Damn,
relax,
hold down.
relax.
Treat me
Okay,
like a man.
don't say that, Rashad. Don't do that.
Fresh,
What up?
what's the word? How you feeling?
What's good, y'all? What's up, man?
What up,
Y'all
Fred?
wild. What's good now? Y'all wild as hell. Um, yeah, nah, two things can be true, man. We definitely have lost some recipes. And I blame it, on folks trying to be too cool, man. We all know it's trial and error. Coming up, you knew it was trial and error, man. Like, that's why I think it's lame that dudes, can't handle rejection. But on both sides of the bar, like I said, two things can be true. There's also, and I think this is due to social media, there's like an inflated sense of, self on both sides, like where dudes think I shouldn't have to approach this girl, and then girls think, some of the ladies think like they're outside, like they're shitting on dudes who are like, in their range and they think they're not in their range. Like we talked about the other day, how like people think average is hideous. And it's like, nah, most people in the world are average. Like average is solid. Like average can get you in the door most places, right? Then there's exceptional and then there's hideous. Like most people not like really hideous. They just don't know what they're doing. You know what I
They're
mean?
not like really like you
Nah,
not
for
like
no,
Shrek and Fiona. Nah, I mean you
yeah,
just all
yeah,
right.
no, I
No,
mean, but I mean,
but
because we
who
give a
fucked
lot
up the
of, we give a
club
lot of,
culture though, Fresh?
no, but I'm saying we give a lot of help. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying club culture is a microcosm of that, right? Like, when I said trial and error, like people are scared to dance. People are scared to have a good time. Like, I remember, you know what I mean? I was never no Chris Brown wild dancing niggas. You know what I'm saying? But I hit a little two step, the 50 Cent two step. You know what I'm saying? I had a good, you used to have a good time in the
No,
club.
I was a
Down
Harlem
south,
shaking fool.
I get on that bitch and
nah,
do the boogie woogie. I'm telling you,
Listen,
I
yeah,
be
you
there.
know that
you
No,
wild as
that
hell. I
one
mean,
so
you
move where you
this
dancing.
grab
is
the
the
bottom
first
of your
time I
shirt.
saw the Drewski skit, okay?
No, you
And
dancing
people
with, you
right
know what
now,
I'm
if
saying?
you dance in the club like that, they will record you and make fun of you, which is
But
fucked up.
exactly. That is that right there. And but that's the reason why a lot of things can't happen, right? Like you hear people fantasize about, oh man, why did they get to have Freaknik and we can't have Freaknik? It says, first of all, no one's gonna want to have a good time because all y'all gonna record. Y'all gonna be out here doing stuff. Back in the day,
Oh, and
you come there.
Freak Nick today are turning the whole Nick so quick. We don't need
That's what
that.
I'm saying. You come there, it's the same thing that messed up Panama City Beach and all that stuff, right? Along with the other niggatry. But the biggest thing was all this recording. It's like, first of all, you would come, maybe you would link with Shorty on social media. This is the early days of Twitter and early days of things of that nature, your phone number. But like back in the day, you know, you come, you have a good time. You'd have to exchange that interpersonal information to stay in touch. Other than that, it's like, hey, it was a good time, not a long time. You go back to California. I'm going back to where I'm from. I may never see you again. We may cross paths. Now everybody got to record, and they be tagging people. You got to record every single thing. I mean, you see it at concerts everywhere, and it's like there's nothing wrong with getting some memories for the moment. But then it's like you record the whole concert. Did you enjoy the moment?
Yeah,
You know
don't
what I mean?
record me or it's gonna be a issue. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah,
Bushy,
yeah.
what's the
Wait,
word?
Rashad, you gonna fight him? You get recorded.
Hey man, I think niggas don't have the awareness to know what to record and what not to record.
Right.
And so that be what's fucked up. And get people to be apprehensive and engage fully in the scene because you might be having a genuine moment. And folks like Vicky said, like it's this one nigga, what's his name? Something Swole, Jeremy Swole or something, and where he goes and just like calls out people for like recording in the gym, right? Because people just, you know, you in the gym working out, you might be doing something wrong or don't have the right form or something, and you got this weird ass nigga across the gym recording and blasting you on TikTok, and it's like, damn, fam, like I'm just living my life type shit. And
Yeah,
so when you
everything's
get
about
in
the
the club
content.
atmosphere, and that is a little bit more, you know, alcohol's involved, probably a little bit more intimate because you got close friends and shit. Nigga, don't be picking up the camera and putting it in my face. Record yourself. Don't be recording me. Go ahead, Mushy. What's the word?
Yeah, I was coming up here to say, women's game is sexual assault. Like that's how they.
It's in the air. Man, come on.
that's,
Y'all need to grow up.
Come
that's
on.
wild.
You
No,
got to get to it.
No, that's wild
that
now.
no, cause I'd have been in plenty of times when in the club and shouted and walked up and they want you and they what they do, grab your shit or do
No, that's
some
definitely
wild
happened.
ass shit.
Wait,
So
women
like,
be
so I
grabbing
ain't
dicks in the club?
No, that's definitely happened.
hell yeah,
No, that's definitely happened.
hell yeah,
Oh yeah.
hell yeah.
You ain't never danced
Like
with a
what?
shorty, and then after that, she didn't reach back.
No,
Like it got wild.
that's different. If we dancing, you can grab my dick. From
No, no,
what
no, no.
he's
I'm saying,
saying, go ahead.
no, I'm saying, but
And
after
they
that, it's
and
definitely been
Y'all
like
yeah.
the
acting
turn
like they
around.
just out here highway robbing.
Yeah, like he act like she just walked up and was like, look, like,
Oh, no, that's
ugh.
definitely happened. A brush by? You ain't
That
never seen a
that
brush
Yeah,
that
by?
man.
do
I seen a
happen.
tweet. It's a tweet on the timeline today, that said women are perverts when they really like you. A woman tweeted that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like we know y'all are
they are.
women of standard in here, but I'm saying, you know, some of
Having
your
to be
sisters,
a freak in the sheets, folks.
That
Please.
listen,
Woman of
you
standard.
might not hold on
Please.
as a club promoter for over the past what I've been promoting for a minute. I seen it all, and y'all women when they want a motherfucker, they would do that shit, or y'all get that liquid courage. But other than that, no. And one thing that did kill the club shit, you know what I'm saying, is that phone and them fucking and I'm a victim of it too. That fucking the section culture shit too. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Cause
mm,
everybody want to stand out and be something bad. You know what I'm saying? Like back in the day, shit, that 1,500, you know what I'm saying? We used to go to like, when Dream was open or something, everybody ain't paying $500 for a bottle of fucking goose and shit, you know what I'm saying? So now it's just like everybody putting up and don't nobody want to interact with nobody no
What
more.
goose
It's
he
just,
talking
you
about? I
sit,
know he thought he talking about the gray goose.
Yeah, you
It,
talk about the
yeah,
great group.
it must be
It,
a
it, it,
yeah.
purple
it, it,
goose,
it's exceptional.
$500. Shit.
It's exceptionalism though. Everybody wants to be exceptional or like the exception. Like it's like, bro, you don't want to be on the same level and just have a good time back. It's like, nah, look at me. I'm in the section. Y'all down there, y'all peasants. But you see it on social media. Like people think followers make them like better, like a better person than somebody else. When I know a dude who is literally a millionaire, quite literally a millionaire here in Charlotte, and he has like 40 friends here on Twitter. Like he just doesn't care. And he be posting like about like movies and like stuff he likes and little reviews. It's like, everybody wants to have like this exceptionalism or matter of fact, perceived exceptionalism, not what's actually going on in their life. And it's also this, you know, club culture also died when scamming culture also became mainstream culture, where like you had
And that's
niggas
when you
scamming.
got the bottle wars, my nigga. And,
How
Exactly.
much y'all niggas pay
that's,
for a bottle? Wake it up. How
Cause
much y'all niggas? What's the
CIAA,
most
you know, I'm in
expensive y'all
Oh,
paid?
Charlotte.
I done paid some
I'm in,
shit for a bottle before.
oh,
How
nah,
much? What's
nah,
the
nah.
highest y'all niggas pay for a bottle?
I done paid like
Oh,
600 for a bottle. I ain't gonna hold
nah,
What?
I ain't no drinker. I
I don't know
pregame,
what it
but
was. It came with like the
You
section.
serum?
I'll babysit a drink at the club, like 2, 3 drinks at the club. I never was no bottle guy.
When
nah,
you
I
when you
know
get a
all the
section,
owners, so
Rashad, I was at Mansion and a session in like 2010 through 13, half of 14. If you was in Atlanta, then that time like the Migos and it was out, you had to get a section. So like the bottle,
You had to get. He's not lying.
you had to
I
get a
was from out
section.
of I was from out of town, and I was out there then. Them niggas was everywhere. That's why I'm like, all of a sudden, all them niggas was outside
Yeah,
everywhere,
you
nigga.
had to get a section, nigga, and shit was the shit. You knew you
And
was
but,
then,
you knew
and
that
you
then
was
come
you
with
had
fucked up.
ego.
You
That
you
knew
had
come
you
the
with
was
ego
fucked
with
niggas,
up,
that.
right?
That's what I said.
you had
That
the
section
niggas on
shit.
the,
Hold on,
you
one
had
mic,
the
one mic, one
niggas,
mic.
you had the
Go
niggas
ahead.
on the Atlanta Hawks. So you had Joe Johnson and them pulling up with 60 bitches. You got Z-Bo and them in town. Like I done seen some shit in Atlanta back in them days, boy. Man.
And
It's like,
that come with, that's what that would come. That's why I say that section shit, cause that section shit came with ego. Like
Lou
you went,
Willville.
you you in there with niggas that got millions and shit, and you trying to compete with them instead of having a good time and getting the hoes that's on your level. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the thing that fucked it up for real. That's why I say that section shit, cause niggas trying to compete with niggas they can't compete with. And like bro just said, it's alright to be average, but niggas don't want to be that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like we went from niggas goddamn in the like throw your hood up shit, bouncing in the club and shit, and hoes ain't
Oh,
even give
I
a
ain't
fuck
like
about
that
that shit.
version
Like
of the club either. Not to throw your
yeah,
hood up.
oh yeah,
Hey,
you
I'm
must have
standing
missed
against the
Waka
wall
Flocka
when
got
throw your
banned.
hood come up. Hey man,
Hey,
It was safe for
hey,
the gang bang back then. It was a little
Hey,
not
bit
my
Waka
safer.
Flocka got
ministry.
You have to
Waka
have a
Flocka got
chain these
banned.
days. If you don't have a chain, some veneers, shout out to DB. If you don't have a chain, some veneers, and some designer on, hey, they're not checking for you,
and
brothers.
that killed it too. That designer shit. That's one too. Cause now
You
niggas
gotta
got
Yeah,
have your
again.
the
Montclair jacket
designer,
on in the heat.
That Aeropostale don't hit no more in the club. Come
Please
on,
first
man.
of
stop.
all, who wore Aeropostale to the motherfucking
Hey, oh
club?
my bad,
Yeah,
my
who
bad.
He
want
My
an
just
air
bad.
outing
pasta?
himself. He
Listen,
always does this to
listen.
Yeah,
himself.
My therapist
Using
told me
American
oversharing. My
Eagle
bad.
in the
I'm
club,
Right,
sorry.
bro.
right.
yeah. No, you wearing American Eagle to the club is crazy. Nigga,
Hey,
you
they was
belong
in
with
there.
you. Yeah.
Hey,
They
hold
was
on,
in
wait. Let
there.
Kyra get in here. Then we got your name. Kyra, what's the word?
I'm gonna ask you a question when you're done.
No, what killed club culture was everything turned into a lounge. That's what killed club culture. Everything is a lounge now. So you can't go nowhere and do anything because they want to serve you food. They want to serve you chicken and waffles at 10 o'clock at night. Bitch, if I want some chicken and waffles, I'm going to go to Waffle House or I'm going to go to IHOP. I want to party. And then for like what Mushy and Fresh is saying about the section part, I'm not gonna lie. If I go anywhere, I have to be in a section. I have to. Like I don't want to be amongst
See, Kyra
people.
bougie as hell.
Entitled ass.
Bougie than a
But that, I mean, that
Entitled.
explains it. Like, why don't you be, you're going in the
like
world. Why?
because I'm gonna tell you why first. Because I have anxiety. So I go out every blue moon. Like I
Now
like
what the
literally
fuck
like
is
if it's
this?
like
What? Right. Stay
so
your ass at
no, I'm
home.
trying to let me. I'm trying to tell you, I go out every blue moon. So like, if my friends have like a birthday or something, and they just like, oh, we going out, blah blah blah, and I'm like, okay, well, how much is the section? They tell me how much the section is. I'm getting the section. I get on the dance floor and I dance, like me and my girl, like we'll dance or whatever, but after that, I'm going right back to my section and I'm sitting down because I want to people watch and I want to talk about you. Like, I want to talk about the
Oh,
bitches
that's hate.
who
La-
You
we,
can't
Ladies
be
and
a
gentlemen,
hater.
ladies and
You
gentlemen,
can't
I
they
be a
have
We
told
got
on
hater.
'em.
themselves. Ladies and
We
gentlemen,
got
Exhibit
'em.
A,
want to talk
Yeah,
about,
You
Exhibit
can't
listen,
A,
be a
no,
yeah.
hater.
I'm just,
Why
I'm
you
real,
coming to the
Exhibit
club to
A,
be a hater,
Nasty
Tyra?
hate.
no, I'm real bougie,
No,
y'all.
you
Like,
not.
it's
That's
bad.
a real
Nasty
Exhibit
hater.
Yeah,
hate.
A.
no,
Hold on.
nope, nope.
Vicky,
That's a
there it is, Vicky. See, there you
yeah.
go.
I'm
That's it.
real.
There you go, right there. We
I
got
want.
her. We
Got
got
I'm
her.
gonna
her.
talk about.
I
I'm
tried to
gonna talk
tell
about the
y'all.
DJ. Look, I'm gonna talk about the DJ that's playing the goddamn local music that suck. I don't want to
Oh, you
hear
came
that.
to hate for
Like,
real.
I don't want to.
Listen,
No,
bro.
How you
the
think
Video
local
local?
killed
artists
the
and
radio store.
You think when
My God.
Chinatown
no,
dropped, the local they weren't local? They was local as fuck when
I
Chinatown
don't
came
want
out.
to hear your. I don't want to hear little stupid little local music
Bullshit. When
in the
when that
club.
nigga said
I
Black
don't.
Shades, Johnny Cage, Diamonds Go for Rick, we was all when that motherfucker
A
when that
motor,
Okay, but
DJ
motor.
was
you
coming
And
on.
you, hey,
you're from
We
Atlanta.
got Big
hey,
You're from
Sure.
Atlanta.
hey, I'm even older
That's
than that.
different.
I
Yeah.
remember when Nasty song came out. I'm even older than
Oh
y'all.
yeah,
And that was a
nasty
local
song was
song.
that one. I ain't
And
gonna
that
See
was
the
a
lie.
thing, but
local record.
That was that baby.
Fresh, you're not older than me. I'm 36.
No,
I'll be
I'm,
37. And
I
like
feel you, but
I'm trying to tell you, like the local music in my city, it's not bad, but it's not club worthy. If that makes sense. Like it's just not club worthy. I don't want to
So
hear that.
maybe that's
Play
the
me
problem
some.
too then, the music, right? So music, now
Yeah.
that Tin said like the chirp chirp, the Motorola, like all that Boost Mobile,
Mhm.
like everybody could relate. Now you gotta have shot
Yeah.
somebody, done some time, sold 12 drugs, and,
And sell a bitch.
well,
and have
not even
13
that.
whores.
What,
Hey, hold
well,
on, hold
not
on, hold
even
on. Wait,
that.
wait,
You gotta be
let
a
your name get in
You
here.
gotta you gotta be the Fed, Rico.
Hold on, go ahead, your name. What's the
What
word? How
up,
you feeling today?
Rashad? I'm good. How are you?
All
Happy
good.
Thursday. First off, Drewski is when I say spot on with this particular video, this brought back a memory. 2016, I was in Club Compound in Atlanta, and that was the first time I ever seen a
Oh,
group
I
of
hate compound.
niggas dance with each other for 3 hours. I mean, they was doing every dance imaginable and did not look for not one girl to get in the mix. So when I tell you Drewski is spot on with this video, and I'm gonna be honest, as a girly that saw it, he wasn't that dude that he's specifically talking about ain't the type of dude you want to be around. It's not because he isn't enjoying himself, but he too deep into the music. Like he in the music a little
Them the
too
niggas that
much.
started popping perks for
Yeah, it's
sure.
like he probably deep in his drug binge. You know what I'm saying? Like he came out to
Hold on,
sweat it out.
a nigga can't practice his dance routines all day and
Nah,
then come out
in
on
the in the
Saturday and show y'all
No,
ass up.
Nigga
no,
see, I
do
know
no,
oh
Rashad.
no
That
Rashad.
man is deep in a
Rashad
2 day binge. Then went out to the club and try to sweat that joint out.
the
I'm telling
time
you
we
right
talk about
as a
Rashad, they was doing the whole up. If you was in Atlanta, they was doing the whole up sweat. Them niggas was off
They
drugs.
was in a
Okay?
circle. I'm telling you, I remember like it was yesterday because, I'm not from there. I was Charlotte's
at,
club scene at the time and Atlanta club scene was two different things. Like you wasn't really seeing a whole bunch of dudes in a circle dancing together until I went to Atlanta. I ain't gonna hold you. But yeah, bring back the early 2000s. You know what I'm saying? When we was, getting to it in the club, but nowadays, no.
We
nah,
need to
that
bring
Hey,
nigga
back the
so
said
'90s
what's
and
your
have
owners
name?
Hey,
people
making
dance
owners
have
routines.
y'all
making too
ever
much
been in the
money off
club?
bottles. That's
Nah,
never
we
gonna
need
So
Have
to
y'all
listen,
ever
happen.
been
have.
in the club and your homeboy was
Um,
freestyling in your ear?
Listen, we need to have
in
No,
people
addition to
play
I've
that,
seen
dance
it.
nah,
routines.
but the old heads
I was
dancing
the
as a former
homeboy
promoter.
freestyling. I ain't gonna hold
As
you.
a former promoter, the old heads in Chicago that would be out the club dancing, them niggas did that as a workout. That was a workout for them niggas. They would be in the bitches
Excuse
dancing.
me? It was
Yeah,
a
like
what?
they ain't
It was
got
a
they.
dancing as a was a form of working out for some older
Listen, we
guys.
need
Don't
to
come on my
have
club sweat.
neighborhood
I
versus
mean, pumping
neighborhood
and a
dance
sweating.
squads. Wake it up.
No. Wait, Rashad, you remember, wait, what was the, Pretty Ricky dude that was battling who on YouTube? It was,
Spectacular. No,
Spectacular
spectacular.
versus
Yeah, that nigga was
somebody.
doing the
They try and do that in the club?
move your hips thing or something. What was he
No.
doing? He was
I don't
rolling
know,
his
but
stuff.
he was in that basement getting to it,
Hey man, listen, we need to bring out somebody drop another you got served. We need to just bring it all the way back out.
That could never happen, but I'm saying it's funny that people love those movies, right? Like they love that. And I remember when like Step Up and all it first came on the scene, like people love those movies, but it's like y'all are too cool for school. Y'all would never dance. Like I remember, and I wasn't this deep into dancing, but like I remember like the dance troops and the dance groups and stuff when all the Snap era and all that, people was walking around with the rubber bands and had a crew and shit. Like niggas was doing that and they was like really battling and it wasn't fighting. Like niggas would meet up and dance and record that with this real grainy recording footage. They would record that and do all that. It's like when I got here to Charlotte in '08, and you know, I remember I had the first CIAA, so you started seeing people come from everywhere. Like I remember that's the first time I ever
Come
like
on
went
now,
to a
Fresh. You know the vibes.
yeah, first time I ever went to like a go-go, right? And like one thing I can appreciate about go-go, like it still had, at that time, it still had the essence. Like, you know, you had the live band, it was Reaction Band that night and TCB and then like it dancing. Everybody was up dancing. You know what I mean? Like everybody was having a good time. There wasn't no phones. Now mind you, like I said, '08, you know, phones had probably just started recording. You know what I'm saying? But it was just like you had a good time. You know what I mean? And that was like my
Fresh,
first
was
time
you in
going to a go.
Charlotte for Stash House?
Absolutely.
See,
Stash House,
you know the vibes.
935.
You know the
I'm from old Star,
vibes. Okay,
935, all
okay.
that.
Stash
College
House was
Street.
my one every Thursday.
Club Lux, all that. You know what I mean? I wouldn't even know party do, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, when you first get somewhere and them promoters was, hey, that's the old
Oh
school
yeah.
promoters. Shout out to all the
Mhm.
promoters, man, cause they used to be hustling. They used to be on campus after class. Hey man, we can get y'all in. Like, they used to be pushing that stuff. So, you know, you go step out and I mean, it was just a good time. And I'm like, everybody just so too cool for school now, man. Like, ain't nobody gonna
Yeah.
dance. Everybody gonna be standing there. Even if you have like a kickback, bro. It's like you playing music. They want to hear the TikTok songs and stuff. And I'm like, no, bro, I don't want to hear that. Like, you're not gonna hear a song before 2014 in here.
When
Listen,
that I just want to
listen. The
rock
people was
body
hating
yada
when I
yada
said that I
came
was
out.
wearing my business casual to the
Woo!
club, but that was a time.
The chokehold it
Listen,
had on
You
the
got the
community.
all-purpose dress like
I just want to
that
rock.
listen.
You
Savannah
I
talking about
wore.
that
listen.
little fur coat bitch?
Had the blazer going crazy in the
Yes.
club.
Wearing the
Nah,
work is straight to happy hour. Come
Okay.
on,
nah,
man.
Jay Z definitely messed up the dress code.
Johnny, you was
You
wearing a
had to put
blazer to
on.
the
Girl, you
club?
know I was wearing a bodycon dress with a blazer and them chunky
Come
heels.
on,
You
man.
already
You
know
know
the
niggas was
vibes.
wearing
Oh
Look,
blazers.
yeah,
We
I
gonna
was.
Did
find
you
a
have those
picture.
Oh, I
colorful
We
was
wearing the
so
beaded
button up
popular
in the
necklaces?
wearing
club.
them blazers
Girl,
during that
please,
look,
time.
Kyra, you
I
already know
hated
what's
it.
going on.
Go ahead, put
hey,
You
put
know
the
what type of
word.
time it was.
Ralph Lauren,
Hey,
Ralph
so
Lauren.
so I forgot to put this in the point, right? But the approachability part, like back in the day when you was dancing and shit, well, a girl was dancing and you got behind her and she looked back and it was a yes or a no. Niggas scared of that shit these days because they gonna clown you.
I don't
And
see how. I
motherfuckers,
was never scared.
huh? Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like I came up in that era when you shoot that's how you used to shoot your shot, but it ain't like that no more. Like I said, the
Yeah, he
phones
ain't
fucked it
lying.
up.
No, I'm not
Yeah,
saying he
the
lying.
phones.
I'm saying I don't understand how niggas be scared of that.
Yeah, times
Yeah, well,
changed
you
though,
can't do
Ken.
it now because girls don't want it. Girls don't want to. You got some girls that don't want to be approached, and they just don't want to have their attention. Like
Yeah. I'm
Calvin
only out
just
here
said,
with my
like
bitches. I don't want to fuck y'all like to Noel type shit. I'm only
yeah,
here
like
with my
Calvin just
bitches.
said,
Like
all that shit that
fuck
Calvin
y'all
just
niggas.
said. That's that generation today. It switched from like I'm 42, so it switched from from motherfuckers having to do that shit like bro was saying earlier, like having to approach and shit, and that's how you get off. Now, ain't nobody trying to approach them because everybody is fucking, oh, I got anxiety and all this shit. Like, nigga, you came out. Get your ass out
What?
here, and that's what it's
Wait. So
for. You know what
y'all,
I'm saying? Like,
I'm trying to understand what you're saying, Mookie. So you saying the niggas today is scared to approach the women of today
Yep.
because they done.
yeah,
Rejection.
Well,
yeah.
let me finish. Goddamn. Okay, yes. But
Oh,
fuck
go
Yeah,
ahead. My
nigga.
bad, my bad, my bad, dude. Go ahead, go ahead.
Anxiety.
Go
well,
ahead, my
let me
dude.
finish, Mike. Shit. No, I'm saying. So y'all saying that the niggas is scared to approach the women of today because the niggas done listen to the women when they say, "Hey, we don't want to be approached." That's what it sounds like y'all saying.
Well, I think niggas is also scared because you've seen a lot of these horror stories in the let's just say last decade about, you know,
Camera phones
approaching.
too.
Yeah, niggas don't want to be labeled something. They don't want to get put on content for being lame, for trying to just be a regular person. Niggas don't want to pull up and try to talk to a girl and then, you know, he's not aesthetically pleasing to her. So now he's harassing her and then, you know, she puts him online. He gets labeled and harassed. Like, it's a various reason of things. And then also, you know, niggas also in this generation, the younger generation, they just don't have that trial and error. Like, and on the other side of the coin, there's nothing left to imagination, right? Like me and my homie was talking about this, like to get a girl to send you like a picture of herself, right? Not even just nudes, just a picture of herself. It took premium game. Like it took premium chatting up,
Always
talking
had
on
it.
the phone. Getting, you know what I'm saying? No, that's what I'm saying. Like, listen, but it took premium, like you had to chat up. It took some time, some equity, some sweat in the game. Now you just go on her Instagram. Now you just go on her, what's it called? So like, there's nothing left to imagination. But also, it took away that trial and error of talking to women, bro. That helps with like, it helps across the board with talking with women, like
Yeah, and I
life
also we
skills.
can't let these young niggas off the hook though, Fresh. These niggas ain't got no game, and a lot of
No,
them
but that's what I'm,
stupid.
but that's what I'm saying though. It took away the
It's a
trial.
different era.
It took away the trial and error though, brother. Like our game was developed. I ain't gonna lie, it didn't come out the womb. Everybody say it came out the womb, but like somebody put you on game or like you talked and it worked. You like, oh, it's myself. It works. You know,
Gotta
whatever
post these
happened.
young niggas some bail.
Yeah, like I ain't finna, I can't give them no bail, Mary, cause before I found my lady, I still did pretty well in their generation. I ain't supposed to dominate my era and your era. Come on,
But you,
Mike.
but you came up in a better era.
Right, right,
Y'all,
right.
I
people
hear
talk
you.
to themselves on streams today. They don't. What are y'all saying?
The consequences are grander though. It was like back in the day, you get rejected, your homies laugh. This bitch go home and do a TikTok story time about how this lame ass
That
nigga
is
That
grabbed
is
true.
the
her
truth.
But
hand.
That is a
yeah, but
point.
That
I
is
Now,
said, I
true.
did say
now
that.
the whole world know you a lame
But if
nigga.
she can't
Yeah,
tag
but
me on
I said
TikTok,
that,
we
Mike.
good.
You
You
But I
see what
said
I'm
that,
when
Mike.
saying?
you wake up
They
Cause I,
worried I
tomorrow,
get
you
Kim
put
yeah,
it
Punches.
on
cause I'm in
Twitter.
the street. I talk to these young niggas. I'm trying to mentor. These niggas like, bro, it's different, dog. First off, and back when we was dancing, when we came in the club, bitches are standing up, bitches at the bar. Now all these bitches in the section. So
Yeah.
now I gotta dodge 4 niggas to get to this woman who's already, it's just different. They got different defenses set up now. They looking at different zones than we did.
Different zones.
That's
He
Yeah,
said they
true.
way
put that
different.
131 on your ass.
Yeah, exactly. So not only do I got to dodge TikTok, I got to dodge these
You
niggas.
gotta
Then I
dodge
got
the
to
hating
dodge
ass friends
all these
also.
bottles. I walked up in here with my
You
little
like,
drink.
man, fuck it.
Exactly. So it's very tough for these young niggas who didn't get any practice. They came up in this era. So they didn't even get the trial and error that we did from ours and then succeeded in this one. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But Mike, what?
I hear what you're saying,
I
Mike.
agree.
Cash Doll, she's older than, or she's probably our age,
All of us.
but she
She
Okay,
said
older
gotcha.
than
that
all. That is an old lady.
the way that
Yeah, yeah.
Cuz pulled her is because he just like walked through everybody and came up
He
and
went
talked
into
to
her
her.
section.
Know what I
Who,
Yeah.
the
mean?
nigga she
Like,
with
I
now?
think that
Yeah.
even with the
hmm
younger
Okay, let's
folks, I
be
think
fucking for
that shit
real.
would
He's
work.
also very
Right.
tall.
He's
Yeah, yeah.
6'5",
Yeah.
And he's a
280.
football
Yeah.
player.
Let's
Y'all
talk
Did you
niggas
just
got
about
a
ask
it.
lot
these
of
little
muscle.
niggas to be a 280 pound?
Right.
Million.
What I'm saying is
No,
the
Rashad, I want you to
direct
walk through the
approach
crowd. I want to see you
direct
walk through.
approach and hollering at a joint like that would work instead of these young
It
niggas. Hey, I
will.
seen you in the club. I seen you with your
Yeah.
friend. Like, nigga, if
You
you
So,
gotta
so,
be,
can't
you
so,
talk to
gotta
so,
that
be
woman,
willing to take, you gotta be willing to take a little bit, but I will say this, everybody nowadays isn't built like before. They can't take no rejection, not even just a
Yeah,
little.
they
It's like
scared. That's what. Yeah,
you gotta have a little bit of a,
but that
backbone and
starts
be willing to take a
young.
little bit
Well, no,
of rejection because that's a part of it.
I don't think I
Yeah.
don't
but
I don't
look,
I don't I be
I
confused
got
about it.
rejected before, and I got the bitch the
If
next
your
day. It's all
mama
right.
been telling you no, your mama been telling you
Okay.
no since you was a child. You used to rejection, nigga. You used to the word no.
Well, but a lot of these people's mamas ain't telling them no, not no
Well,
more.
it's
Yeah.
not even that. It's
And
the
I don't care
fact
what my
that
mama say.
it's the okay. It's the fact that there are lames that are getting more play because they have the section, they have the
Okay,
chain, they have
all
the,
right.
you know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
I get it. It's hard to be a man right now. It really is because this is some baby back bullshit.
But there.
But also the guys don't know how to approach it. They don't know the right thing to say. So it's like, hey, bitch, like you can't. Why would you say that to her if you're trying to get her attention?
I have
Like
heard people say that
they
on the
don't.
internet. I've never heard that in real life. I've
I've
Heard what?
never
literally so
Heard what?
a
Vicky,
man yell
I've
at a woman
literally
saying a V word
a
that he wanted to
I
get
have.
at.
In
Yeah,
New York,
I ain't
yeah.
never said I ain't
Yeah,
never
I
heard a
have.
bitch, but I be
I
like,
have.
hey little mama or
Yeah.
something
Yeah,
like that. Like, hey bitch.
yeah,
Right.
I've definitely heard
No,
that.
no, there's absolutely,
Yeah,
if you ever been, let's just say you took the train and you got off, let's just say you got off on Canal Street in New York. You get off that train, a dude try to holler and you don't say nothing, and it is immediately fuck you,
Okay,
bitch.
well
Oh, okay.
y'all
I
don't
was
but
go
with
to
it.
New
But
York.
yeah.
Vicky,
And
Yeah, I was
that's
about to say New
but
York is
Vicky,
immediately.
you're
not a real
Stop with the
also,
place.
jumbo so we can know.
That's after the
Vicky,
but Vicky, you're
rejection
we
also
that
not
from
don't
the
going there.
South,
count.
so that's
We not
different.
going there.
Vicky's from the South, so it's probably
Yeah,
different
it's
for
different, but up
her.
north, oh no,
But
you
Absolutely.
reject
It's
up
somebody, you
ma'am.
north,
getting called
yeah,
every type of bitch for
they
sure.
will definitely say, "Hey, bitch, you don't hear me talking to you." It's like, "Hey, yo, like that's a
You ain't that
nice
cute
young
anyway,
lady."
bitch.
I
It
mean,
gets real
did you hear
Exactly.
crazy.
him or didn't you?
I can see your tracks. Like
This
what?
Yo,
nigga Mike.
Mike, please.
Sometimes the tracks do be showing
Hey,
though.
Mike got
No,
a
because
point.
if I overhear that shit, I'm gonna say it too. Hey, bitch, you don't hear that
That's
nigga
why them
talking to you?
that's why them shit's leaning. It be a lot going on
Yeah,
right
but
after the rejection.
Wait, that's why
I'll tell
what
y'all this
leaning?
though.
Her heels
The
leaning?
shoes. Hmm.
Hey, yo. Alright.
Yeah, I
The
don't.
woman
No,
shoes is leaning?
Hey,
they
you
get
hear me,
crazy.
Rashad?
No, when a dude, I'm telling you, I'm from this area, right? Let me tell y'all, the dudes when they get the smart, it don't even have to be rejection. Like leave me alone. It could just be ignoring and keep walking. They will get on your ass over
No, you
nothing
need to
just
talk
because of
to the women.
rejection.
Ladies, if your shoes are leaning, head out.
They
Head out.
100.
If you got on those 2-inch kitten heels,
Them kitten
please go
heels.
home.
Hey man,
Them
listen, we're
kitten
not
heels
gonna
be killing
listen.
them.
We ain't gonna shit on our era, man, ladies. Shout out to Dots. Shout out to Wet Seal. You know, y'all used to be all through
Yeah,
there.
y'all
Go
want to
on
act all
We
ahead.
definitely used
highfalutin
to be
now.
on that
Nah,
Clock
we
too.
remember
it.
that
Mm,
579. We remember that
yeah,
rainbow. Stop
shout out
it.
to it,
Charlotte Roos
bro.
in the
We
building.
remember
It
that
was not
shit.
stiletto pumps in the club. It was flats, kitten
No,
heels
no,
in
it was
the
stiletto pumps too. What you talking
club.
about? No, we was in
No,
that.
I'm
It was
saying at
definitely
We
the
was in
stilettos in
Charlotte
the
Man,
Roos. We
hey,
clubs.
was in
listen.
Wet
That
Seal
was
getting
them
Since we
not
fucked.
when
peplum
we first started,
tops.
Jonae.
since we on
Not
the
They
when
was
we
paying
women
Forever 21
Nah,
since
us.
fuck
we
all
on
Oh,
the
that.
we had our Steve
It was
Maddens
since
the
on.
real
since we
hair.
on
It
the
was the
women
real
real quick,
hair era.
Rashad,
It was the
I would like
real
We
to
had our
hair. Let's
Jessica
make
I
it
would
Simpson
like to
heels.
shame them
Listen, the
for
Jessica
putting
Simpson
on the
era was one of them
blazers in the
ones.
club. I hated that
bitches that
era
go
for
out with
y'all.
their
You
real
had the
hair,
Blazers in the club.
or a
I
little,
got a
they might have
picture
a
for you.
Rashad,
little
Hold up.
show in.
I had a little 1-2 in the club. Hold on, wait. Let me find my picture
Rashad,
real
them
quick.
Listen,
hoes was showing up with blazers on to the club, sitting in the taxi.
I'm so happy I never wore
Yeah,
a
I hated
business
that
attire
era.
to
nah,
the
Listen,
I
I
club.
ain't
Girl,
had
wearing
y'all
some
was
on
business.
business
too.
crazy.
casual to the
Yeah,
club
like
was
the
a
L
I
vibe.
was
Varner,
Yeah,
real.
you
Alicia
had
Y'all
to
was
Keys,
though.
Hey,
crazy
listen,
bitches.
Mike. Yes,
So
nasty.
now
Mike.
I
That is
can't
Yeah,
mean business at the
yeah,
club.
yeah.
All
No,
right.
I
no,
mean
man.
No,
I
business.
can't
Yo,
mean
Vic.
Yeah,
business.
bitch,
no,
go
no,
get
What you
go
no.
get
making
your
a
own refill.
Standing on
what you doing like a
10.
sound of
All
contract? Are
right.
Okay.
you good?
Nah,
Setting up
from '08
meetings,
till like
negotiating contracts.
2013.
Yeah,
Nah, like
yeah.
that business casual was the
It was a
man.
vibe,
And red
fresh. That's what I'm
lipstick.
saying. They try to act like we don't know. No, no, we had that
They
It
damn
had
was
that
the
purple and that
Jay-Z's
pink
lipstick,
fault.
shit.
It
that
was Jay Z. Jay
purple,
Z
Oh,
was the main
brother.
It was
conduit.
that
Jay-Z's
He
fault.
was the
heroin from
main
Mac.
proponent.
Mm.
Jay-Z literally told people to go in the club with a blazer on and jeans. What are we doing?
Why y'all
No,
listen to
No.
Jay
no.
It
anyway?
was a vibe.
I didn't. I didn't.
I
I just
did.
listened to his music, not
Hold
his
on, wait. I
fashion
want to ask y'all a question
pieces
about
at that time.
rejection. Did y'all see this video in the Jumbo of Zoe?
Yes,
Now
Yeah.
I
it is
did
a
see
skit.
that. I did
We
see
got
that.
the fact police that's gonna come out. This was fake. This was staged. I don't care about that. I'm talking about the interaction that we see on
Don't be
between
talking
them
about
two.
my friend Paris.
The fact police. No, Paris ain't the other one. Kyra the same one too. This was man. I don't know why we talking about this.
Well, I just be wanting you to have correct information because you have a nice platform, and I don't want you to go out looking stupid.
I
You
like
know
how
what,
you
Rashad?
did
Fuck
that,
you,
Ty.
man.
I
How
like
about
how you
that?
did that.
Just shout out
Make
the
him feel
platform.
bad. Make him feel
Fair.
bad.
Appreciate you,
Copy.
Kyra. Looking out. No, but how did y'all think that this interaction? Because I seen a lot of women in the comments. I think Lavita sent it to me, and I don't think she necessarily liked how he carried her. When it came to their interaction, I thought it wasn't bad or the worst. But when we talking about rejection and we talking about the young folks that's coming up, is this something that y'all would look at as like fucked up on his part?
How should he have carried her? Help me
No,
understand that.
Yeah, yeah.
no,
He
no,
let her down easy. That was
brother.
Yeah, he moved on.
Rashad, you know this, brother. Now, the ladies are not used to rejection. Not, especially if you didn't play sports or anything. They're not used to rejection or harsh, like, really harsh criticism like that. So if a nigga let you down, it's gonna feel like he slapped you. So just because she's used to niggas fawning and falling all over her, especially with her being a content creator or whatever she is, the bro was like, oh, I'm good. He basically, hit her with the I'm good. So when a nigga is not checking for you, it feels crazy. It's just like that other video where that football player, he hit that girl with the, hey, what's up, love? And push past her. And she turned around and looked at him like, what? Like it was crazy. And it's like, shawty, like everybody not really checking. Every nigga is not super thirsty. Every nigga, you know what I'm saying, is not ultra horny. Like some dudes see you as a human being. Like, hey, what's up? How you doing? I'm good. You know what I mean? And so they take that as, it's like visceral as to where
Yeah.
now the men also have that, that's the problem like we were talking about nowadays. Now the men also aren't used to rejection. That's where we were coming up. Man, you played sports, all types of things. In my household, you were used to rejection. You were used to harsh criticism. You was used to somebody, you know what I'm saying? So the world was nothing. It was like, nah, you worry
I
about that.
didn't think there was anything
But
wrong with
also, what
this
if he had a
interaction.
girlfriend and
Yeah.
there was nothing wrong? What
Right.
if he
Like
had a
there was
girlfriend
nothing wrong with this interaction. He did it
at
well. Like he
all?
didn't like scoot away from her immediately. He still was trying to
Right.
vibe and be cool, but like, I'm not into you for real.
He's like, I'm not into
He
you like
wasn't
that.
fawning.
And
Yeah,
she
You
did
like
a
know,
good
what?
job
What if?
picking it up too. You see her face change. Most bitches
Her
wouldn't even
face
realize till
Yeah,
like
painted
5 minutes.
changed
no,
multiple
Yeah.
her
times.
face
Most
That's
of
a
them
changed.
don't
fact,
even
Mike.
realize
That's
Her
a
till
fact.
face
five
changed.
five minutes after this. After this happens, then they like, oh, wait a minute. She picked up on it immediately. Cool. Let's be good.
well, that
I'm
camera
gonna
was
tell
right there
Susan
too,
to
though.
wear
Huh?
You
herself.
gay.
Ah, here we
Big
go.
Exactly.
Gotti,
What
what's
y'all
the
say?
word?
That's not a new update though. Women been trying that for years. That don't.
Yeah.
Big, what's the word, fam? How you feeling?
What's good, boy?
Oh, good. You seen the video in the
Yeah.
joint?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a pretty peaceful
Yeah,
interaction
I don't
in
see
terms
no
of a
issue.
rejection because it's someone that's actually in that age demo and had to reject women before. It normally doesn't go that peacefully.
On the woman side, it's bad, or on your side? What you mean?
I mean, I would assume on both sides, but I'm only speaking from my end. Women, okay, let me not say that. Some women feel a sense of
Yeah,
entitlement to men.
good
So
stuff.
when you reject them, it's like this disbelief, like, oh, how could you be ignoring me? It's like, nigga, I don't want you. And then, name calling or just weird shit like, oh, you must be gay. And it's like, nah, you just not that. And that's okay.
Not who you think you are, shorty. It's all good though.
Yeah. Before we put our final score on this, we got to see her
And as a
tweets.
nigga, you don't be trying to do too much. You be trying to be nice to them, let them down easy because it's a girl, but they be doing a lot in public, bro. I ain't gonna lie sometimes.
What'd you say, Mike? You got to see the tweets.
Yeah, before we put a final score on this, I got to see what she tweeted. You know, she tried to squeeze some off after this, like niggas only like niggas these
I'm
days.
looking at
You know
one
what I'm
right
saying?
now. One of them
Oh, she
Yeah,
says
she
Oh,
did.
he's
gay
gay.
ass
She couldn't
niggas.
tell. It's a lot. I see.
she tweeted that.
I don't. Huh?
She
No,
tweeted that.
I'm just looking at the comments of the
Oh,
video that I
okay.
posted.
Yeah, hey, but Rashad, what do the ladies be saying? Go through the comments and click on that picture. Look at the material. You know what the ladies be saying? Look at the material. Like, all right, man. They always have a look. The ones that be doing that. It's like, Shawty, if you don't go with God,
But Fresh,
go with God.
I don't know if you noticed, Fresh, but this girl is the one that cried because Kai Cenat didn't choose her for his little
School.
streamer university
Yeah.
thing.
Cause she's
Yeah, this
weird.
is the same one.
Cause Shawty is
So
weird.
if she did have a reaction, it would be on brand for her.
Her whole shtick is being weird. Now, like one of my homies sent something in the group chat about this, and I'm like, her whole shtick is like being weird, like biting niggas and shit. And it's
Yeah, I was
like,
about to say, y'all didn't see the clips of her biting Duke Dennis and him having to check her?
it's like
Yeah.
Yo,
that's
an
weird.
adult biting. Oh, never mind. I can't say that. Skip the pat. I didn't
Why?
say nothing about biting. Didn't say nothing about biting. Let's skip that.
Oh, okay, okay.
No, but
It's a
Zoe out
wild
here,
man.
she's crazy, man. But yeah, I didn't think that there was anything too crazy about that interaction. I think that he played it kind of cool. She did notice it, and it seemed like she was uncomfortable. So that's kind of like the bat signal online for other women. When another woman looks uncomfortable, then it's like, oh my God, he's gay or he's
Yeah, this
weird.
nigga a bitch.
But yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. When the last time y'all niggas got rejected? Wake it up.
College, maybe like
Oh,
freshman year of college.
college.
No, yeah, I mean, nah, because nah, I mean, like freshman year of college, man. Like one, I started, I became more like Kyle Korver, started being more selective with my shots. You know what I'm saying? When you first get into a new city, you just, like I said, I got to Charlotte '08, man, and playing ball was all I knew, and you know what I'm saying, being from Texas, so I just started chatting people up, and, and it's like, nah, I'm good, whatever, what have you. So that was the last time like I experienced like consecutive rejection. But I mean, after that, you started getting more sniper with your stuff, and it's like, nah, I
Yeah,
know the things
yeah.
to do
Just
now,
don't
As
be
a,
shooting willy nilly
Nah,
as
I
with
a,
your
always
signals.
pass
Got
the
to be
ball.
nah,
clear.
as a nigga, at my perspective, as a nigga, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, nigga. So if you ain't shooting,
Right.
nigga, you gon' miss, nigga. So
Shit, I
niggas
missed
gon'
one yesterday.
nigga, you gon' miss whatever you shoot at it. You ain't gonna hit every shot. It's just not,
That's true.
it's
Y'all
not
niggas not even
practical.
answering.
But
When the last
so come
time
on,
you
man,
been rejected?
Yesterday,
What
nigga,
happened to you,
Rashad.
Mitch? What
Shit.
happened yesterday?
shit,
I slid in this shorty
fuck,
DMs and she was like, she
shit.
cool.
You slid in her
And
DMs
I
and
was like,
said,
all
and she
right.
said what?
And she said she was cool.
Wow. Damn it. I would have rather been
Rashad,
left
see
on
what
red.
you
I'm not
just
gonna
did?
lie.
Why you do it?
See what you just did, Rashad? You
You
just
see
did what
how
the
you put
world
all that
does.
sauce on there?
Yeah, yeah,
Rashad, now that wasn't even bad. Why you making
He
him
Exactly.
said,
That's
feel
what I'm
like
damn
that?
saying.
it.
I'd
yeah,
Like,
rather
yeah.
That
listen.
wasn't
I
even
would
that
rather
bad.
be left on red. If you slide into Joy's
I
DMs and
mean,
she like,
I ain't
No,
nah,
gonna hold
fam.
you. That's not the worst. Wait, that
no,
No,
ain't
no,
that's
not
not
true.
you
Stop
gonna
that.
acknowledge
bad.
my existence.
First of all, I've seen way
okay.
worse in person. I remember one time I was at school, bro. This nigga tried to holler at this girl. She started screaming when she seen him, like, like somebody was trying to attack her. Shit
Yeah,
was
that's
You
another
wild.
gotta lock
thing.
that hoe
These
up.
these young bitches think the shit cute, like doing little shit like that, doing the Zoe Spencer stuff. That's another thing they got to deal with.
Yeah, they're definitely, it's definitely some
Trying to make it a moment, trying to
weird,
clip farm.
Yeah, they
exactly.
made weird. They made the weird aesthetic cool. So like, bitches think being weird is like a
Right.
personality trait, and they be trying to like bag you with it, and it don't work.
So yeah, so you would rather her say like in an online situation, you would rather her be like, "Nah, I'm straight," than not answer you at all. That's what y'all saying?
Uh,
Yeah, yeah, I would if
yeah,
that's
I'd
Yeah,
true.
rather I'd rather the acknowledgement because I feel like it's pretty
Yeah,
disrespectful
yeah,
with
not
you.
like those exact words. No, I'd rather be like, I
Like,
got a
damn, I
boyfriend or
wasn't even
something.
worth a fuck out of here. Nothing.
right. That's what I'm saying. Like, she acknowledged you,
Yeah.
and guess what? Case open, case closed. It's like, all
Yeah, I
right,
mean, are we gonna
fuck
get
it.
into his case? Because I need to look at the file. Hey, is this Kyra talking?
No,
Oh, it's the nigga with the smoky,
that's
with the
Mick. Got it.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah. Was this a cold approach? Like, has she liked any of your pictures? Y'all tweeted at each other at all?
She's liked a few of my pictures before.
Oh, all right. Was it like of a car, or was it clearly you trying to look good?
I'm on
Pause.
my page. I'm on all my social media, sir. So it's just me.
Oh, hold on, wait. Yeah, ladies, stop liking niggas' pics if you ain't trying to give them no play. Wake it up.
Right.
Wait,
It's
what?
not that deep.
Stop
Nah,
it.
Rashad, no,
bro.
hold
They
on,
could
hold on,
like
hold
the
on, hold on,
picture,
hold
Yeah,
man.
on.
and if you were
Wait a
flirtatious with her,
minute.
and then she liked those tweets, because then
Rashad,
this
hold
bitch
on
was
a
leading you
minute.
on.
Wait a minute. So Rashad, let me ask you this question. A tweet like or a pic like, that means that y'all think the girl's flirting?
If you like my pictures where I'm looking handsome, like not the ones of like the beach or my car, right? If you like three of them shits, then I'm like, ha
In a
ha, what
row,
you
or you
up
Gotcha.
to?
mean just ever?
No, just over time. Like in the
Oh
span
no,
of a
see, I
week or
gotta
Yeah.
stop. I
two.
gotta stop liking stuff now.
Then I
I
do
gotta
something
stop.
cute, like I do a cute tweet at you, like clearly talking about
Girl.
like something on you, like your ass or something. And then you like that and we go
Mm.
back and forth. I'm in them DMs. And then if you
Got
be
your
like,
ass.
Nah,
then
if
if you
you
like,
like
nah,
any of
I'm
my
good.
pics after
Nah.
2 a.m., I'm sliding.
You
Oh,
can't
okay.
like
Now,
when a
now I
nigga
get the
feeling
time
himself and
frame.
you like those pictures. Nah, we go together. Stop it.
No, 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 no. See, that's where it gets confusing. Okay, so for example,
What?
Instagram got different. Listen, let me say this
It
right.
didn't, them different rules.
Instagram got different rules. When a dude hits the mad pictures, that's
Right.
clearly the sign that he's
The
interested,
spam like.
or a girl to spam like. But on Twitter, everybody don't post pictures every day. So y'all saying a combo of liking a tweet plus liking a certain amount of pictures means that y'all think she interested?
The certain
But
ones, you
y'all
know what I mean?
Yeah.
friends.
The certain type of picture. When a
So
nigga fresh and he feeling himself, he feel like he look good, and you liking those pictures. Yeah.
Ah, wow.
well, I'll say this to Jonay's point. I think that there's a perception thing that comes with it, though. I say so. Anytime I post a picture, right, like I expect certain folks is gonna like it. But what I will say is, it depends on my interaction with the person, right? If we've had no interaction and you sniping photos, you know what I'm saying, and we never talked in spaces, we've never been under like tweets or whatever, what have you. Then it's like, all right, you see the kid. But if we've had like interaction and like we're like cordial and things of that nature, like I'm gonna like a pic. You gonna like a pic, and I'm not gonna look too much into that. I feel like a lot of times one thing the ladies will do, the ladies don't say nothing, but the ladies will put themselves in your orbit in a certain manner if they want you to say something to them. It's just like
Yeah.
it's like making eye contact, right? So I
Right.
won't say it's just the pictures. I think it's more the demeanor and how you interact online, right? Like
There we go.
the
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
replies. Anytime you reply to, they reply to something, or I think it's more so that, and I think you got to kind of weed that out because that's a slippery slope. Anytime you like a pic and you come at her humming, coming at you,
Yeah,
you
a whole
know what
bunch
I'm
of
saying?
reply, okay, so for
Hold
example,
on,
right? I
put the
don't
guns
know if
up.
it's like every reply. I don't know. Like Twitter's different. There may be a different set of rules because there's plenty of people that interact with posts that ain't never. did nothing left. It's just we're interacting on Twitter. That's what it's for. But at the same time, I think y'all are talking about when I'm fresh, meaning guys, when y'all fresh and y'all got your fresh haircut and she under that picture, is it a like or is it a comment or is it a combo of the both?
Combo.
Yeah, they
I
do
say,
both. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Now
Okay.
Yeah,
hard
it'd be
eyes
pretty
and
clear. It'd be like, yeah, you
yeah.
looking good,
The hard
daddy. I
eyes,
don't know
I
how I'm
see
gonna
you.
misinterpret
Or
that
she
one.
said, wait, Mike, she said, I see you.
Because
Okay, see, I see you. That might, then we got to
it's
look at the rest of
Wait,
the stuff.
it's
wait,
a
y'all
it's a
let women
Yeah.
guessing
leave
game.
comments?
Yeah,
It's a
Yeah.
guessing game because women ain't got no game. So
right.
to us, like, if she liking this picture, then maybe because it's 9 times out of 10, like there are some aggressive women that's going, go out there and hit the DMs and stuff. But 9 times out of 10, it's she not gonna do that. It's gonna be like something subtle, and then you just have to pick up on it. And so with those little things, like
So
if a nigga feeling himself and you liking, 2 or 3 of them type of pictures within a 2 week span, and you liking tweets and shit, it's gonna be like, oh shit, well maybe, she fucking with a nigga, so let me go try my try.
T-Pain said, talk to me. I will talk back.
Shit,
That's what the song
it go both ways, bro. Cause it'll be subtle, but also the bitches these days, you post a selfie, she'll comment some shit like my new seat.
Ooh,
So,
oh my
you know what I'm
God.
saying? Like, yeah, my
Okay,
new
now that's
chair.
forward. Now,
Yeah,
Mike,
I'm
that's
trying to sit on it.
forward.
So that play ball, brother. She wants it. I see
Wait,
it.
Oh
so a
shit.
girl will be
Right.
that forward if she don't know that you ain't single or taken? Like a girl would just say that?
Yeah, you
Oh,
see you see him out here, Jonah. You see these
um,
bitches?
I
I ain't
said,
never seen no girl say
It
that's my
depends on the
seat.
woman, but they do be wild.
Jonah.
Jonay, so I said Jonay, as a woman of standard, you have to understand all your sisters is not operating like you. They don't have the same operating system. Yes, some of them, I'm
Salute,
telling
listen,
you,
shoot or
guns
shoot.
blazing.
You know what I'm saying? Shoot or shoot.
Like it goes from
Yeah.
either friendly or that's my seat or something like that.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
and sometimes it can be off putting though. And then
Yeah,
of
women are
course,
harassers talking about,
yeah,
yeah,
now you're, that's
I'm
it.
trying to sit on it.
Yeah, it's like, wait, what, Shawty?
My
Yeah,
How
new
you
yeah.
do?
seat is crazy.
My
I'm
I'm a
new
like,
seat
leather.
is crazy. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna lie to you.
Like,
that's
For
crazy.
myself, Rashad, I see a joint I want. I'm going if I see the picture on the timeline, I'm gonna quote tweet the picture in her DM. But I'm gonna say something. Whatever I say is, gonna be fitting to the pic. So that did me though,
and
for sure.
that boy, hey, but that boy DP,
This
and
nigga
hey,
DB.
look, he ain't never seen a shot. He ain't gonna take. One thing he said.
Shoot or
Nah,
shoot.
hell nah. In real life though, I don't be really getting turned down in real life because it's like, bitch, I see four. I know I smell good this particular day, and nah, that should be more easier. I think it's easier for me in real life, but I'm a personal individual. Like I'm gonna have a conversation with a Joan, make her smile. I got a perfect smile. She gonna be attracted naturally. It's so easy in real
Don't
life.
you ever tell us you have a perfect smile. See,
I
this
have a
be where it
perfect
go too
smile.
far.
I have a
I have a
perfect
perfect
smile.
Shit,
smile.
I
you
can
got
I
him
can pull up
fucked
my
up.
shit and say,
That
look,
man
man,
said, "Hey,
you
that
got me
man
Be
said,
fucked all the way
you
up.
Don't try to
be
bring my boy confidence
sweet.
down, Jonah.
My
He
dog
got the
You
undefeated
perfect
in
trying to
smile.
humble?
Minnesota.
You see
No,
when
no,
they
no,
trying to
no,
humble a bad nigga? You hit his shit.
Yeah, I
no.
got you.
Oh,
Okay,
Sid,
what?
he
okay.
a baddie. He's a
Sid,
baddie.
come
What?
up on the stage.
Come on.
Don't you
Come on
ever
now.
say I have a perfect smile. I'm a
Oh
10.
shit!
Like you
Yeah,
gotta
shit. That's
you
the
gotta
Minnesota
relax.
bitches by his smile.
listen,
Ooh,
that man
ooh, I
said, that
can't.
man
He
said,
listen.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
that
He
He
city.
that
Minnesota
plane
twins.
touchdown, he
Hey,
coming home with the win.
that
he
city
said,
fuck with
Minnesota
me.
twins, Mike.
it is my purpose, and I'm gonna stand in it. That's what he said. Listen,
Hold on,
and we're
this
not.
a lone wolf. He said, I got rejected last week, but got selected yesterday. Fuck it. You talking about
I
the
know
same
that's
joint?
right.
If you talk about the same joint, her nigga must have fucked up. Listen, I'm nobody's plan B. Nobody's second option. If you didn't
That
respond the first time, you dubbed me. It's over with. Ain't no spinning the block.
that happened to me before,
My
Rashad.
pride is too high.
I got rejected.
Why
I
you
got
don't like
rejected
playing the
before.
long game, Rashad?
Nah, pride too. I got too much of it. Nah, I'm not nobody's plan B. What you say, Kyra?
I said I got rejected before. Like so, I was coming out the club one night. I was so drunk, and I seen this girl, and I was like, hey, I said, hey, shorty in the gray tights, and she turned around. And she looked me dead in my face and she kept walking. So I said, oh man, I said, all right, fuck you then, bitch. And
Oh,
See,
so
You
you
Kyra
turned
did
playing
that
with me.
on
too.
Y'all thought it was the
You
nigga
did it
Ah,
saying it.
too.
see,
Look
them.
at this girl.
see y'all.
Y'all thought it was the nigga saying
so
it.
It was
then,
shaming
Yeah,
It was
earlier. Now she's
Kyra.
calling them out their name.
so then, literally the next
called
day,
a buckethead
I don't
bitch.
know, I don't know what happened or how I ended up seeing her on my face. I just seen, like, no, she seen me on Facebook and she was like, did you call me on my name last night? I said, I probably did. I don't know. And I was like, if I did, I apologize. She was like, I was the girl in the
Scared
gray.
ass.
Hey, I was. I was the girl in the gray tights. I said, oh, buddy, bingo. And I got her. It happens. It happens. Sometimes it happens like that. Maybe I shouldn't have called her out her name, but
So how can y'all be
Yeah,
mad at the bitch approach if it worked?
yeah, that was aggressive flirting. I don't
Get
think that
up,
that
Mike.
was a
you,
You
rejection
know what
in
I'm
the
saying?
that was a
yeah.
ain't nobody finding you on Facebook after a fact if they ain't heat seeking. Like let's cut that out.
That's
Like
How
crazy.
would she remember me?
that's what I'm saying. She was messing with your campaign already. The campaign was already clocked. Like
But
let's
see,
not do that now.
but to make matters worse, this is to make matters worse. Mind you, I'm drunk as hell coming out the club. Y'all, I was on the phone with a whole different girl trying to get on with this guy. And I felt so bad, but I was just like,
Women are the
you,
worst.
you, we are.
Yeah.
You gotta take the shot. You have to take the shot. Like, take the shot, and if it don't go in the basket, it is what it is. People
She
gotta
was
just
out.
stop being scared of rejection.
She was already messing with your campaign. That was crazy. But
You gotta fuck with me as soon as I say something to you, or it's a wrap. I hold grudges.
But but
Mm-mm.
but but I'll say that. But I'll say that, Rashad. The reason why you got to, you're more selective and things of that nature because, like with my lady, like she pulled up on me. You know what I mean? Like I was chilling. She pulled up on me. My lady before that, before right before the pandemic, I had a 2-year relationship and she pulled up on me at work. You know what I'm saying? I was in the school system. She pulled up on me at work, man. Like, and we started having conversation and it went from there. Like, and I think that whole women don't have game. This is mostly true, but I think most women can at least be personable, and I think the ones that I kind of know what they're looking for, they'll come talk to a dude. Like if they mess with your campaign, they'll come have a conversation. Like I said, at minimum, they'll put themselves in your orbit early and often, and you know what I'm saying. You kind of go from there. But what I like that whole stare at you from across the room stuff and things of that nature, like that type of stuff, that never moved. That never really moved me. It's like, nah, it's right. If you can't be a person, like you can't just come and have a conversation, or you know what I'm saying, we meet at the bar and just chat for a second. It's just like, all right, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I ain't going that far out my way.
I was about to ask Jonelle if she ever approached a dude, but she left. Cause
I got
I be wanting to know like
Do you
how
hear her talk? You know Janae has approached a man. Do you hear that voice? You know she's pulled up.
and that's the thing. I know she has. I just want to hear how she does it, if that makes sense. Like, cause she's short. Jonelle 4'8". Like, like, what does she do? I
wow.
just need to know.
Yeah, it is sometimes. I don't know. For me, when I was out here, a joint like say something to me or like kind of shoot her shot. It is flattering though. I'm not gonna hold you. It is flattering. Um, Niggas is easy. I remember I was just walking in the farmer's market and it was an old woman. She said, "You so handsome." I thought it was a baddie said something to me. I was cheesing the whole time I was shopping. Niggas is easy. So when y'all be shooting y'all shot, that y'all do have a higher percentage of locking that nigga down. Y'all need to stop being so passive.
But I won't say niggas is easy. I mean,
No, niggas easy, fresh. Come on, man.
no. I mean, but my thing is no. I think it's a perspective thing. I don't think niggas is easy. It's just like if you make yourself known, the nigga gonna show up and show out. Like you said, it's been trial and error for us our whole life. So if a lady make herself known, it's like, oh, okay. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for the real Slim Shady. Please standing up. Now I can just go ahead and focus on my effort right here. So I don't think it's just like easy. It's just like, weed yourself out. I think that's the natural order of things.
What would y'all prefer? Would y'all prefer going out and getting a joint or she saying something to you?
I like the way it is now. I like to stare.
You're
Y'all
wild.
staring at each other like,
Yeah, that she stare at me and then I come over. Yeah, that everybody, a whole bunch of bitches approaching me. I was like, you bitches too forward.
no, I'm talking about as far as, well, yeah, that and social media aspect too. As far as like, y'all
Man,
hitting the
make it
DMs or y'all
easy
waiting
for
for a joint to
me,
make himself known.
please.
Right. Make yourself known, man. Listen, it ain't time for the lurkulator. It is not time for the lurkulator. Don't be looking at me just staring the whole time. We're like, yeah, I'm cool on that. But if she come up and we have a like a full fledged conversation or whatever, what have you, or if she comes up and wants to talk and it's like, let's step over here. Remember how Jodeci said, man, it's loud in here. Let's step over here. Let's step outside. The little lounges got the doors, open the doors up, step into the little outside part, a little patio, and have a conversation. Let's do that. But the whole just staring there, hoping that you'll go over there, it's like, nah, I'm good. You don't take that much effort.
Staring in a club when it's 40 niggas over here has always been insane to me. Maybe I'm just tripping though.
See, the thing is, Rashad, too, like, to
Yeah.
answer your
First off,
question,
stop standing next to four now. Quit being around 40 niggas.
phone now. But
Yeah.
the weird thing is, too, I think a lot of people don't realize, as, like, women are aggressive. When they want you, they're aggressive. This is coming from somebody who dates women. Like, they are aggressive. And it's just like, yo, just say hi, ask me my name, we can buy from there. Like, I would literally see some of my straight friends just walk up to a dude and be like, yo, let me get your number. And I would tell them, like, I really hope he don't talk to you. I would cross my fingers and hope he never speaks to you ever again. That's it. I don't care how cute you are. Like, you shouldn't be aggressive at all.
Buffer said,
Hmm.
y'all wanting women to approach men is crazy. Nah, get what you like. You sitting over there looking crazy. Nah, go holler at cuz. I don't think it's crazy at all, honestly. I seen this
Right.
one
How you
post,
gonna complain about the choices you have when you never go outside and pick nothing?
wake
Yeah.
it up. That's a good one. They
You
do be
feel me?
complaining about how it's slim pickings out this motherfucker, but they don't never
What,
go and be intentional and proactive about who they want. Come on.
Right. It's not
I
just
mean,
give you
well, y'all
flowers.
know the basis of that. It's accountability.
Come
Right.
on.
Oh,
Let's get to
wake
it.
that up.
Because
Right.
it's not just give me flowers
When
while I
we
can
hit on
smell.
them, they can shit on the options. If they hit on a nigga, bitch, you chose from the beginning.
Mm.
That was your fault through and through. They can't live with that. They
And
better just have the other thing.
it's not just give me flowers while I can smell them. It's give you flowers while you can go pick them too. Go make yourself known now. Go on out there. Like you think it's going to look like a man, like you have to go up and do that. No, just go be a person. The problem is most of y'all really can't have we know from in here. A lot of the ladies, man, a lot of people, but a lot of the ladies, since this is what we're talking about, can't have a conversation. Can't just like talk and be yourself and allow yourself to shine through without being overtly weird about something. Like just have a convo. Like, hey, how are you? And oh, what you do? People don't know how to exist in the midline. Like people always say, I hate small talk and stuff like that. Well, it exists in the midline. Just be a person. Being a person gets you in a lot of doors, man. Just be a regular person, man.
Big V, what's the word? How you feeling?
Feeling good, Rashad. Feeling good. What's up, everybody? Just
Oh,
want to know if you
good.
can hear me loud and clear.
Yes,
You
sir.
know? All right. Now, you was asking, I kind of had like a two for one type of thing because I know you said something about you're not everybody. I think most men has been rejected. That's an automatic given. You know what's for you, you know what's not for you, and then you move on. And then another thing is too, it was like, we would used to go, to the lounge or the club, just to see the ladies, but it doesn't seem like, the ladies be in there, but they don't be in there like that now. It's like you got to go to like Trader Joe's or the library, the farmers market now.
Hey,
That's where they
hey
be at
now.
now.
Hey now. Hey, all right. Now
Hey,
he
the
set a bar
grocery
for us,
That's
store
what
on
fellas.
I'm
a
just saying.
Tuesday,
They be at the food
that used to
halls
be
and
the
all
spot.
that now. So it's just like, I wouldn't even say the gym because the gym is just like kind of like the club. You don't want to try to approach them when they're in the gym or the club. But if you go to them other spots, you know what I'm saying? Or you just
Hey,
go to that one scenery where in a certain area in your city or wherever happening at, whatever something's happening at. That's where
Target on a Friday
that's where you
night?
can line up that
hey,
dog
hey,
and you got a success rate right there.
Hey, the
hey,
That's
y'all.
all.
grocery
He
store,
dropped.
fellas, cheat code, grocery store. You got to talk to them when they got sweatpants on, when they just, on they regular, cause, she'll appreciate it more. You talk
He
to her
just
when
dropped
she
the gem.
fine,
Bro,
you ain't
Yeah.
got no
yo,
motherfucking chance. I ain't
That's when
gonna
they the
lie.
prettiest.
yo,
I hope they
that's a
stay
Hey,
on
fact.
taking
Exactly.
Sephora
off.
for the cologne.
That's a fact.
No,
And
he,
It's
another
a,
thing,
it's a
Rashad, I'm
double
glad
back.
you say that because it's crazy that you say that because remember, when they all decked out and at an event and stuff like that, they don't really get approached like that. It's like when they in their natural state, that's when we approach them. And they hate that. We love that, but they hate
Yeah,
it.
when she got them pink slides on and some
Bro,
sweatpants and a
cause
Yeah.
fact,
t-shirt,
bro.
yeah,
Bring
go
it up
holler
too.
at her.
cause we
Bro,
gotta
Bring
wake
it
know
it
up.
that
up.
we
Wake it
gotta know
up, man.
we gotta know
Yeah.
the baseline though. Like that's what it is. And this is the natural baseline. We
Be
see you
like, hey,
there.
shorty, you
If
look crazy, but you still look
that
cute.
baseline beautiful, then we know everything else from here is just an
Fact.
enhancement. But
That is fact.
he dropped the gem on y'all. Listen, Trader Joe's, Harry. I don't know where y'all from, but over here, Harris Teeter, Target. I know we've been, the folks ain't been going to Target, but previously Target. And I'll tell you another thing, not the gym, but them running groups. They've been starting these little running
Yeah,
groups.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hit
Yeah,
you
them
a
running
running
groups
Man,
is
them
group.
run
pre-call.
clubs
Yes,
freaked
sir.
out, man.
Yeah, I heard
Hey,
them running groups
hey,
was nothing but glorified
Yeah,
pre-call.
yeah. We
hey,
we
hey,
too we
well,
too late, fresh. They already got
nah,
tapped out.
brother. I'm telling you. Hey, I mean, my homies just got engaged up out of that. I feel you, but
Facts.
All right,
it,
I'm
it
not
puts
gonna
you,
I'm not gonna say something rude, but it was fun to be funny.
yeah, I know, but it put you in the game, Mike. We just trying to get them in the game, Mike. We got to get them in the doors.
I'm just saying
Hey,
run
Bible
clubs is
study
ran
too.
through. That's all I'm saying.
This nigga Mick said
Every
Bible
hey,
study
shout
nasty.
to the Lord, but the church can be like that too. The church can be somewhat ran through, and I hate it for that because they mess with the house of the Lord.
Nasty.
But you can also still find some wholesome ladies in the house of the Lord. I will say that though too, man. Look, do your thing, man. Look,
This nigga said wholesome ladies in the house of the Lord. Where
you, you, still-
2-5
you,
at? Wake it up.
you still can. It be wild in there, but you still can find some wholesome ladies in the house of the Lord. You absolutely can. You can.
Bro, that's a fact. And the older joints be on the young ones when you go to the church too.
So
It's crazy
for
out
the
here.
for the
Real
young
crazy.
niggas who y'all said might be apprehensive about approaching joints, right? They ain't got their tolerance up for the rejection. They probably can't handle it. What y'all saying is to baby steps, right? Level 1 is grocery store, um the church house, and what was the other one?
Farmers
Farmers
market.
market. Well,
Farmers market, run clubs,
run
the
club.
church.
Okay. So
Mm-hmm.
level 1 is run club, grocery store, and the church house. I mean, they not going to reject you too crazy, right? That's level 1, fellas. If you're scared of real life, because I think in real life is probably the way to go. Even though I was a Tinder, Facebook dating fool, I ain't gonna hold you. But real life is probably the way to go. Go ahead and touch
They
some grass.
they be in home goods too, just to let y'all know. They be in home goods.
Yeah,
I'm
home
going.
good.
Yeah, that's my spot too.
They be
That's my spot
No,
too.
I
I
be
they
going.
cook
I be.
well.
they be in Michaels too. I
I
be
was about to say
hey
that home goods,
they
Michaels,
be in Michaels too.
hmm
I
getting them little
I
fake
know.
plants and vases for their house. There you go.
Getting them
Come on
fake
now.
plants, getting those Christmas decorations. Oh yeah, they be in there. So y'all ever want to go to Michaels?
And depending on your city, I know it's a dying thing, but the mall, I ain't gonna lie, but not late at night. Go to the mall like right after work. You know what I'm saying? They come scurrying through there trying to find something really quick for an
No,
occasion.
fresh. They got to go in the morning when it ain't too many people in there. That's when because they be trying to get in and out.
It's the
Right. No, I'm
Yeah,
nursery
saying, but
that's
school
me.
next to the
That's
or
grocery
right
me.
store.
after,
That's
or
it.
right after work, like over here in Charlotte, they got this place called Concord Mills right after work because that's kind of the place everybody kind of scurries to for various things. They got lot of nice stores. They come through there. Listen, you can do your thing. You can catch them real quick. Like, hey, how you? And you know what I mean. But late at night when the children is out, it get hectic. So no.
Hold on. I appreciate y'all here. Repost the space, repost the space, repost the space. Follow the host, follow the speakers up here that's saying some good shit to you, man. Patreon is in the jumbo, free tier, $5 tier, whatever tier you decide to subscribe. I definitely appreciate it. This space and other spaces are on the Patreon. Fuck with your boy. I did want to talk about not necessarily Leangelo Ball, but this situation, as far as he got old girl pregnant, then he got a side joint, secretly married a side joint, and now he is leaving her. There is a saying out there of you lose them how you get them, right? So if you dated somebody and you was in a relationship and then you left that person to get with the next one, 9 times out of 10, you gonna continue to do that. I wanted to know if y'all felt that way. Have y'all ever kind of like got with somebody under murky circumstances and then turns around and it happened to you? Because I definitely did. I ain't gonna hold you. Do y'all believe that that's true?
This not my ministry because the brother's moving wild. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't necessarily want to talk about him, but just the idea of, he was dating somebody, cheated on her, got with another chick. The new chick thought it was a forever thing, and then he did the same thing to her. I've dated a chick and where um she was with it. I kind of took the chick away, right, from the nigga, and then it turned around, and the whole time we was doing what we was doing, she was 1 foot out the door talking to other niggas. So it's like you lose them how you keep them, or you get them.
Turnabout's fair play, Rashad. When you play like that, when you play in the mud, turnabout's fair play, brother. But yeah, nah, man. I just always think anytime it's a murky situation like that, like I said, like we were talking about yesterday, I believe in doing to others as you want to do unto you. I don't want to mess with nobody who's cheating, and I ain't never cheated on nobody because you got options. Everybody got choices, man. You ain't got to be here. Just let me know. Let me be the first to know if you don't want to be here, because I'm gonna let you know. Rather than move murky like that, but. I just feel like anytime the foundation's gonna be shaky anytime you get with somebody on that pretense. Like if they was cheating on somebody, or you was cheating on yours. I just feel like you always gonna have you always gonna kind of walk on eggshells, because it's like if they do it to you, they'll do it to a few. You know what I mean? So it's just like I don't know.
Yeah, when I was younger, I definitely was on the take your girl type vibes. As I got older, I didn't want that karma coming back onto me. And so I stopped. But, I do think more and more that, getting into a relationship, both of y'all gotta, get into that space, on a clean slate. Like, I don't want to be sneaking around because dating somebody or I'm dating somebody. Because like you said, I think that if they can do it to, you said do it to a few, they can do it to you. Like, I ain't the most special nigga in the world. I am 6 feet tall with a beautiful beard, and but women, I ain't the most special nigga. So I think that if there's other niggas out here, she would probably fuck me over as well. That was been my thought process as I got older. It's a lot of niggas out here moving foul though. I ain't gonna lie. It's a lot of niggas out here moving foul. This Leangelo shit is very, very crazy. I didn't even know they got married.
Is this the one who had a baby by the Love and Hip Hop girl?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense for him to do this. This,
Yeah, this nigga
this
tripping. I
yeah,
don't know what he's on.
this is you.
I
This is
said
his
I
mo.
said it earlier. This nigga put out one song. Now he think he a rapper for real. Stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's focusing his career. He
Do you think
focuses
that's what
his
it
mind
is?
on
You
the
think
wrong
this nigga
career.
aura farming, trying to be like Future?
Yep.
Uh, yeah, I
Well, I just think they don't know themselves. I think, like, I ain't trying to be funny though, but like all the Ball brothers, bro, I think like their father had them so hyper focused on meeting a goal, and he did a good job with getting them as young men in terms of meeting a goal of getting the basketball. But like, I feel like they also missed out on a lot of hollering at women and knowing they self and stuff like that. So now when they get older, they're like very impressionable. Like, I know y'all just saw like the other Ball brothers got like his whole body tatted, and his father was like, "Why y'all doing that?" Like, his father was like, "Why are y'all doing that? Like, what did you do that for?" You know what I mean? And they can't really say that. He's like, "It's my swag." Like, they talk like they got all their vernacular from Twitter. Like, they don't act like real people. Like, even like Leangelo, like he talks like he learned everything from online,
No, no,
which
he's dumb. The other two, they seem all
say
right.
he's dumb.
no, he's definitely
Yeah.
done. But you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying though?
because Leandro even talks slow.
Like he like, it's like he don't know himself, so he is trying to be like some caricature, and he's doing all this. It's just like, bro, what are y'all doing? Like, you made it to the mountaintop just to get that back down in the mud and play and do foolishness like this, and so it's
I
just
don't
like, bro,
I
what
don't think I
are
think
you doing?
this is Leangelo's moment. Because he's the one that didn't make it to the league, right? I think, one bad decision that LeVar would have made, in my opinion, was when Leangelo got caught stealing them glasses in China, and UCLA told him he had to sit out for a year. He just, left school altogether. I think that was a very bad decision, and that played a factor in why he's not in the league. But now he does have the spotlight of being a rapper, and where he always played the background. He was always the one that didn't make it, and Lonzo and LaMelo was the golden kids. And so now that he is successful in his own right, I think that there's a different level of notoriety and fame that he is getting that he probably wants to take advantage of and dibble and dabble in.
Right?
Well,
Because
good,
I'll give
nigga.
you the
Make good
notoriety.
music and sell records. Getting a whole bunch of bitches pregnant and marrying them and leaving them.
Yeah.
That's what you do with your moment.
I mean, a lot, Mike, in not in their
Man,
defense, but a lot of these dudes can't handle their moment. Like you said, they come from being lame, and then they get a moment, and then they mess up the house money, man. Like, dude has been rich his whole life. You know what I mean? Like you said, he had to play the background. He was the other brother. Oh, the one that can shoot a bit. You know what I mean? So when he finally gets, the spotlight, like I said, he's playing this caricature. I just feel like it's like, I don't know, like, I don't know if they're like well-rounded people, like you said, with the stealing, and then like, it's like you never learned from it, bro. And then like, even the way he was talking on a podcast about why he should be in the league, he doesn't think it's like him. He doesn't think it's like, he's like, it's the politics and it's like, bro, you weren't that good. Like, I'm in Charlotte. I was here for your games when you played in preseason and stuff like that, bro. You did not look like a pro. Like, you looked overweight. You know what I'm saying? You shot like 12%. You're supposed to be a one-trick pony, which is a three-point shooter. You couldn't do that. So it's just like, I think a lot of this might be cope. It might be him coping with the fact that he didn't make it where he wanted to make it, even though he's making it, he did it in rapping. He has 2 records, that charted, shout out to him. But it's like, hey, some of this could be a combination of things, like he's coping with the fact that he's not going to make it in what he wanted to make it because he wants to play ball, based on how he's talking on a lot of these basketball podcasts. But now you're out here being a caricature. You know what I mean? Now you're out here just, getting women pregnant. Any women that give you any women that give you the time of the day that you think is a baddie, you just gonna impregnate them or do whatever. It's just like, this is foolishness, bro.
I ain't gonna lie.
But could it just be that
Why
Both
he's
is
a
of
it
them were
lame?
quality
dependent?
women.
Like,
I ain't gonna hold
I
you.
led with that.
Matt,
I led with that. I
it
said I
sound
think
like
they
go
lame.
ahead.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I didn't hear about say because he could just like I don't necessarily think it's as deep as we think it is. He's a lame, and then also he probably never seen his dad get any women because his dad has been with his mom for so long. And I'm not saying like that's not a bad thing. That's a beautiful thing. One, and he probably never been around men that got women, so he just think like, oh, I got all this money, I got this jewelry, I got this clout, so I can just get whoever I want. But it just makes you look like a loser. That's why I said like what he did to the girl from Love and Hip Hop, you doing the same thing to this one. So now you have a reputation, and everybody's gonna look at you like a deadbeat. That's literally what everybody's gonna look at you like.
I think a lot
I
of these.
think there's go ahead, go ahead.
No, my fault. I think a lot of these basketball players and things of that nature, like I said, for so long, their focus was only this, that there is going to be a deficit in other places in their life, you know what I mean? And like awareness and things of that nature, because we see that a lot, because the reason why I spoke about the other 2 brothers, I know one, like I say Lonzo handled it the best because he's the oldest, but like I know the other one, he be wilding. And I know it was speculation. He had got like some porn star pregnant, and like you can compare it to like the same
Return
thing
to
with like
sender.
Zion, right? Yeah, you can compare it to the same thing like with Zion. Like his sole focus for so long is just basketball, that when these dudes finally get access to things they never thought they would in their fantasies, they can't control their inhibitions. You know what I mean? So it's
I
just
think we
like,
do have to add a caveat. He is 26 years old. So, he around that 23, 24 range, he already got 2 kids with old girl, and he's coming into probably, he probably had bread. His brothers definitely, they seem very, very close. So his brothers, looked out for him. He had other shit, but now he's probably getting more bread than he's ever experienced in his life. At 26, I would have did a whole lot of dumb shit too. Not gonna hold you. They,
Shad, they were rich growing up though, Shad. Like Shad, they was driving
yeah, they
Lambos when they
were.
was in high school
Well,
at Chino
Hey,
Hills.
that
they're
was
rich in
still,
high school, but
yeah, but
growing up.
that was still off the back of daddy. That wasn't hitting your bank account. That was still, Dad, can I get such and such?
Man, they was driving Lambos, bro, in
True,
high
Yeah,
but
school.
there's a
senior
difference
year
between
though.
it's hitting your bank account and you have the notoriety, because I think they was they had their own TV show or some shit, so they've been in the public eye. But now you are on a different level monetarily and on a different level as far as notoriety. At 26 years old, I would have did some dumb shit. I'm not gonna lie. That definitely, like, the
But
whole,
Rashad, you're not gonna marry your side. You're not gonna marry your side piece and then divorce, like low key marry your side piece and then divorce her when she announced that she's pregnant. You won't. You're not gonna do that at 26. I'm sorry. He's a fool. That's literally what he's a fool. He's a fool.
yeah, I think one of the toughest things to navigate, not even, especially when you're rich, right? I would think is women. Like, that would be the hardest thing to navigate through, because when you are of that level and have that type of money, it's not like, a nigga just going in DMs and shooting a shot. No, they are coming for you. And so the same thing that we talked about with, Anthony Edwards, with old girl, or, Jalen Green with Drea, a lot of these young niggas, they've been seeing these joints forever, but they weren't in position to get them. And then now they have the money and paper and they can, go get the woman that they always wanted. A lot of these niggas is falling for that shit.
So they was fans and now they're marks. You see what
Hey
I'm saying?
man,
Like
listen, I don't
they
know.
was fans and now they're marks. My thing is honestly, I think it should be easier when you're rich because you can control more of your reality. So it's like now, I get what you're saying, but it's like this lets me know that either the like they're not heeding their father's tutelage or they don't have no real folk around them really like trying to like, hey man, like you moving too fast or nothing like that. And they kind of doing their own thing. I think that's what it is. Like, because you keep falling for the okie doke. You can't keep falling for the same move for the last 20 years and be like, when they get to this, when these basketball players or when these, people of means, these dudes get to this level, it's like y'all not heeding the tutelage. Like y'all not reading the playbook at this point
You know what
if
I
you
see
keep
with
getting caught
them?
up.
I see that their dad was very, very strict. He ain't take no bullshit. And because I went through the level of rebellion. Listen, when I got to college, I got a tattoo as far as to like rebel, like, I'm out on my own type shit. I see it as a level of I'm not underneath my dad's thumb anymore. I'm a man. I can do what I want, when I want, how I want to do it. And when you have that mindset, you are going to, get the whole back tattoo like LaMelo, or, do the opposite of dad. Dad was married to mom for all these years. I want to do my own shit. Let me go out here and get these hoes. Lonzo seems to be the only one with the level head, but even still, he probably has his shit. It seems like there's a level of rebellion, especially from LiAngelo and LaMelo, and that they just are displaying. I think LaMelo's probably 24, 23. I mean, I've been there, so I can sympathize in that aspect of what they doing.
Some of it's culture though too, man. Some of it is like we talked about, the degeneracy that is pushed within culture and it's glamorized. And, you have people who've never seen the hood or anywhere near it or any type of like, ridiculous, hardship when it comes to things like that. But they want to imitate the facade or the degenerate things that you see pushed. So I think that they're not immune from that either. Cause like I said, their whole life, they grew up in Chino Hills. And then you hear them rap and he talking about, they have certain songs. Now, one that hit, he was talking about, Swerve in their corner, but you hear some of his other records, he's talking about shooting shit, the same shit, run of the mill stuff you hear other rappers talking about. And it's like, I just don't think they're immune from that either. Like they were impressionable. They grew up away from it. The dad did a good job of giving them a good life, but it's like they still want to fight their way into the hood with the antics and the degeneracy and things of that nature. And that's where the rebellion comes from, because we have seen some people who come from similar means, and like Jason Tatum, I ain't tried before, like Jason Tatum, he had a baby in high school, right? And he was with Shorty. And he comes from like the same cloth, right? His dad was a highly talented basketball player. I forgot what his mom did, but she's well developed in her own right. Um, and he's had, you ever heard any negativity or things about him in that same light? You know what I mean? He's not out here wild. So I think it's possible. And I think a lot of these dudes just make the wrong decisions trying to keep up with bullshit, trying to be like Future and trying to be like this. Like that's glamorized. Like it's not cool to be, low key and to be a man of means and a man of standard, things of that nature. It's cool to, I'm gonna get, tatted up and play with these same women who've been doing the same games. So I can't really jock him on though. He's 26, he's making mistakes because he's also seeing the same BS these women have been doing. His dad has also been heeding him. You're just not heeding the tutelage, and you're knowingly making these decisions. So I won't jock it on being young, because I've seen young cats make the right decision quite often too. So I don't know, man. I just think I want brothers to stop, really stop doing this foolishness and stop perpetuating this foolishness.
Go ahead, real. What's the word?
Yes, sir. Y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Me and my wife talk about this all the time. I just think rich men do what they want. Men with money do what they want. When Kanye got money, he went and married Kim K back in the day. Did he do what he want with his money? They do what they want with their money. And if you was lame, then you just do lame stuff with the money. Hopefully you get some solid brothers that do some solid stuff with money. You got people that start foundations and they give back to their community, but when you just do what you want with money. King Von got money, went and start buying more guns and more drugs. It's like when you got money, you just do what you want, whether it's good or bad. Hopefully, like I said, hopefully they do the right thing. But a lot of times, niggas with money just be wilding sometimes. Buying drugs and living their fantasies out, and they just be wild. to a regular person, it's like you wilding, dog. And I think that's just what's happening now. Yo, wilding. You just buying guns, getting tatted up. They just doing what they want with their money. And you know, they
I
just need to be smarter with it.
I do want to make a separation because Kyra said that his image would be looked at as a deadbeat. And then what Fresh was saying as far as making the right decision, right? I do want to make a separation of I don't necessarily think that, especially LaMelo or Alonzo. I think relationship wise with women, you never know what's really going on. But I wouldn't make it a statement as far as they're doing wrong or making wrong decisions. I do think that it is a level of rebellion, but in the grand scheme of things, getting tattoos, rapping, uh the way that they dress, how they date. I don't think that in the grand scheme those are wrong decisions. And then for what Kyra said, him being viewed as a deadbeat, we gotta I don't know. We gotta get away from if the relationship don't work, then he's a deadbeat dad. And I think that from a lot of different accounts, the Nikki woman was upset because of him cheating, and him, not upholding his end of the bargain in the relationship like she felt that he should. And so that's the low hanging fruit, the easiest thing to say. I think throwing that title out, and I'm not saying that Kyra called him that, she just made that comment, but I think throwing that title out is dangerous because we don't know if that nigga's a deadbeat. We just know he ain't want her ass no more. And so we have to make those distinctions. Are they making wrong decisions as far as bad and detrimental to life in society? No. Is he a deadbeat because he didn't want to be with Nikki? I wouldn't say that either. Go ahead, Kyrie. You came off mute.
Yeah, I wasn't saying he was a deadbeat because of that. Like, cause again, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying from it's more so of this whole situation right here. Like, again, you did this to Nikki. So now you're doing this again to another girl who's pregnant with your baby. Like, I, the way I look at him is, again, like I've said before, is just somebody who has money and just wants to do whatever they want to do. You get what I'm saying? Like, I can just do whatever I want to do. There's no consequences. There's nothing that's going to come out of it. But at the same time, if you keep doing this to these women, they're going to keep putting that on your jacket that you a deadbeat or you ain't shit. Granted, he shouldn't care about that, but the the public is going to look at you a certain way if two women are saying this. And I'm not saying that, again, I'm not saying that it's true. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the same thing that we do with Megan. When we see Megan in a picture with a guy, we automatically say she's fucking him,
Shout out to
fucking this
Klay
guy, and she's a
Thompson.
hoe. And she's a hoe. See, yeah, see, you see, it's a speculation type of thing. But again, like, if these two women who have kids by you, you've been married to one and you keep doing this, and it's just like, that is what the public is going to deem you as. And that's not to say that he is that. But if you keep moving like this, at some point, everybody's gonna say, maybe they're right.
Yeah,
He's like the whole tattoos and shit like that. Like, I'm not mad at that. I got a tattoo when I was 16. I don't give a damn. Tattoos are tattoos. But you don't, he's gonna do whatever he wants to do because he has money. And then I think it's just a whole thing of, I think it was you that said his dad looked like he was strict and, just being on their ass because they had, he wanted them to become something. And he's the only one who didn't become anything when it came to basketball. I'm not gonna say he didn't become anything. He just didn't become as successful as his brothers. That's what I think it is.
do y'all think that it was a I know we all perfect on online on Twitter. So I can't possibly be talking about y'all. But do y'all think that it was a level of um resentment that his two brothers made it and he didn't? How do y'all think that he navigated that?
Yeah. Yes, I'm pretty sure because your brothers are getting all of this shine, getting this limelight. They are on ESPN. They're moving, they're doing this, they're doing that, and you had to resort to being a Z-list rapper. Like, that, that has to be something. Like, that has to be a thing. Sibling rivalry is a thing. That's not. It's just not made up. That's a thing. Like, so. if my shit is, if somebody is moving like that, if I see my siblings just being so successful and I know I'm just as good, but the league don't look at me like that, yeah, I'm gonna feel some type of way. And that's he's human. That's just a natural way to
Yeah, I
feel.
think I do like the way that the NBA embraced him. Didn't he perform at the All-Star game? Or he performed at some yeah, he performed at the All-Star game. So I do like the way that the NBA embraced him from that level. I think that I would have a good amount of uh resentment, not towards my brothers, but towards the establishment. So I think that even what Fresh said, um he said Leangelo blames politics. I would do that too. Like that would be my bag. I would have a healthy level of resentment towards the NBA. Like I said,
Why
I think
y'all
LeVar made the bad decision by taking that nigga out of school. So I think altogether, I would be
why
upset
y'all assuming all these resentments and all these feelings and that nigga is just living his life?
because
I
that's
don't
what we do
understand that.
over here at things of that nature. Fists in the air, CJ. We assume a lot.
I
Um,
mean, y'all, y'all saying the nigga jealous of his brothers and
no,
all that. Like
I
he never
asked,
said
would
like
that be a
none of that stuff.
situation? Because, and then I personalized it as far as understanding, and then Kyra talked about sibling rivalry. So it's not only about Leangelo, but if you were in that situation as well, how do you think that you would feel,
But how
assuming
do
that you
y'all
should
know
be in the
it's a
league?
sibling rivalry?
Huh?
Like, how do y'all know it's a sibling rivalry?
Because they are competitive young
They all
men.
they all being successful in whatever they doing. Leangelo, as trash as y'all may think he is, he's successful.
No,
Y'all don't
I'm
understand
talking
what
about from
sibling
I'm talking about from
rivalry.
a basketball standpoint. There is a level of we all came in this shit together as far as basketball, and all of us was supposed to be in the league. And he's been fighting the good fight, and it hasn't turned out. So would there be a level of
So he
resentment
pivoted
understanding that?
to something
Huh?
that made him successful.
Huh?
So it didn't work out. So he pivoted to something that made him
We
successful.
not talking about whether he's successful or not. I think y'all be caught up in the weeds. We not talking about whether he's successful or not. We talking
But that
about
would,
him
if he
not
wasn't
making it to the
successful, that
league.
would breed no. If he wasn't successful in what he did, that would breed the assumption that there would be a sibling rivalry. He would be jealous of his siblings and all that stuff. But he's successful, so why would he need to be jealous of his brothers just because he didn't make
Y'all
it in
look at
basketball?
success. Y'all put like a dollar amount on success, right? We're
No, I
not,
never
no, no,
said
no. Listen,
dollars.
listen, listen. I'm not talking about tangibly, does he make money, quote unquote, does that equal success? I'm saying because he has spoke about it on many occasions. Fresh also referenced the interview and what he's seen as far as his dislike for not being in the league and blaming the establishment, blaming politics, right? So he spoke about this. So there is some level of uncomfortable or whatever. I'm saying, is it more against the league, as he said, or do you think internally that there could be some
I
level
don't.
of resentment because we were all supposed to do this? Dad had a crazy
I
ESPN
don't
run,
think.
all of that.
I don't think that has nothing to do with his brothers. I think that's just him being a hooper and wanting to be in the league and
Right.
not panning out. I
Well,
don't think
I
that has
never.
nothing to do with his brothers. And when I was talking about success, I'm not talking about a dollar amount. I'm just saying he's accomplishing something from when he didn't make it in the league. So now he's doing something else that he's being successful at. He's people
Well,
play
I
this
didn't. I
song.
didn't
He
speak
went
on his
viral.
brothers.
He performed at the All-Star game. Like
Yeah, well,
he's
that just
being
hit
successful.
since last year, and so before last year, he was still going to the fighting the good fight as far as getting in the NBA. So now we can look at hindsight starting last year and say, well, it don't matter because he's successful. But before that song came out, there was a level of damn, he the only one who didn't make it, and I would assume that he felt like that as well because he's spoken about it.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I didn't speak on any sibling rivalry or anything like that. I spoke on the fact of what his words and what I perceived the multiple interviews you talked about, to where even Lonzo was like, man, you just gotta face the reality, brother. Like, you turning 26, like, you might have to go overseas. Like, you have no footage, bro. Like, what you gonna do to get in the league? Like, and I remember everybody online was like, yeah, he gave him that hard love and stuff like that. So I do believe that, yes, while he's successful, like I said, it's never been a monetary thing. These kids grew up, they're from means. Like, their father played for the Panthers. Like, and he has like multiple businesses. Like, they did not grow up wanting for anything. They grew up in a very affluent neighborhood in the Chino Hills. Like, so what I'm saying, yes, you want to be your own, your own man and things of that nature, but he's clearly dealing with the fallout of not being able to play basketball. Like, he wants to play basketball. Blonzo also wants to rap, all of them, you know what I'm saying? But his main statement is he wants to play basketball. That's all I spoke of. I didn't get into the, talk about, the sibling rivalry, whatever, what have you. I talked about the coping with, not being able to, get what you wanted, because the dream for him is still to play basketball. Now, mind you, he was talking about, what he's doing with these women, things of that nature. And I made the point that this isn't exclusive to him. That's why I brought up Zion and all these things, because a lot of these dudes now have access. And what the brother was saying was like, if you lame, you just a lame dude with money, and things of that nature. Now, I won't go that far as to call them, just, the lame, but, money doesn't change you. It just reveals and gives you the means to do what you want to do. You know what I mean? And so folks just reveal kind of like who they are throughout, through that. So, he doesn't have, the self-control or anything like that. So he's getting access to women that, like you said, he may have watched on TV or whatever, what have you. And now, mind you, we know, we've all been involved with ladies that the grass ain't always greener. Sometimes you get with them and it ain't what, always jacked, cracked up to be. But, it is something to be said, getting women pregnant, and then, it kind of happens again. You cheated on one, and then now you're, divorcing the other. Now she could be wilding out too and all those things. But I'm saying, like, the optics of it, because you are a person who's going to be highly visible to the public. So that's all I'll speak on. But I didn't, speak on the sibling rivalry and the
No,
intrinsic
no, I
nature
don't.
of
You
it.
didn't say it, but you brought up.
No. I was clarifying for C-Dot. No, I know you understood what I
Yeah,
said.
I just want,
Clarifying
because I
what
think
C-Dot meant.
that we see it not even just like in sports, but we see it in life. I think we see it in music. Where the star of the group, is starting to outshine, and then later on we hear stories about think you was better, or a certain level of resentment. Now, like I said, Leangelo is doing his thing now, but before then, I could see there being that night now, not like fuck my brothers and they bogus, but like goddamn, like I should have been in there too. So that's all I was asking, to see if what y'all thoughts was, because I think that's interesting. Go ahead, Kyra.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, like that's why when you had said the whole, like when you had personalized it, that's why I brought up the whole sibling rivalry thing, because again, I have siblings, and like I grew up in the house with two of my brothers, and I do more with my life than they do. And I can see the resentment from them, because in their eyes, they didn't become much. And it's like, I'm not in competition with you. I'm older than you. So my life, I had a head start. But I think with them, I think what me and you were trying to say was, it's not that he's not successful, it's that he didn't become successful in that lane that he practiced so hard for. You get what I'm saying? That he worked so hard for. So when you don't become successful in that, and you see your brothers do it, it like it can kind of be that way. I think that happens with with siblings all the time. I don't think it, like, we're not saying that it's him. We're just saying, like, sometimes siblings see their siblings doing things, and you just like, shit, we did this together, and you kind of got, you know, further than I did, and now I'm kind of stagnant, so now I got to pivot to something else, and I don't
Yeah,
know.
I've
Like,
been through,
that's, yeah.
playing in football leagues with friends or family, and I they make the all-star team, or I make the all-star team, and somebody else don't make it. It is a level of like, God damn, I should have been there, because for me, like, I'm competitive. It seems like those brothers are very competitive.
It's a level of saltiness. You are human. Like, we're human. Humans are going to feel that way. It's just a level of saltiness, and you'll
Yeah,
get over
because I want to bust your ass. And
it.
that's not like I hate you or nothing like
Exactly.
that, but I definitely want to bust your ass though. So that's all it was. I seen that, and I definitely they seem very cool with each other. That Kaiser Nat stream, seeing all three of them pull up. They seem like they got a very close relationship. They always joking and laughing, so I don't necessarily think it was extreme, but I wanted to know how y'all felt about that. Now we got to get to this next one. Akon, the biggest scammer in the world. Wake it up. Biggest scammer in the world. Fresh, you heard about that Wakanda city that he was building?
This is Akon hate? Yes, because I hate
The
Akon. Yes.
nastiest human being.
That was a crazy pivot. Ooh, Akon hate, yeah, like that was crazy. I ain't gonna
I
lie.
hate
That
Akon.
was
I hate him.
crazy.
I hate his music. I hate him. I'm
Um,
so happy.
I'm not gonna lie, brother. For some people, because Akon was saying a lot of stuff, man, and for some of these dudes, I kind of just tune them out. They just, they just be chatting, and because he was kind of talking about, Africa's doing the saving and all that stuff, and I'm gonna build Wakanda and all that stuff, and I was just like, all right, bro, like. I never really thought much of it. You know what I mean? It was like, if he does it, power to that brother or whatever, but this and that. But then I started seeing the price tag, and this is a couple of years ago, and it was talking about the price tag, and I was just like, many people have ventured into Africa attempting to do things such as this. Now, not many have been successful at doing that. So power to you, brother. But the way you're talking as though it's a done deal, uh, I think history can give way to skepticism, but power to you. So that now that the plans are being abandoned, it's just kind of like, I mean,
So if people don't know, in 2018, Akon announced that he was building a modern city in Senegal, that would thrive off of his own cryptocurrency called Acoin. It was a $6 billion venture that he went into with contractors and officials in Senegal. 2020, they had a whole ceremony, ribbon cutting and shit like that. Fast forward 2025, they are abandoning those plans. Reading the article, I think I put in a jumbo. Reading the article, it seems like Akon was trying to scam those folks. It seems like he wanted people to invest in his cryptocurrency and allow the residuals from the cryptocurrency hopefully to finance what he had going on. But I don't necessarily think he really had plans on building that city anyway. It was kind of like one of those rug pulls that these influencers have. We seen what's the girl? Bobby Altoff. Shaq got caught in one. I think Steph got caught in one where they used celebrities' faces to build up a cryptocurrency and then snatch all the money out when it get high. It kind of seems like this. I'm not gonna lie. I think he's putting the cart in front of the horse. Building this city based on cryptocurrency in Africa when the infrastructure in Senegal isn't there for it to be sustained in the first place. I don't understand why, he would think that it would work. He mentioned that himself that the plans were not being managed correctly. But it seemed like a scam from the rip. And I think Akon has been caught up in different scams throughout history, but it just seems very nasty that he would do that. And isn't he from Senegal? Or what part of Africa is he from? Him and his brother. Do y'all know? Let me look this up.
I don't know what part of Africa he's from, but I'm not surprised because he's the same one who used to have his brother go on stage and perform for him, and he wouldn't even be nowhere near that city. Like, he would be somewhere else. So yes, he's a scammer. Like, he's been scamming people his whole career. He, like, at some point, we have to, I hate that for the people of Senegal because they put their trust in that man. But I don't know. He's always been a weirdo to me. Always.
Yeah, go ahead, Isha. What's the word? How you feeling?
Hey, can you hear
Yes,
me?
ma'am.
Quick question. Is this the same plan when he was supposed to like get electricity over there for a country or a city or something?
Yeah,
This
so
the
Yeah.
same?
Yup.
So
Yeah, it's
they
the same
had
plan.
original plans, right? But they decided that it was too grand, as far as too
I
much.
understand. I just remember before the Wakanda. before it was called like a whole Wakanda City. At some point, he was trying to raise money to create an infrastructure to where they could have electricity over there, because you know their electricity is a little wonky. Like at a certain time, they cut the grid off because they need to conserve power for like the next day type shit. So I remember him kind of campaigning to get people to donate for that, and I just was wondering, was that for Senegal or was that for somewhere else over there in Africa?
So it says Akon Lighting Africa is a project spearheaded by the musician to provide solar power electricity to rural African communities. Launched in 2014, the initiative aims to address lack of access to reliable electricity for millions in sub-Saharan Africa. So it's not just one country. It is
Right. So
sub-Saharan
that's
Africa.
different from this Senegal. That's what I
Yeah, yeah,
thought,
yeah.
saying
It's
it's different
different.
from this Senegal plan.
Yes.
That's what I was thinking. I was just wondering. Okay.
I would like to know
Yeah,
how that
and
worked
even
out.
I was just gonna say I don't know. I was just gonna say I haven't heard much about how that plan worked out. But I remember him campaigning really hard for it.
Yeah, that started in 2014. This the Wakanda City started in 2018. I would like to know. I think that it's easy. We've seen Oprah, I think she had a school and then there was scandal over there in Africa about her school. I think it seems like to me, I would hope that people have very very good intentions, but it seems like Africa is a space in where people can go take advantage, funnel a couple dollars, and then come back and say,
That's
"Look at
not
me."
that's that's not true, brother. It is very different over there in Africa. You do have some corrupt entities over there. So people might go over there with the best intentions, and things just don't work out. One of my professors from college is actually like a prince over there in his village, and because he's amassed so much of wealth over here, they kidnapped his brother and killed him.
Mm.
So, just to give you a little context, I don't think everyone that goes over there and tries to do well is a scammer. There are just some different entities at play that can cause things to go awry over there.
Yeah, I do think that we've heard about the infighting, and the causes. We've seen a little bit, or for some people we've seen quite a bit of what's going on over there. I do think that with that information, knowing that that's what goes on, there is a level of precaution. There's a level of um being intentional in making sure that things go through. I think, like I said, his own words were that he has managed the project bad. That's what he said. And so when you read the article, it does give off that.
Well, he wasn't that great at the music business either. He was a horrible company owner when he had his damn music
Yeah,
business.
and
So,
when you read the article, it does give off that he wanted the Senegalese people to invest in his cryptocurrency. It's called Acoin. And so with infrastructure not even being where it needs to be, like you said, he started the solar powered energy in 2014. Right? If they don't have electricity and they're shutting down the grid, I don't see how they could have expendable money to invest in a cryptocurrency. Right? That's where my mind goes. And so I don't, it doesn't seem like, something that was in good faith. Maybe it was, but when you read it, once again, they say the only thing that was built on that land was like a town hall, and it's not even finished. Right? And so that's what, 7 years ago. And so it does give cause for pause as to, what the fuck is really going on.
It just sounds like a get rich scheme from him. But like Isha just said, he was also a terrible, you know, business music manager too. Like he mismanaged the shit out of T Pain's career. Like like you did a terrible job at that. Like I'm not gonna say, they should have never trusted him because they don't know his business dealings. But also, I think people go to Africa and think that it's so simple, like they can just get over on these people because they think they don't know anything, and that's not true. Like those people are very smart, and then they look at Africa as this place of, oh, we can build this and make this look good, and I can look like a hero to everybody else. And it's like, no, because you're using those people for clout, and that's not right. They're still humans at the end of the day.
Yeah, I do think, just over the years, we've seen people, um, do things as far as philanthropy over in Africa, and some have turned out good, and then others turn out not so good. And so, like I said, with the Oprah School and all the negative press that has gotten as far as trafficking and stuff like that, we hear those horror stories. And so it's just like, hopefully, people had good intentions, but there is a level of, it's kind of seeming like, washing hands, or making it seem like, look at all that I'm doing, and then it not being upkept, whether it's, on the books and monetarily wise with, Akon, or just like from a human level, a human being perspective when it comes to, Oprah School. So I just seen that, and it didn't make sense to me. And so I just thought it was interesting. I ain't gonna lie. Kyra, Kyra working hard, boy.
Sorry, I'm sorry. No, my phone was in my pocket and my microphone must have came
It's
on.
good.
I'm sorry. But yeah, I 100% agree with you. I think the only thing with that, and I'm not caping for Oprah at all. I think the thing with that Oprah situation was where her school was built was already in the sex trafficking thing. So those girls were already being targeted. Like, like girls in that area were already being targeted. So it wasn't her doing as far as like her sex trafficking those girls off. And again, I'm not caping for her. It's just that I thought the same thing. So when I looked into it, I was like, okay, that makes sense. Because again, like you should say, like in Africa, like they have their own, their own thing going on out there that a lot of people don't know about. And sometimes a lot of people do know about it. But I just think that you can't promise a whole country something and then turn around and then they like, oh yeah, nah. Cause at some point they're going to say, you're bullshitting us. That's literally what they're going to turn around and say. They're going to say you're bullshitting us and you're just trying to do something to make yourself look good. But for him to want them to try to put their money inside of his crypto, quote unquote crypto thing is bananas. That's crazy to me. After you the one that said that you were going to build this, you said you were building this
six
city, not
billion
us.
dollars.
So what? That's
$6 billion. This nigga
crazy. And
Chaos
so,
said that Akon is the African Jay-Z. Come on, Chaos.
oh, nah,
Come
At least
on,
Jay-Z gave it.
Chaos.
And Jay-Z gave them people water and still doing it
That's a
to this
lot
day.
of
Like,
smut on
what
the
are we?
go, Chaos. Come on, man.
That nigga he's a scammer. He's a scam. That's all that is. Like,
Listen, I'm not even touching Jay-Z's subject on Twitter. The barbs is everywhere. They swarming.
yeah,
Yeah,
be
not even
careful.
touching it, man.
They're gonna
Thoughts
find out
and
where you
prayers to
live.
everybody involved. Thoughts and fucking prayers. I ain't gonna lie. It's been a crazy, crazy week, man, for that goddamn Rock Nation and Jay-Z. Hope he come out on the other side. Did y'all see Corinne Steffens on Pierce Morgan? Nasty individual. That nigga Diddy gonna have a lot of civil cases coming his way. She got up there on Pierce Morgan and he asked, did she have any type of sexual relations with Diddy? And she said, not that I can remember. Kind of like under the guise of, if it did happen, then something nefarious went on. I think, didn't she write about Diddy in her book that came out in 2005? I could have swore there were some stories about her and Diddy. Gene Deal has already came out.
I think it was her second book.
Yeah, Gene did.
that she was alluding to her having sex with him. Like people could, she didn't put a name on it, but everybody did. The way she described it, it sounded like Freakazoid did it. That's exactly who it sounded like. The shit she was describing was some shit that he would
Free,
like.
free the guys, free the guys. But yeah, she was on Piers Morgan, and basically alluded to, um, keeping something open for a case. Now, I don't necessarily think that it would happen. I mean, she could. I don't know why she was uh putting the conversation like she did. It seemed real nasty. I'm not gonna lie. It seems like kick a nigga while he down. Um, I didn't get that. But there she caused a lot of shit on the timeline. Want to get y'all thoughts on what she said. Did y'all see the video or no? I put it in the jumbo if you haven't. Let me see this shit. Fresh, you here? Y'all niggas be.
No, I'm here.
Did you see what Corinne did?
Let me check it out. You know, some of these topics, you know me. If I'm not informed on it, I'm not gonna have an opinion. Let
Yeah,
me
well, she
let
was
me
just
check it
on
out.
Piers Morgan, and she kind of alluded to if her and Diddy had any type of sexual contact, it probably wasn't consensual. That's how she's
Yeah.
laid the
So my issue.
conversation. And so I thought it
So
was
my
interesting
issue.
because one, she's already made it public, and then two, there has been plenty of stories. Dean Deal has talked about it. And so I think I foresee a lot of civil cases and a lot of situations like this in where it'll be money grabs, situations in where kicking them while he's down. I just want to get y'all opinion on that shit.
Right. No. So I think that. I'm not going to speculate, it's all speculation. So I'm not going to speculate what happened, what happened, did. We only go off what she has shown, what, has actually been proven and things of that nature. And it's just like, we got to consider the source. I'm talking about Corinne Stephens. And, I'll let that be what it be. And my issue too, though, and when them going up there and chatting with Pierce Morgan, and it's like, wow, what's going on lately? Like, why are we going over there talking to Pierce Morgan?
Continually.
Like, what are we doing, y'all? Like, when did he foray into wanting to cover black culture, things of that nature? Because it's never anything positive. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, I think
That's
every
why he
time
called.
Pierce Morgan got somebody up there, it is some salacious weird shit. Mark Lamont Hill was up there and they were trying to goad the white woman to say nigga. Um,
Yes, you see what I'm saying, bro? And it's like, why are we going over there, bro? Like, all this attention ain't good attention. It's like, even the show, Pierce Morgan Uncensored. So it's uncensored when you gotta talk to black people. But, we're not good enough for the daytime. It's just like, what are we doing, y'all? But then like I said in here, consider the source. We're talking about Corinne Steffens. Like, she wrote a book basically doing dick rating. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we
and
doing
I
here?
think his was in
Like,
one of the books.
what are we doing here, y'all? Like, what I mean? And I can say that too. I think he's low hanging fruit right now. So it's like, let me see what I can get up out of this. And then, I mean, the same thing happened with Bill Cosby. The same thing happens all that. It doesn't mean they're not innocent or guilty or whatever, what have you, but it's also like considered the sort of shorty. Like, your character and the way you move also matters in these things and the believability of certain things, of people's propensity to even, see the capability of that. So go ahead. Nah, like I don't want to hear about no superhead.
Yeah, I think that on a platform such as that, the real life implications are just so real. Like I don't understand even playing with somebody's name like that. Um, that's crazy, and doing it with such ease and being carefree. Um, Even like you said with the Bill Cosby situation, I was just talking about that yesterday, and what it got up to like 70 cases, 80 cases. And then, like, as they started throwing them out, it was one woman who her case was thrown out because of, just lack of evidence and it not being true. She went out and made a diss track to Bill Cosby. I think Charlamagne made it the donkey of the day. Like, but it's still a situation and with the ease in which you can get on anybody's platform or platform of your own and say these things, and then there is no repercussions, and then it's just gonna live out here in the atmosphere. That's why, like, when niggas would mention Jaguar Wright, I was like, why are y'all giving this woman a platform? Why are y'all giving her attention? Nothing that she said was founded in my opinion. But it was like fodder for the internet, and it was unchecked. And so you can talk crazy about somebody, say the most salacious, nastiest things that you possibly can, and then it's able to just live out here. And it's just like, that's crazy. I don't know if the founding fathers, when they said freedom of speech, they meant that. I'm not gonna hold you.
Well, I mean, they said, yeah, I mean, they said freedom of speech, right? But they didn't say freedom of
But there
consequences. You
is
know what I
none.
mean?
That's what
Like,
I'm saying. There is none. Like anybody can turn their
well,
phone on and say, XYZ. I think we've seen that with what was going on with Nikki
for
in
some.
this week, where whether true or not, you can just get on this motherfucker and say anything you want to say.
Right. Well, I'll say for some, but we've also seen there be swift consequences, whether it be legally, whether it be ass whoopily, whether, you know what I mean? Like we've seen people also pay for their mouth online and things they've said in interviews and things of that nature. So I just think their comeuppance just hasn't happened. But you know what I mean? Or sometimes it may not happen. Some people have that, the class of protection. It is what it is, but like I said, in all these things consider the source, you have to know that anytime there's any type of negativity or things of that nature, people are going to flock. People are going to try to dunk on you. People are going to try to use it for their gain and things of that nature. We all know that. So if there's any like I said, I could understand it if even with the media, right? I mean, I don't expect anything from, the Snowwalkers, but if he was covering something positive or if it was like this healthy balance of things, but it's always something negative, and then like you're going and getting the worst people from the corners of darkness. Like you're going to get Karen Steffens.
But see,
Like,
I don't think nobody, when it, especially when it comes to a polarizing figure, especially as Diddy, or that person becomes polarizing, because everybody loved Bill Cosby at one point in time and then they didn't. But when it becomes a polarizing figure, the source doesn't matter, right? Because we have the Tony Busbys of the world, and where he don't give a fuck who said it, he gonna take your case because he wants to be, out in the open. He wants to be one of these popular lawyers. He wants to, run with that. And so he'll get anybody in anything, and it doesn't matter. And I think there are more people out here who don't care about the source, especially when it comes to, oh, I want to take Diddy down, or oh, I want to take Jay-Z down. And it's like, where'd you get this information? And it's like, I don't know.
well, and I think that that's the problem that's created a lot of this vortex, because we're not considering the source. We're not, because we're not verifying anything. People can just spout whatever they want to spout and say whatever. Like I said, and if he's low hanging fruit, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying whether he's guilty or innocent of anything, but I'm saying whether he's low hanging fruit or not. Now people are going to come out and say anything. Like, we ain't heard you talk about Nathaniel in years. And it's like, oh yeah, me too. I did this too. And that was a good example, with Tony Busby. And he's now highly disfavored in the legal community. Yeah, people are going to go to him because he's one of the people that's going to pick up on the low hanging fruit and try to overcharge and things of that nature. But it's like, you know, you looked at, like, when he tried it with Jay-Z. He was the one trying that thing with Jay-Z, and Jay-Z's legal team, they dunked on that immediately. They was like, all right, well, let's go ahead, and you want to talk about civilly, let's go to actual court if you think you actually have a case. You know what I mean? And he shut that up real quick, and then now the girl recanted. Oh, Jay-Z wasn't there. Oh, I was mistaken in this. And it's like, yo, we see what this is, man. And y'all should all be ashamed of yourself, because there are actual real victims of things. You know what I mean? And this really muddies the waters for that. So it's just like, what are we doing here? But it's always going to be people taking advantage. That is human nature, literally. So, it is what it
Go,
is.
go ahead, Isha. How you feeling?
Mhm. Fresh said a lot of what I was for the say. Man, fuck Corinne Steph is clout chasing ass. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, I know you fucked a lot of niggas, bitch. We know you fucked and sucked a lot of niggas, but you don't remember. You can't be sure. You don't. She didn't say I don't recall. She just was like, I don't know. What the fuck you mean?
See, but that's why I said it seems like she's leaving it open for
She's
possible
very
litigation.
much leaving it open on purpose and plugging that trash ass book of hers. Like, girl, go sit your motherfucking old ass down somewhere.
Yeah, that when I seen that was, I ain't gonna lie, that was nasty.
Even
Oh,
Pierce was taken back. Like, okay, what are you trying to say? And she still wasn't really saying shit. Bitch, go sit down.
because it leaned towards sexual assault. When I seen it, it seems like that was what she was
But then she
insinuating.
says, no, we've never had any sexual contact. So either you don't remember or y'all didn't do it. But it can't be both.
It was like they didn't, if they did do it, then she didn't know that they did it. She was like knocked out or drunk or forced or something. That's what it seemed like. Like, well, I didn't do it knowingly. And I was like, well, that's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
But you don't remember.
Very, very, listen, nasty individual.
Child,
Another one.
that was horrible.
I gotta make
Wrap it up.
I gotta make a list of the nasty individuals. She's on the
That
list.
was just disgusting. If she don't go call that weird slow boy and take her ass on some damn well,
Winslow, who?
Eddie ass.
Oh, she was with him? I thought he liked boys.
No, that's who she was married to.
Wow. I thought he liked boys. What's the one that was talking crazy about Diddy? I mean not Diddy, but Chingy.
You talking about? I can't say the person's name right now, but you talking about somebody else.
Oh, my bad.
But that person was flirting with Eddie, but Eddie used to be married to Corinne.
Oh, respect to that young man. I ain't gonna lie.
Hmm.
But speaking of
And she used to cheat on him with Wayne. That's crazy.
Hello, used to tell him, baby, I'll be right back. That
I'll
nigga
be
called.
I'll be right back. I gotta go do something with my
hey,
money.
when that
That's what
nigga
she used
call,
to.
you better drop
He's a
what you got
cuck.
going.
That boy is all types of jacked up.
Hey man, you better drop what you got going and
Sydney Star. That's that
yeah,
baby
Sydney.
name you was
Yeah, I thought
asking me
he
about.
was just on Vlad with her last
Yeah,
this
they
year.
they call themselves a thing now, but he used to be married to Corinne back in the day,
Yeah, Corinne fucked that nigga head up. I ain't
all the way.
Corinne fucked that nigga head up. Did y'all see that? Speaking of First Amendment, the CEO of Twitter/X stepped down.
Who said something about First Amendment?
No, I was talking about with the consequences of speaking, or their lack thereof. But Linda I can't even say it. Listen, Yacarino, she stepped down. Apparently, Grok made some anti-Semitic comments in reference Hitler, in a post about the Texas flooding, and so she's seen it.
You talking about Grok the AI?
Yeah, somebody typed in a prompt or something about the floods in Texas, and Grok spit out anti-Semitism, along with some Hitler love, and so she's seen it, and she is stepping down as the CEO of Twitter. Um, I thought that was
Mm.
interesting. I'm pretty sure she's making a pretty penny. To
Is she Jewish?
Is she Jewish? That's a good question. She has a long ass name. Let me
That's
see.
that's the
Oh, she
only.
not gonna step down because my community is being filled with toxins due to this
I'm
supercomputer, but she gonna
I'm
step down because
only.
of an anti-Semitic
Yeah.
comment from
That the only reason I'm
AI
saying that.
generated computer. Okay,
Oh, the only no, I'm on your side. I'm 100% on your
okay.
side. But the only reason why I'm saying that, right, is because look who she's linked to. You're linked to the man who did. Never mind. Nope. Not gonna say it. Not gonna say it.
Okay,
Not gonna
So
say
this
it.
is her.
Yeah.
This is her.
Yeah. We on the same page.
Oh shit. This is her
that's
statement.
where you want to in this crazy ass world, I guess.
This is her statement from yesterday. Or her tweet. Imagine the CEO of Twitter putting a uh 2 weeks notice in on Twitter. She said, after 2 incredible years, I've decided to step down as CEO of X. When Elon Musk and I first spoke of his vision for X, I knew it would be the opportunity of a lifetime to carry out the extraordinary mission of this company. I'm immensely grateful to him for entrusting me. Hold on, wait. Oh shit. I'm immensely grateful for him for entrusting me with the responsibility of protecting free speech, turning the company around, and transforming X into the everything app. I'm incredibly proud of the X team, the historic business turnaround we have accomplished together, and has been nothing short of remarkable. Let's get to the crux of it. X is a digital town square for all voices and the world's most powerful cultural signal. We couldn't have achieved that without the support of users, business partners, and the most innovative team in the world. I'll be cheering for you as y'all continue to change the world. This whole ain't said nothing about the AI on here. But yeah, that was basically her speech. Her stepping down. I would have thought that it would be earlier than that if she really cared. It seems like she might be Jewish. I read an article from Al Jazeera. She might be Jewish, but I think there was a lot of things going on X. That's definitely with the black community, um, and people targeting us as far as saying nigga and all that shit. And where now Grok is saying something and she wants to step down. I think that that is very telling. AI is getting crazy. AI is getting ridiculous. Um, and it's scary. Somebody typing in a prompt about Texas flooding and you spitting out anti-Semitism and talking about Hitler. Where the hell is AI going? I think we are approaching a very, very dangerous space. And where iRobot could possibly be real. I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't gonna hold you. Cause that shit is crazy. And I think that it has to be something deeper because stepping down from a plush CEO position on X for a Grok comment does kind of seem far fetched. I don't like to put on my tinfoil hat often, but it does seem far fetched. It doesn't seem like that one situation could be the cause for her to abruptly just say, nah, I ain't fucking with y'all boys no more. Especially how big Twitter is and the growth and the innovation that it continues to make. And she's been committed to it for 2 years. I don't see somebody just putting that down just because. I think it might be something deeper in the AI sphere on here that she probably just ain't fucking with. She probably see a direction that is going, and she not rocking with it. What you think, Fresh?
Give me a moment, brother. Hold on.
This guy is eating. You've been eating a long time, Fresh. That must be a good lunch. Shout out to the niggas that got hour lunches. Take them
Yeah,
to
man.
air.
No. I work. No, I work from home. This is summer for the school system, but yeah, my lady made me so much, man. My bad. Um, Uh, I'm always weary of AI. So just to start with that point, it's a good tool. All these things, these applications and all these things are good tools, but you're right. I've been saying this for years, just in personal conversations. Like, did we not learn from Skynet? You know, art imitates life. Did we not learn from Skynet and iRobot and all these things when things become self-aware, or when we become too self-reliant and we take away the analog and human interaction and the human need for things and make everything too easy, like that there is typically consequences with that. And I think we're starting to see that just in general. You know, everybody, I see people on timeline, I turn Gronk off, but you know, I see people on timeline like
You turned it
asking Gronk,
off.
like, yeah, you know, you can turn it off, like on your, you know, like if you go to your settings, like you can turn it off from not having to, like you being able to use it or it being able to like, interact with your tweets and things of that nature. You can absolutely do that.
Why'd you turn it off?
Cause I don't need it. I don't need Grok. Like I'm not going to ask it, hey Grok, what such
Oh,
and such,
okay.
like I'm going to look for it that's what I mean. Like I'm going to
Okay.
look for it myself. And I think like in general, society, we become like just too reliant on certain things. Like I don't want a self-driving car. I don't ever want a self-driving car. Like I don't want us to get to that point. Like people who already can't drive, but a self-driving car that, you know, could have a malfunctioning code and kill 1,000 people. You know what I mean? It's just like, what are we doing? Um, so that's just one thing. And then the stepping down thing, yeah, I think this was her way out. I think it's probably a amalgamation of things that probably have, I mean, being over X and you have Elon as the ultimate, you know, who you're representing. I know that's probably not easy. You know what I mean? The scrutiny and the things she has to deal with and the things she has to flip and spin on a daily basis. So this company continue to be, profitable and all types of things. And I mean, I just think this was her way out, and she probably got a healthy
Way out
payout.
from what? You think that is more serious? Because I think that AI is very it's getting to
Just
the
press
level of being very scary at the
it. It just
possibilities
definitely
of what's
scared.
going on. So you think
I think
she didn't want to be a part of the possible negatives that's what's going on? Because I don't think we know what is going on with AI for real.
right, or like I said, you know, just you know, like we know Elon is the head honcho, and brother is erratic. He's quite erratic, and it can get tiring. Like picture. her as the, like the spokesperson for like the president, how they have to spin all of their antics and things of that nature. Like that can get tiring. You know what I mean? You remember how Trump ran through like six different people, that was his, press secretary or things of that nature. They were like, oh my God, I can't keep spinning this. Like it's tiring to get
Yeah.
up here and spin foolishness. And so Elon getting on here and with the foolishness, and then like you said, Gronk doing this, she's probably getting certain assurances on her behalf, and it's not happening. It's probably just heavy as the head that wears the crown. She's probably like, you know what, I can get this payout and be done and go to the private sector and live comfortably and just do what I want. And I have to lead X because, this is probably the biggest app in the world, just a healthy assumption.
And
So,
it's like a genie in the bottles, like it's out now, right? As far as AI, and it's only going to continue to move forward. It's only going to continue to get smarter, right? And so if we are here now, after the 2 years that she's put in, 2 years from now, this shit is going to be crazy. And so to your point of her probably getting ahead of it, based on the possibilities and where it's going, I could see that, because I don't think that this post was like everything was gravy, and then this post came out and then she was like, oh nah, fuck that, I'm out of here. It has to be something else, especially when you talking about the CEO, like the high position, you running all of this shit. I don't think that would be the end all be all the bullshit that's said on this app from so many different users every single day. It can't be that, unless AI Grok is just running crazy. What you got, Isha?
Yeah, no, that's not all that's going on with X right now. Right now, the NAACP is getting ready to sue them for that's the computer that we have that's like 7 minutes away from my house, due to the turbine, the methane gas turbines that they're trying to use to power it. That's going to ultimately pollute our air and our water over here in the South. So that on top of what went on with him and Trump, on top of probably Grok and AI, on top of shit. It's fine. I would imagine that being the CEO of X and working up under that man is probably extremely stressful.
Yeah,
So
I do think, especially being the CEO, she is responsible for everything that is going on. Just with what comes with the title. So yeah, the plant, in Memphis, the backlash because Elon is out here doing any and everything, and so it falls on her as well. Um, but I don't necessarily know. I think that's like par for the course. Like that's the job when you're talking about maybe the biggest social media platform outside of Facebook. I know WhatsApp is big, but when you're talking about, the number of users that this platform has across the world, I think you have to take into account that there's going to be hundreds of millions of dumbasses on here that misuse the platform, and then there are going to be people that's notable throughout the world that might misuse the platform as well, that's going to bring a spotlight to it and probably a spotlight to you. So
yeah, and just like we've seen previously, is the more that technology grows, change, and is more innovative, um, the 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 later government is in regulating it because we don't understand it. We don't fully have a grasp of what's going on. And so, therefore, sometimes technology can be the wild, wild west until, you know what I'm saying, more information is gained. And so, I think that's really what we're seeing when it comes to AI. I know my job wants us to learn how to program and do AI, and I'm just not interested in it, I'm going to be quite honest. But we're not going to see AI wrangled in or have any regulations for another 5 to 7 years because there just still needs to be more trial and error as it relates to what it does and how far it can go.
I ain't gonna lie, prompt engineer position is going to be very, very lucrative coming within the next 5 years. If you know how to put a prompt in and get results, out of that, whether it be pictures, whether it be video, whether it be information, whether it be programming, if you can create prompts that get you the right information, the right output, detailed output, yeah, you're gonna make a lot of money. You are definitely gonna make a lot of money. I'll be on Chat GPT and I'll be having to type shit up 3-4 times just to get what I want. But I seen that I forgot, I was reading an article somewhere. That position is definitely gonna be on the rise. I think that it's moving so fast as far as AI. Like you said, it's the wild, wild west. And so trying to corral it or get in front of it is difficult right now because of the unlimited possibilities, and it's learning, right? People don't understand that when you sitting in there and you having conversations with Chat GPT or whatever system that you use, Gemini or whatever, when you having conversations with them, they're learning based on the things that you're saying, and then they're learning how to give you the correct output. Hundreds of millions of billions of people doing that shit around the world. Yeah, this shit is crazy. I'm not gonna lie. And we have folks like Elon, you know, you can call him erratic, you can call him whatever you want to call him, but that nigga ain't no dummy. In the way that he is, you know, ingratiated it into Twitter. He also is creating robots. He also has cars. He also, you know, is working on, you know, spaceships. This nigga is putting this shit everywhere. I ain't gonna lie. It's scary. I ain't gonna hold you. What's the
I just I think we always need to maintain just a level of human self-reliance. Making yourself necessary for certain things. As for checks and balances, as with anything, I know one of the brothers in the comments was just talking about, it's a tool, and absolutely it's a tool. And I say all the time, you can take a hammer and build a house, you can take a hammer and bash somebody over the head. The tool is the tool, but it's also the governance of how you use the tool. He used the word ethics, and I said ethically is the entrance point of the conundrum because everybody does not share the same ethics. Gronk can be utilized for some wild stuff. Like there was just a memo sent out because people were using Gronk to like get ladies' faces and telling Gronk to put semen on their face. Like, you know what I mean? And Gronk was doing it. It's like they were, so it's like unchecked. It can get really wild out here. And that's what I was saying. I was like, this is kind of the wild, wild west right now. Cause like you said, the legalities and the checks and balances are so far behind. I'm pretty sure it can get stressful. And I'm probably, that lady probably felt the stresses along with the other things that we mentioned. So.
Av, what's the word? How you feeling?
What's going on? I'm feeling good. How are
All
you?
good, man. Another day.
All right. Well, I ain't gonna be up too long, but I just wanted to just kind of piggyback off your point. Like it's listening, it's learning. One of my friends who's really been into like just using Chat GBT, he's been using it for a fantasy league to create narratives and everything. So, one of his, I guess, things he's like doing now is asking Chat GBT, like, what's the craziest question you've been asked today? And it actually tells him like what other people are like typing in, or at least what it finds interesting and everything. So I mean, it's definitely just it's always learning, it's always growing.
Yeah, and it gets to a space and like how it's impossible now to get in front of it. Like it's Pandora's
For
box. It's
real.
open now. Like it's over with. Like now, just trying to form, like Fresh said, a checks and balance system because I don't possibilities is endless, right? When they were um what were the sci-fi joints, Star Trek, and they had the quasi FaceTime and people thought it was so innovative and we could never possibly talk to somebody and see them at the same time, and then we got it in our hands every single day. And so just like the understanding of like technology is continuing to grow, and then we have this in there too. Yeah, that's crazy. I ain't gonna hold you. That's crazy. Making yourself, what'd you say, Fresh? Making yourself needed,
Necessary. Yeah. I think
necessary.
keep humans necessary, man. I
What
don't
is
want
that? What does that look like when there's so many positions, especially I would assume you're talking about the workforce. But what
So
does
within anything. So I don't want So like you made a great thing. You were talking about the grid and the engineers for Gronk, right? Because there's a server farm somewhere, right? And so right now, for Gronk to still process, you still need certain engineers and techs that are there, right? To make sure the cooling farm is processing, to make sure everything's going on. They still service it every day to keep it up and running, right? As with any app, right? They still have people who are there. They're still necessary. I don't want things to get to a point, right? Like oil rigs and things. You still need humans there. Certain things, especially when it comes to infrastructure, I don't want it to a point where it's so convenient where humans are no longer necessary. Like it's getting to the point, like they were talking about certain, I haven't eaten McDonald's in 20 years, but certain McDonald's like that are like fully AI now. You just have like somebody like you talk to the robot's making your food in the back, and then you pull up to it, and like an arm hands you the stuff, and you don't even talk to people. I was like, nah, I think humans need to still be necessary to a certain behalf. I just said it about the driving cars. I'm not with that driving car stuff. We can have all the technologies, the cruise control, and all those things like that, but when the car starts driving itself and you're just along for the ride, and there's no longer any need for any human interference, I just don't think that's not something I'm jocking. That's not something I'm with. I just think that there always needs to be a necessity of human interaction or of human interference.
Yeah, I think for me, I want to focus on the workforce. Um, what does that look like? I think when they were boycotting at the ports earlier this year or in the end of last year, it was about automated systems at the ports and not having that there. I think there's so many positions that could be wiped out simply because it would be more cost efficient for a computer to do that shit. And so when we look at that, I think that that's also something that probably wasn't taken into account when the AI boom. I think 30, 40 years from now, 50 years from now, we're going to look back at this time and it'll really be a time in history of the quote unquote AI boom. But in your opinion, what does making yourself needed look like in the workforce?
Like, you kind of just like, touched on it. Like, and I touched on it when it came to like those server farms. Like, I don't want AI to get to the point where it's governing itself to where it's so self-aware that humans are not needed. You know what I mean? Like, in the workforce, union jobs, things of that nature. Like, I don't want to get it to where, we have, like I said, I think art imitates life. I think a lot of movies and things of that nature, though they're fantasy, at one point, cell phones were fantasy, right? Because it was just untapped, technology that we hadn't discovered yet. So it's just like, some of that stuff should be used as cautionary tale. So like, what if our police were all, cyborgs? You know what I mean? And there was no human interference and things of that nature. Who are you holding accountable? So if something happens, it's like, who are you holding accountable? It's like, oh, there are what's called all AI. Who's really controlling it? I just think that there should always be a point where like humans, whatever we create, we still have a method or a means of bringing it to its knees. Like we're still necessary for its function. And that's within the workforce. You know what I mean? Like I just talked about they had a trial basis of two McDonald's that are like fully AI, and like a human goes there once a week to like do some little service. But other than that, it's fully functional on its own. It's like, nah, I'd rather if humans making my food, I deal with the human error. I don't want AI making my food. Like I don't, so
You're
it's
not
just,
pulling up to the AI McDonald's to get a McChicken?
I'm not pulling up to McDonald's at all, but I'm definitely not pulling to no fast food spot. You should not be either. But I'm not pulling up to no fast food spot and RoboCop and Alex Murphy hand me my food. I'm gonna be like, all right, no, we good. I'm good.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. I think it's very interesting, man, especially the direction that we moving in. I seen her you know, resigning, and I know she making crazy chips. So to walk away from that bread, like you said, she can go to private, but this is private. This is a private sector.
Right, I'm saying she can go elsewhere in the private sector. Like
Oh,
those people, all those people in these top jobs know people, know people, and know people. There's not many people that are able to break through, from nothing and get to that. Usually they just playing hopscotch with each other. What, app or whatever you're going to go to. But honestly, I think if she's able to attain the spot, especially as a lady of CEO of this company, she's not hurting for cash. She probably has enough money for 10 lifetimes over. Um, so she's probably, it's just not, and then the money she is getting from this, it's probably like not worth, like I said, dealing with the nature of Elon and the pressures of all this, and dealing with the landscape of Gronk and all how this thing is changing. Because like, it's like, how do you answer that? Like, how do you answer, oh, Gronk made this? Because no matter what you say, you're the face. We know Elon is the ultimate face, but like, you're tasked with being the face and head honcho of the company. And it's like, that's why I compared it to the, secretary, the press secretary, because it's like, Trump's not going to have to answer to this. You are. You're going to have to spin this. You're going to be the one talking to the press every day. And that can just get stressful and tiring. It's probably just like, hey man, this ain't worth it. I could find something else for the low and just do what I want to do. I ain't got to deal with this.
Yeah, speaking of another CEO, you familiar with Red Lobster and what they got going on as far as the revamp and adding the
Well, I
add,
know it's a brother or someone of African descent in there. I believe. I think he's revamped a couple other companies, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not gonna say I'm the most well versed on this, but I know I've seen some interviews and things of that nature, and he's kind of rebuilt them from the ground up. A lot of those different companies. So, I mean, I'm with him. He went back to square one if that's what he's doing, man. He went back to square one and rebuilt them. He's probably gonna rebuild the good name of those places. Because when I was coming up, man. Chili's and Red Lobster and a lot of those places, though I didn't often frequent them, like they were mainstays, and that's why they're still here. So I think he's just rebuilding their good name, rebuilding their good brand, man. And I think he's doing a great job. If he's been tasked a few times with different franchises, so
yeah, so he was on the board of PF Chang's. 36-year
ah,
old. He was actually the CEO of PF Chang's at 31. That nigga getting to it, Jesus Christ. What am I doing with my life? But
yeah, no, he has to be getting to it. He's 31, 36, and he's a CEO. He has that man has a foldable collar. I see it right now. Yeah, he is getting to it. Yeah,
but
shout out to that brother.
I was seeing all of the people that were going out to Red Lobster. I think they ingratiated the boils into the menu. I seen a lot of reviews and shit like that. And what I seen today, what I put in a jumbo is he's creating content, right? With the corporation, which I think is innovative. We rarely see the CEO of a company talking to us, right? We rarely see the CEO of a company hearing out our ideas and then implementing them so fast. So the post that I put in the jumbo was a week's turnaround of people saying that there should be a level of variance in heat there as far as the food and all of that stuff. But I just wanted to focus on him, a black brother, uh, turning this franchise around, and wanted to know if you seen it and what you think about just like the innovation and the growth in the direction of that, because I thought that was very interesting. He definitely out here getting to a CEO of any major corporation at 31 was amazing. But I just like the direction. I like the content that's being made. I've seen a lot of people doing TikToks and posting on their stories about going there. So I just wanted to see if you've seen that and what you thought about it.
No, he's great. I just watched the video. You were talking like he rebuilt the foundation, but he also has his ear to the street. Anybody with any great company or anything that they know that, right? Like you have to still be tapped into the everyday and now of what's going on, and how things are going. So like you said, for him to add the element of content and things of that nature. So now he's appealing to the masses, specifically the youth. But then he's also rebuilding the foundation of the company. Like I said, and trying to make their name synonymous with quality again. Because like I said, they've been mainstays, Chili's, Red Lobster, PF Chang's, like they were around our whole life. And, obviously they went through a period with all the economics things of that nature, and he's revamped these menus, he's making it affordable, but he's also listening. Like he's listening to what people are. I'm pretty sure he has a focus group of, that he goes to, and then he also probably just talks to everyday regular people, you know what I mean? And he's like, what can I do? Because at the end of the day, the everyday regular people are what keeping us in business. I think sometimes businesses get too full of themselves and don't realize they can get turned back into, they can get shuttered. Like, without the people messing with your business, without the patrons, you're nothing. So,
Yeah,
I
I
think
think that
getting back to that.
I don't know where we got to in society where the mainstays, especially when we were younger, are looked down on. I distinctively remember my mom was stationed overseas, and I was living with my grandma. And when she came back for my birthday, like the only thing I wanted to do was go to Red Lobster. Like, and it was like, even at like 4 or 5 years old, it was looked at in my 4 or 5 year old brain as like a luxury place, like something that is expensive. And so I don't know how we got away from there. Um, but it's weird, you know, the Olive Gardens, that was a respectable place. The Red Lobsters, I don't know, Applebee's, maybe not Applebee's, but the macaroni grills and shit like that, those were always places that were like, you know, quality, first date type joints. Cheesecake Factory, definitely. I don't know how Cheesecake Factory got so much smut on their name, but
Oh, I think that's perception, right? So people started, on social media started dunking on, Cheesecake Factory, right? And then now it becomes a thing that Cheesecake Factory is trash. And instead it's like, have you been for yourself? I mean, it's the whole thing why, shout out to him, but he created a lane, but why like the food critic and all that is like a thing. It's like, bro, go experience it for yourself. Like, even in movies, like I'm not going to let somebody tell me a movie is trash. I'm going to go see the movie and determine if it's trash for myself. You know what I mean? And I think that that's one of the measures as to why, it's the perception of certain things has changed. One, two, we can say also the quality and stuff has changed, period, across the board. Just because somebody had a good name doesn't mean, there's a reason why they also brought him in. There probably had to be some restructuring in the corporations because, the quality, they probably were trying to cut corners to save money. They probably weren't getting the same fresh fish and things of that nature. And that's one of the things he talked about in one of the videos I saw. He was talking about like, nah, we actually have a leg up to get fresh fish, and I'm not going to cut corners on that because I want us to be synonymous with quality. And with anything you do, that's what you should want. Before the money, you want your name, you should want your name or your product or whatever you're pushing to be synonymous with good quality and then build on from there. And I think that's where he's getting back to. And I think that's what was lost. And I guess so many people, also the last leg of it was the exceptionalism. When everybody's liking something, somebody's like, well, I want to go to something bigger. If you go to Cheesecake Factory, I want to go to now something else. You know what I mean? It's like this exceptionalism. I want to go over here. And it's like, yo, if it's good, it's good. If everybody go there, everybody go there. You know what I'm saying? It's quality. It's all right. So.
yeah, I think the last time I went to Red Lobster, I had took the kids out there, um, just to go, but it was pretty straight. Like I was in there like, damn, like why niggas ain't fucking with Red Lobster? I think, like you said, exceptionalism. I think we have a bad habit of wanting to outdo or, top the next person. And so if the price isn't high, then it isn't good. Because like I said, it was definitely a point in time and where it was like, nigga, you going to Olive Garden. You know what I mean, especially, coming up, high school, just getting out of high school, you take a joint to Olive Garden in high school, nigga, you up, Carrabba's, all that shit. And so like, I don't know where the shit went left, but I do like seeing a black guy, a brother, um, get into that position, hearing the people out, because I don't know how the Asians took over all the boils. We gotta wake it up. We gotta wake it up how the Asians cornered the market with the seafood boils. I don't understand it. Every place you go to for a motherfucking seafood boil, it's all Asian people in that motherfucker. What happened? They first it went from the buffets. They had a lock on the buffets. Then they flipped it to the seafood boils. I don't get it. I don't get it. So seeing a brother, know what I mean, get in there and do it for the, revamping menu at Red Lobster, building it from the ground up. Once again, listening to the people, quick turnarounds. I don't know how the fuck he gonna turn around, because he was like, people were complaining about not having sausage in the boils. You know how niggas get. They want the sausage in the boil. And so he said, yeah, we gonna do it. I don't know how the logistics is gonna work, but even just like that open mindset of, yeah, we started this shit. Cause like, think about how difficult it is to, plan something on a large scale as Red Lobster, plan it, execute it, and then you hear the patrons say, nah, we want something different. And then you turn around and do it and deliver it. That shit is crazy. Like I said, along with creating content, there was so many content creators that were making TikToks. I was wondering if they was getting paid, because it was a lot of like big time content creators that was taking their families and reviewing the ball. I was like, damn, is this nigga sending money out? Because even if he did that, I think that would be cool. So I definitely like where it's going. I might take the folks out there, one more time and see what them boys hitting on. I talk shit about the Asians, but listen, what's the place that we go to? Damn, I gotta ask this woman.
Yeah, they was getting paid to promote Red Lobster. Nigga. That's what being the influencer does, Rashad.
No, I would see. I didn't know. I was seeing if it was for the love because they just wanted to know, or
Niggas don't love Red Lobster.
shit. Why not?
I don't know. Listen, I don't eat seafood like that, so I don't love none of that shit. I ain't never had a crab boil or none of that. But niggas don't talk about going to Red Lobster.
Y'all niggas got food. That's why. It's a
They
psyop.
got food.
Y'all got food.
Red Lobster a part of a psyop?
It's a
Tell me
psyop.
more. I love a good psyop. I got my kufi on. I'm listening. What's up?
Red Lobster. I'm just all them spots was number one until like this rich culture. Even it trickles down to the clubs, like we was talking about earlier today, and where this rich culture, this I'm better than you culture, I'm a one up you, and so the things that we looked at, especially in our age, I think we fucked up the clubs, but we didn't fuck up the outlook of
Who is
the
we?
millennials. The millennials fucked up the clubs. We got to take that. Got to
You
take
might be
that one.
right. You might be right.
But for the restaurant shit, I think it was the young niggas. The young niggas because they wanted,
Nah, if we got to take, if we got, you got to take full responsibility. If we taking the clubs, we fucked up the restaurants too, because motherfuckers now saying cheese. I love cheesecake. The moment bitches started saying "Don't take me to Cheesecake Factory," I knew we was fucked up.
but I think it was
Cause
the
what?
young joints.
But you see why though, Ten, and that's why I was just talking about the exceptionalism. Some of them haven't even been to cheesecake. They heard from other people. That's why there's this rise of the tastemakers, right? Like people, their whole content, shout out to Keith Lee, but like his whole content saying yay or nay whether to go or not, or movie critics, and there's always been movie critics, but them saying yay or nay whether to go do this or not. And it's just like, man, it's like, man, go for yourself, bro. It's like, you ain't been to Cheesecake Factory. You just heard some girl put on her content that I don't want no nigga to take me to Cheesecake Factory, and you took on that, for yourself. And that's what we're seeing.
Right.
And it's like, bro, shout out to this man for rebuilding, 'cause like I said, he rebuilt P.F. Chang's. Now he's rebuilding, Red Lobster. And like I said, sometimes you are going to have to send out some fillers. You know what I'm saying? You have to send out some money. You know what I'm saying? Hey, y'all come shop with me. If we take it to the streets, right? Like, come shop with me, send out some fillers, and then they see, all right, this different quality. This ain't the
And
old Red Lobster.
from my understanding, seafood wise, Red Lobster not good quality seafood.
You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
it's
they do
like,
got good. They do got good quality seafood. I think that it did suffer with the old CEO. I think it did kind of suffer because maybe business wasn't as booming. Because even before he got there, I think they tried to do inland shrimp and all this kind of shit. So at one point, it did kind of suffer because if you ain't making money, you can't really spend no money. But I never looked at it as like niggas was looking at Red Lobster like McDonald's or some shit. Like as far as just like perception. And I think all of these chains that we grew up on, niggas started looking at it as perception because of like I put in the title, like a warped sense of what luxury means. Right? And so we get to spaces and where now, niggas want to be better. So now niggas, STK. If you ain't eating at STK, if you're not eating at I don't know what's out there uh all these high class restaurants, then like you broke and you a bum, right? And so it really took a hit for a lot of these spaces, but I'm glad to see a nigga that's trying to rebuild that shit.
and STK is a chain. It'd be so funny. I hear people say that. I'm like, STK is also a chain. Like, so it's all just perception. Somebody told you STK was this. And guess what? STK built on that prestige of somebody saying that. So they started charging more for their stuff. When in reality, they're all shopping with the same person to get same people to get a lot of their product to cook a lot of these things. And that's what that's what the CEO on his videos was focusing on. He's like, no, we actually have this access to the same, fresh seafood and things like a lot of these other places do. So it's really, and I think also he's giving them a measure of transparency. Like I said, he's really rebuilding them on all fronts, rebuilding them from the ground up, rebuilding their good name, with the people and listening, what I mean, to grow the business, which is always smart. You have to listen to your patrons, to an extent, but, listen to them. And I mean, that's what he's doing. So, I hope he's successful. You know what I mean? I don't too much eat out often. I'm really big on the mom and pop shops, especially over here in Charlotte. They got the mom and pops that are second to none, but, I've been to Red Lobster and it wasn't horrible. I'm not too big on seafood. Half my family's Cajun, so I think I just kind of got tired of it when I was younger. But shout out to them.
Didn't he
Shout out to
sit
them.
with Breakfast Club? I think he sat with Breakfast Club. That's a good look. I ain't gonna hold you. That is definitely a good look. He is working. Shout out to that young man. Last one I want to talk about, man. This shit was going around on Twitter. I think folks was trying to watch Rush Hour, and they put a disclaimer in the beginning, and they said we love our '90s buddies comedies, but this movie was created in a different time. FYI, certain depictions, language, and humor may seem outdated and oftentimes offensive. Is Gen Z soft
Lame.
as hell, or I'm tripping?
Lame. The
You're
world is
not
soft as
tripping
hell.
at all. They are very soft.
The world is
Sorry.
soft. Lame. Lame, lame,
Yep.
lame.
Yep.
I
Very
thought
lame.
it was just like jokes. And not even just like, cause we hear that a lot. A lot of comedians and shit hide behind the fact that I'm a comedian, I'm a joke, and they be offensive as hell. But I didn't necessarily see it in real time as offensive. And so to have this disclaimer, it's like, damn, bro, that shit is crazy. Cause Rush Hour is one of my favorites. One of my comfort movies. I turn Rush Hour on. Now, I mean, put me straight to sleep in a good way. I like watching movies that, I don't necessarily have to pay attention to. But I can hear in the background, and so I can go to sleep. Rush Hour is one of the movies, man. And so when I seen that disclaimer up there, man, I was like, these motherfuckers soft. How do we stop these kids from being so damn soft?
Yeah, I mean that's what happened when you got, all these things that's going on in the world, and it's tied to everything, right? So I think now what they're gonna do is they're gonna start putting that on like every movie that we watched growing up, like all of the anything that had to do with, that brought us up in our childhood, and the situations didn't look, you know, really, the situation really looked crazy. It's gonna get censored. It's gonna be all that and then some. And then they might edit out the parts that we really like too, that might not be for the generation either. So yeah, it's a whole lot. Like I'm sick and tired of the BS. I'm just over it. So yeah.
Yeah, I think that it gets to a level of coddling, and where we're not preparing these kids for the world, right? We're not preparing them for the ups and downs that they will go through. And so when you do look at the generations coming up, and the addictions and stuff like that, a lot of times we put that protector over them, and you can't say nothing to them. You can't, everything's considered bullying, everything's considered, they got a narrative or a title for everything. And so all of that overprotection, and then when we kick their ass out into the world, they don't know how to function, because there's nobody there to stop life from lifing. And I think it trickles down from like the perceived big shit to the perceived small shit. Like this, it's a movie. Like I don't get it from that aspect of having to do this. And then the effect of, because we just had a conversation about freedom of speech, and so it seems like a picking and choosing of what freedom of speech actually means, and everybody has a different definition, platform to platform, which is crazy as hell to me. It's like nothing is uniform, so that shit could be confusing. Yo, Grandma Sign Digger, what's the word? How you feeling? Yo,
Yeah, my bad, G. My bad, my bad. What's good? What's good? What's good? All right, so check it. Um, for me, you definitely are correct in that. But I believe, hold on, can you
yeah,
hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, okay, yeah, yeah. So I definitely believe it is more of not even necessarily people just being more soft or just too much PC stuff. It is just the overcorrection of what yesteryear was. In these I ain't gonna say hypersensitive times, but these the times of hyper awareness and the rise of bigotry. Oh, God damn it. My freaking phone. You know what? Hold on, I gotta drop back down. Hold on.
Got you. I want to see where he going. Hyper aware. I do think that there is a level of overcorrection. Now, were they getting their shit off back in the day? Of course. Um, I I think that living in that gray area that Fresh talks about a lot, we are not doing. When it comes to a lot of instances. And I definitely think that this is one of those, and where there could be a gray area, there could be an understanding of, this is comedy, or other aspects. I see it in the schools. I'll never forget. I seen an article of grade school, high schoolers. They can't wear what I think was Montclair or Canada Goose jackets to school, and it was because it was kind of like shaming the people who don't have it. And I was like, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, and so that overcorrection of, an overprotection, when that kid walk outside that school, he can't tell everybody to take their designer clothes off. Right? Some things you just gonna have to deal with. Some things you just gonna have to learn and understand and be able to navigate as a human being. In that gray area, we're not there. And so, in my opinion, you see it every day, with the Karens of the world, and where people don't understand that life is happening outside of them, and they can't control every situation. They can't control people, and tying it back to, like I said earlier, the reason why I think addiction is so high, the reason why sex addiction is high, watching porn or drugs or alcohol, because a lot of folks just can't cope with real life. And the more and more we keep doing shit like this, in my opinion, it's only going to further those negative impacts on our culture, on our community, um, because we are teaching avoidance instead of teaching working through that shit. Get like at some point you got to have a level of tough skin. At some point, man, you can't just you can't be a bitch all the your whole life. Like at some point you got to work through some shit.
Hey, I'm back. So, yeah, and you're right. I was listening to you. Yes, you're right. It is a greater development of having tough skin, and kind of like to that point I was just saying, it's a rise of overcorrection of what yesteryear was. Because with us as the new adults now, and seeing how all the older generation left the world for us to handle with all this craziness that they were saying on TV and all types of media and in, written media, now there's a lot of people that really want to change that and put disclaimers that, hey, this what it was, so don't be mad now because we're better today. It's almost like a weird, I ain't gonna say pseudo pretentious kind of thing, because having advisory stamps of what something used to be like isn't inherently wrong, but with certain things, especially with how that medium is understood, don't necessarily need that glossary advisory title on it. You know what I'm saying? Um, especially with something like Rush Hour, it's already understood as a comedy. Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan are beloved comedians globally. So this movie, if it were to offend someone, honestly, yeah, you just gotta take that on the chin, my nigga. Like, like, ain't nobody finna run and just cancel this movie or delete it or burn the DVD. Like, it is what it is at this point.
Yeah, I think that where does being soft and then having tough skin meet?
So, you know what? Okay. How would you define softness as it pertains to people being offended by certain outdated things in media? Because I think that question would be answered by how we look at what soft is. Is soft being aware of bigotry of yesteryear, or is softness being hypersensitive to everything that could look like an illusionary red flag from social media lands? You know what I'm saying? So you are correct with having tough skin and having some of that fragility meet in the middle to have a give and pull, or more or less balance. Because I believe Fresh kind of speaks on it a lot with like the rise of degeneracy, and that degeneracy. shows up in a lot of different things and can create, unfortunately, fragility in people. So I do believe that for people to enjoy these, especially OG classics like that, like at some point, I feel like 5 years from now, people are gonna find a way to cancel Friday After Next because of Cat Williams talking to his shorty a certain way, or
Yeah, I
Chris.
think that's what I'm talking about as
Yeah.
far as where it meets, as far
Okay.
as
Yeah.
people are going, in my
Rashad,
opinion.
that's what you raising. You raising them motherfuckers that's going. I just came up here to say you soft. You are
There
Gen
there
Z.
is a difference. There is a difference between looking for problems, right? I think what I hate saying your long ass name. What is your another name besides your grandma
You
Sally?
can just call me grandma, nigga.
Oh, okay, grandma. So I think that there is a level of looking for problems,
Yeah.
but also understanding the bullshit of, like he said, yesteryear and trying to find that balance. With this is just looking for shit,
Yeah.
right?
So
This is
yeah.
revisionist history bullshit.
Yeah. Because I mean, this. So here's the thing. This lens is often misplaced on really regular degular media, especially those from black culture. You know what I'm saying? It's one thing to go back and look at all the old racist Disney movies and then try to put that same mentality to look at Disney movies from the 90s and make one-to-one comparisons. And it's just like, yeah, outdated media will always have their small, insignificant shortcomings, depending on the era that it was created in. But not everything of yesteryear needs an advisory tag of, hey, in case you watch this movie, it's this, and this in it. Like, no, it doesn't.
Yeah, I
It
think
doesn't.
that like to put in perspective,
Mm-hmm.
like technology, right?
Yes.
Technology grows and advances. So 2K26 gonna come
Mm-hmm.
out. You can easily look at 2K9 and point out all the imperfections
Yes.
as far as how it looks and quality, and like it's easy to have a level of revisionist history, but
Absolutely.
as we continue to grow, it's not necessary
Yes.
to shit on that,
Yes.
right?
But I,
No,
I,
Rashad. No,
I
Rashad. Take a bow, brother. This for you. This all you. This what you
see,
progressive
see,
motherfuckers
see.
want.
Wait, Rick.
This is what
Rick,
progression gets you,
progression
brother.
isn't inherently wrong. It's the application and mentality that
No,
you
no,
know.
no, 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 no. Progression to humans is inherently wrong because you niggas suck and you ain't never been good at applying a fuck thing. Everything that ever got applied in history was by force, not choice. Whenever niggas was given a motherfucking choice, they always made the wrong decision and they gonna keep on making it. That's why we at where we at now. You see how that LGBTQ shit started to die down now? Because the progression gone. Now it's just a bunch of bullshit stacked on top of more bullshit. Now they telling you ain't no genders. Now they telling you they telling you ain't no genders, but they want to be a male or a female. What the fuck? I'm confused, right?
So
But that's
tie it
so,
progression
back
makes it.
into Rush Hour because
oh
What
I
I'm
want to
trying to
stay
do, I'm
on
yeah.
tying
that.
back
So
into rush hour because if he looking like a man on rush hour, and then that's offensive. What do you think? What do you think happens to the pop? What do you think the populace mind frame comes from? It comes from all these driven narratives that are perpetuated every day that you motherfuckers is allowing. Like it's time to say nay, no. It's time to say shut your stupid ass up. That whiny ass bitch ass shit, nigga. Nobody gives a fuck. And if they don't want to shut up, beat them up and beat them. And if they don't want to shut up after that, fuck them. Right? That's what you need. You need that. We need to go back, resurrect Bernie Mac. We need to listen.
oh
You know
my
why I
God.
was thinking
Yeah.
about something. Yeah, man. I just came up here for a second, man. I gotta
For
go back
sure.
into work.
For sure.
So yeah, man. Listen, man. Man. On my playlist for Shaw. Half more than half of the playlists out there generated for me today is dead. And I got to thinking, man. All the real niggas dead. All the real niggas dead. All the real rap niggas dead. Only thing we got is these soft ass, nail polish ass niggas that's running around this bitch, painting everything with except they motherfucking eyebrows. And then you wondering, is it me or is Gen Z soft as hell? Nigga, it ain't just Gen Z. I'm putting you motherfuckers in there too because they let you motherfuckers forget how you was raised. Nigga, I came from '89, bitch. I was here in
I think there's a
'95.
there's a
Yeah, I
level
was
of
here in 2000.
every
I was
every
here in '05.
generation
I
has a
was here in
level of
10.
there's every generation has a level of
And they
back in
can
my
tell
day.
me. Niggas try to tell me I'm a dinosaur.
Oh
I don't
shit.
tell niggas
Okay.
about back in their day. I don't give a fuck about back in my day because I'm here right now.
That's inherently what you just said, that this is how you
No,
was
nigga, that
raised,
ain't what I
aka
said. I
back in my
said
day.
revisionist history is you trying to tell a motherfucker that's been here the whole time where they messing up at or why they not progressive and this, that, and the third. What I'm saying is just because you have a new thought don't mean it wasn't thought before. And just because you got a new idea don't mean we got to put the same energy behind it as or we got to relinquish our right to hold on to the old ways. Tradition is tradition for a reason. We've come to this intellectual standpoint where y'all think bucking tradition is some courageous act.
There's
When
no standard for tradition in content creation in art. There's
yes,
no
it is.
here
Yes, it is.
I would say that it
Yes, it
is.
is.
it's not.
Yes,
I
it
think
is.
that there is
Flip,
a
Flip
hold
Wilson
on, hold on,
been
hold on, hold on, hold
existed.
on, because we was having a conversation. I don't want to be no back and forth. What I'm saying is
That's a
this:
conversation, ain't
the standard tradition, there is no standard for, hey man, this is a blank slate of you can do whatever you want to do as far as movie creation, as far as music. Like, people have always taken liberties, right? And so when you speak of tradition, it's not as far as, hey, continue to do this. No, we're just saying that the liberties that were taken from generation to generation, sometimes it might have been crazy, sometimes it might be all right, but to be able to look back and try to
you
pinpoint
see, you see
everything
what you
as
just
negative
said?
and not being able to view it
And
as progression, I
you
think
see
that's
what
the
you
issue.
just said. See, taking liberties, that is a tradition. Taking liberties is a tradition. The tradition of taking liberties is no problem, brother. The thing that you just said makes all the sense in the world. So since you want a liberty or you want to take a liberty and you don't like rush hour, okay, go make another rush hour. You motherfuckers around here allowing motherfuckers to criticize shit from the past and retroactively say this was inappropriate or this, that, and the third, and they did it. I remember when they first started doing it. I remember when they first started. I remember when they took Looney Tunes, they took Pepe Le Pew out of fucking
Yeah,
cartoons
they said he was
because
racist. A
motherfuckers was
racist.
saying that he was, and you niggas didn't say nothing then. Yeah,
I was going to mention
yeah,
that,
Yeah,
Rick. I
yeah.
was
yeah,
going to
that
bring
that
Yeah,
is
that
the
up.
thing.
that's
Yeah,
what
Yep.
that
I'm
did
talking
happen.
about. Liberties is what goes forward. Your problem is you allowing motherfuckers to criticize the past like it ain't the past. That shit stuck. And any nigga that got a problem with something that happened in the past should only be changing it in the future. All that what Rush Hour was like shit is nothing. Unless you can make Rush Hour 5, shut your bitch ass up. They not soft. They being heard. You niggas listening. That's the problem. I'm deaf to it. I'm closed minded.
Yeah, that doesn't help either. I think that there is a
I bet my
level.
shit be more progressive than yours.
Yeah, like I said, that doesn't help. There's a level of people who understand that things that happen in the past can be learned from and can be tweaked. I don't necessarily think that being closed off on that, because then it, like I said, goes back to, well, we was cool with it, so y'all shouldn't be, or if you got a problem, then you do something. I think that the you do something can be understanding and then trying to do something different. I just think that when you are going out of your way to try to find those things, instead of allowing for people to be in that their moment of time in the early 2000s, and this is the comedy, because it's not just Rush Hour. Adam Sandler had said something about a movie and where he was like, we live in a time and where we probably wouldn't have been able to make
You
that
can't
movie
make Eight Crazy
today.
Nights again, and that's one of my favorite
Huh?
movies. And it's a lot of offensive
Reason
shit
why
in
you
there.
can't, the reason, and I'm telling you the reason why you can't is because y'all be listening to nothings talk about what they don't like. You gotta stop. Somebody gotta be the leader.
Yeah, like I said, I think it can be a healthy balance. That's why I asked
Yeah,
Grandma.
you instead of talking about a balance, you try to negotiate with terrorists.
Disclaimer on the movie is not terrorism, but
Yeah,
what I'm
no, no, no,
saying
no, no, no,
is
no. That is
that you can
terrorism in
you
my eyes.
there can be a level of understanding.
No, 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 Rashad. Let me tell you why it's terrorism. Because it's terrorism to the old guard. Cool. You don't like the old guard? Knock it out your way, right? But the reality is, your criticisms aren't just because they're only retroactive. See, everything is cool in hindsight, and anybody could tell you what they would have did, but ain't nobody doing nothing. What's new these days? What's new these days? What's the new? What's new? Ain't nothing new. They remaking everything from the music. to the movies. Everything is just a remake of the old stuff. They not putting out nothing, and you not requiring them to because you steady trying to hear an opinion. Tell them go get in the lab.
Yeah, I
So,
never. Go ahead, Grandma.
so Rick, I'd like to ask because you
I got to jump
definitely.
back in the office, man. I'm sorry,
Oh
bro. I really
shit!
want to talk about this. I got to go back in the office, though,
Damn.
man.
Hey,
I'm sorry, y'all.
well then, shit. I'll
I
go ahead
love
and
y'all, though,
I'll go ahead
man.
and your
Love y'all,
spaces
man.
later.
Love y'all.
For sure. Well, then, you know what, Rashad, to Rick's point, because again, I'm from Chicago, so I'm a big Bernie Mac fan. And a lot of niggas would definitely be offended by him. And a lot of us here would be like, hey, bro, you just gotta chuck that up and suck a dick. But at the same time, I am more aligned with you on the line of progression and also, having a newer altruistic view and a collaborative effort with the old and new. You know what I'm saying? So I believe in order to have that really beautiful marriage of, I say proverbial softness and I'd say idealized toughness, we have to have rooms for improvement, rooms to be heard from all around. So that way nobody feels like, oh, well, because this is this way, I just want it right here and all of yours is just this kind of thing. Having that weird invisible line in the sand. We got to get rid of the line because as long as there's that line in the sand, it's gonna stay the way it is. It's either gonna be you all the way this way or all the way the other way. And that's how a
Go ahead,
lot,
Real.
yeah.
How you feeling?
I was just gonna throw this out there, but you already came up here and said it. Like, what do you think about like you think the less testosterone in the men today? It's like we're not as tough as we was yesterday. So you think that plays a part into it? Like we just softer now as a people in general. Like ever since the rainbow been getting pushed, it's like as a people we just real soft, and the men we just don't have a. Allegedly, the testosterone has dropped over the last couple of years, so I think that plays into it. Like yesterday's men, they wouldn't have been. Our dads was not offended by this stuff. You know what I'm saying? They would have addressed it however it was. They would have laughed. So I don't know. I think y'all, like y'all said, I think it's just we in a weird space right now. And then I think social media makes everything so much bigger too, because you can go back and play a clip of something. You might have missed it in the movies, but you can go back and play a clip of something. Like I'm seeing a lot of '90s videos where they be like, "Yo, this is questionable. How did I overlook this?" And it'll be a lot of stuff. You'd be like, "Damn, I did not see that before." But and so I think the rise of media, where we can go back and replay stuff, has a big part in it because you could just analyze or overanalyze everything now.
Yeah, I do think that I want, especially as far as being a creator, when I did music and shit like that, there is a level of allowing creators to create. But there is also noticing that some things that we might have been okay with is because there was no pushback. Even before Pepe Le Pew, there were cartoons that were now deemed racist that back then it was cool, right? They tried to do the whole Aunt Jemima shit, which I didn't agree with. But it's a lot of things that, like we said earlier, is overcorrection. Do I agree with overcorrection? No, but in real time, do people assume that do they realize that it's overcorrection? No. I think it is important, like Rick said, for people to speak up in that sense of saying, first of all, this symbolic bullshit don't mean nothing to us. And then two, it's probably not that deep, right? And so that's what I'm speaking towards as where it's not that deep. I don't necessarily think that Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan in Rush Hour joking on each other is something that we need to highlight, right? Because soon as we not watching these movies and shit, we are telling jokes to our friends. We are telling jokes to our coworkers that if somebody heard it or caught it on tape, it would be deemed bad, but that's the relationship that they had. I think the premise of this movie is these two guys have built a bond, built a brotherhood, built a relationship, and with that comes joking that people might see as racist or whatever or inappropriate. But that's the premise of the movie is we're brothers, and so every time to have a look back on content or art that's made and try to nitpick and view it through the lens a skewed lens of intent on harm or intent on damage, I think that's bullshit. I think that's bullshit. I think there are a lot of things that we can call out that have happened to our people, to other people, and where we can say, unequivocally, this is racism, this is offensive. this shouldn't be played, or this shouldn't be seen, right? Or this shouldn't have been created. And then there are a lot of aspects in where y'all niggas is reaching. Like, shut the fuck up. And so to Rick's point, I think we do need to tell folks to shut the fuck up more. But we also can learn. So like when grandma's talking about balance, I do think that there should be a balance there of a healthy shut the fuck up and a healthy let's learn from what we've been through and then move forward, just aware, right? Not even the aspect of should things be changed all the time, but being aware that these things have gone on, and so maybe we can do something, or maybe not, but it's not that deep. And it seems like it's a motherfucking slippery slope when it comes to music, when it comes to movies, when it comes to a lot of things, and where people are hypersensitive. And I think the hypersensitivity is the bad is the bad shit, right?
Hey, Rashad, it's one thing I wanted to add too, because I don't think it's been said. It's commercialism driving a lot of things, and a lot of people buying into this narrative that, oh, shit of yesteryear is bad, so we need to correct it, so they can finance these bullshit revamps and then call the old shit bogus and bad. That's another thing too. Like, people buying into progressiveness, turning it into a facilitated piece of capitalism too. That's another thing. Like,
So give me an example. What you mean?
okay, so let's say, yeah, a franchise like Rush Hour. At the time, again, we kids growing up with this movie, there's nothing being said about it that could have been made, that could have made it salacious up until like 20 years after. So pastime is, it's family orientated movie, kids, grandparents, everybody's going to go see it. Now it's being repositioned as this negative thing, and I do believe old pieces of media are being flagged as that to just be remade with bullshit actors and bullshit scripts and bullshit storylines to fit a false lens of progressiveness. Matter of fact, a couple of Disney shows have gone through that. Fuck, you know what? I don't have specific examples on me right now, but I definitely can post some in the comments once I do my little Googles. But there's been a specific trend of older media that has been once solely beloved, kind of to Rick's point a little bit too, now transformed into these hateful, archaic pieces of media just to get revamped into some bullshit for a quick dollar for these film industries. Like,
Oh, I get what you're
yeah, you
saying.
see what I'm saying? Like, matter of fact,
Yeah.
you know what? No shade to DC Young Fly and them. Like, they've been almost, I don't even want to say social media hoisted them up as the potential for the new Friday, but kind of to what I said earlier. In about 5 more years, bro, people gonna be saying some shit about the Friday series. It's either gonna be the first one, the second one, the third one. And people have been begging for them to make a new one, and people have been making their own little YouTube versions of it. And soon, some big filming company is gonna pick it up, and then you're gonna see like a smear campaign, because that's a underlying thing as well. That underlying dollar that can help get all that old piece of media out the way to make room for all these new digital platforms to make new digital media that is gonna be costing less, and just you can put some bullshit behind it and call it progressive. But
So the things that are being made is more of symbolic, more of a money grab, and you got to get the old shit out the way so that you can be able to produce the new shit.
yes, yes, because you used to have a homage to the OG films. You know what I'm saying? Like there used to be genuine tributes within modern film to where, from where it came from. Now it's just pushing the old shit out the way, calling it stupid, bogus, and bigoted just to make room for this new bullshit that ain't nobody really checking for. And
Yeah, because that seems random as hell. I know they play Rush Hour on TV
yeah,
probably a lot still, but to like Rush Hour out of all movies, it
right.
seems random as fuck.
And
I
my
would like to know what other movies have been, in my opinion,
yeah,
targeted with that
because
parental advisory tag.
and I believe Who Framed Roger Rabbit might be next, because that's a movie that was very beloved. But if you look hard enough, you can make some similar claims to it. Oh, the themes and jokes shown in this movie are not indicative of where we are today type shit.
What's that movie that all like the groceries was alive? What's that movie? It had Seth Rogen in it.
Yeah,
Sausage
Sausage
party or
Party. Yeah,
something like
Yeah,
that.
that movie
Something.
gotta go.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie.
yeah, no. That's
If
a
they
freaked out
targeted
movie.
Rush Hour, that movie got to go.
That ain't nothing but a freak off in food form for real. That's it. That's
For real, that one got to go. Kyra, what's the word?
It was called Sausage Party.
Yeah, they was nasty in that motherfucker.
Yeah.
They
I
had
know. I only came up here because you was talking about the disclaimer, and I put it in the comments that they did the same thing to Aladdin and Dumbo
ex-
because, huh?
I'll say exactly. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it was because they really had no choice because you got to think about when Dumbo was made
Hmm.
and what those crows were doing,
Hmm.
the way they had those characters talking and that you jive turkey, like that was racist as
I
hell.
done
Like
seen them fly.
yeah, exactly. Like it was mad racist, and the same thing with Aladdin too. Like the way that they were portraying the way they were portraying the Arabs, it was just like, and Aladdin is my favorite, all
Yeah.
time favorite Disney movie. Like I love that movie.
Hmm.
So it's like I get it. I get the disclaimer on it, and I don't think it has anything to do with the society being soft. I think it's them. I think it's the older generation from then is correcting what's going on now because now you have a broader audience. You have kids who are more understanding and they watch TV and they see these things. It's not about trying to push something like, oh, y'all soft as hell. Like, no, like y'all make them crows and Dumbo, that was egregious. That was nasty. I don't care what nobody say. That was some nasty shit. Like, it's the same thing. Like, if you watch Princess and the Frog, that movie is low key racist, but it's a good movie. But if you watch, you see some stuff and you just like, this is crazy.
So let me ask you a question. Where does, cause like I said, we can look back on anything, right? And point anything out because at the end of the day, humans made these things and humans come with their own biases, their own understandings, their own beliefs, right? And so if you want to find something, you probably could find something, right? And so where does the understanding of these things have happened, this is where we have progressed and this is where we have came from, go from that to, you know what, let's, like grandma said, let's shame everything, right? Let's get it out the paint, let's get it out the way, this shit was fucked up, disclaimer, parental, like where's the balance in that shit? Because I don't think we should be able to go that far left and where now we looking back on everything and going through everything with a fine tooth comb to point out the absolute worst that we can find.
I Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Carl.
No, go ahead, because I got a feeling you're gonna say exactly what I'm gonna say. So
I
go
was
ahead.
gonna say that balance is understanding that all negative things in media, although you may want to get rid of them, they have lived in reality, so they should exist in some light form. They shouldn't be totally eradicated because to again, to her bringing up Dumbo and Aladdin, it's like, yes, those things were very racist in that. But, how you provide the lens of that racism to be shown to the public, whether through comedic form or some layer that is digestible for the people, I believe you should let it fly, personally. Because, you know what? One of my favorite movies, Eight Crazy Nights. Adam Sandler, you can't make that movie again today because of how many offensive things that there are in that movie. But at the same time, people from the disabled community, people from the Jewish community, people from a myriad of different communities laughed and loved that movie and also played into those stereotypes too, and also talked about those stereotypes because the stereotypes that live within media come from real life. It's not even just mimic it, it's just another expression for people to see it through. And for me, when people go back trying to fine tooth comb through these things, again, it's in bad faith, it's disingenuous, and it's a testament to people not growing with it to understand its purpose and how it was reflective of the time. And, can be reflective of like the future because most things are just a cycle, especially in media,
Yeah.
kind of to Rick's point earlier. So, and man, I'm very curious to hear your point, Kyra, because again, with something like Aladdin, it's like being in, community with like Arab and Muslim people talk about that movie, a lot of them love it. A lot of them even related to Aladdin. Being broke down, trying to get the girl of their dreams and having a chance to do it. They didn't even mind all the other shit. But go ahead.
I think it's more so. I'm just gonna say it.
Hmm.
White guilt.
That,
That's it. White
that
guilt.
part, that part.
If we can just all get on one accord and just say what it is when it comes to some of this stuff, we will be better as a society and just say it's white guilt and white people wanting to be the hero when they have been the villain for so long in media
Hmm.
and in the world. Because like I stated before, Aladdin is my all-time favorite Disney movie. I'm 36. I will cut that movie on right now and watch it and laugh and quote that movie word for word. I
Facts.
don't give a damn. But I've never heard a Muslim or Arab, anybody from that country criticize that movie. I've never heard it.
And
Now, again, when you watch it, you can see the wrong in it, right? You get what I'm saying? You
yeah,
can see the wrong in it. But if that demographic don't care, that's just your guilt.
yeah,
That's all it is. It's just your
yeah.
guilt. But I think with the Dumbo thing, because in the live action Dumbo, they don't have those crows in that movie. They don't. They don't have those clothes in that movie. So when you watch it, you're just like, oh, you're just trying to fix something that you know you fucked up. So now you want to be looked at as, oh, I shouldn't have did that. We're so sorry.
Yeah.
Please forgive us. And it's like, okay, like, but what do we do now? You know what I'm saying? Like where we go
Yeah.
from here now? Like you apologize and you're gonna do it again, and then in 25 years you're gonna have the same disclaimer on another movie, and then another thing is gonna happen. There's gonna be a disclaimer on another movie or another. It's just again white guilt and white tears. That's it.
I think
That's all it is.
Jonay said in the comments, um, she said, I never understood forgetting context of the times. I do think context does matter on both sides though. Context of the times and understanding, because Rick asked the question, if Aladdin and Dumbo was, racist, then how come nobody was offended? I think in context of those times, there wasn't a lot of pushback.
Yeah.
There was no what's the right word, reward, or there was nobody hearing people out like they're hearing folks out now. So saying something back then, you probably had, a couple folks, but it didn't get nowhere, right? I think it was,
Yeah.
we have bigger fish to fry, especially, late 80s, early 90s, and where, let's look at these motherfucking
Right.
movies and say something about these movies, right? It was a
I don't mean
lot
to cut
more
you off,
shit going
Rashad,
on
but
socially in our community than to be looking at Aladdin and Dumbo and trying to pinpoint the racist tropes. I think Dumbo came out even earlier than that. Maybe,
1941. It came out in
yeah, I was
1941.
about to say, like,
So that's the issue. That's the
Hmm.
issue right there. That's the issue.
Yeah.
yeah,
But
Dumbo came
like
out
you
so
said, that was
so
a thing of the
longer in the
time.
40s. In the 40s, nigga, we couldn't even work.
Right.
We probably
And
couldn't even go to the movie theater and sit with white folks to see the movie. So it's,
and you know and you know what, Rashard? This was the other thing too. Their social media was just the newspaper and the radio.
yeah.
That's all they had. That's all niggas had, and word of mouth. We have advanced so far in just the social media landscape, even going so far as to be able to coin it that when it was always that before it was that, is that now we have all these super new and improved avenues for people to feel that their opinion is important enough on something that it can be heard literally around the world. Like even Spaces is a beautiful example of that. And it's like people often take the time to weaponize the context of time against a piece of media and art to then bastardize it for, again, like I said earlier, cheap imitated bullshit. And, or bastardize media that is still beloved and generally doesn't do a harm. Cause I can tell you right now, there's still kids watching Dumbo today.
Yeah. Yeah.
like nobody's stopping it just because of those subvertive racist undertones. Boy, kids singing right along with them damn birds.
Hotel, what's
I
the
ain't gonna lie,
word?
that was a jam. That was a jam.
Hold up.
What's the fucking word, my
What's the
nigga?
word? How you feeling today?
I'm good, man. Blessed, highly favored and all
What's
that.
going
Shout out
on,
to
everybody?
everybody.
What's up, Pimp
You know what I'm
Skylark?
saying? But see the thing is when it comes to this type of 21st century lens looking at these old films, we do ourselves a disservice because what you guys think the ancestors were just putting up with were just things that they honestly didn't have that big of an issue with. You dig what I'm saying? So the way y'all was even conceptualizing the ancestors, I don't appreciate. Like, oh, back then they didn't have and back then they couldn't and all this other stuff. When we have decorated authors and all types of people in media, we had our own newspapers since the 1700s. So it's like, if black people were so offended by the Jim Crow, that they were literally called the Jim Crow. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it
It
was
was
racial
named after
undertone.
a nigga from a stage play.
You know what I'm saying? So like when it comes to that, it's like, I see where y'all coming from, but do y'all consider Pootie Tang racist? Because Pootie Tang was created by Louis C.K.
It is absolutely racist.
So that's what
Yeah,
I'm
it's
saying.
a
So it's
stereo.
like,
It's like
I am one of
Pootie
the few
Tang.
people who's never
Nah,
seen that
I don't
movie.
think Pootie Tang racist. I ain't gonna hold
that's
you.
what I'm
It's
saying.
a
Because
But
I
caricature
it's
though.
created.
because if
It's
Pootie Tang racist, what's that movie we was just talking about yesterday? The nigga, it was a clone. Why did they clone
why do
somebody?
they clone Tyrone? So that's what I'm
Yeah, like
saying.
all
So
you got. It's a slippery ass slope. Now that shit racist.
it's not a slippery slope when you stand on what you stand on. Like when it comes to the stereotypes, do those people exist? Do job talking niggas exist or nah? And if they do exist, can white people make a movie about them?
No, I mean, so like the thing
You see what
is
I'm
like
saying?
this,
Like,
right? Can I say this real quick, President? I feel like the thing is stereotypes is like this, right? Like at the end of the day, it's still going to get profit of. Jim Crow never went away. It just recolored itself. Like look at Sexy
what you
Red.
mean?
She
What you mean, Jim?
like
What do you mean by that?
let me explain, right? So look at Sexy Red, bro. She's like, even though that's her natural self, she's a caricature of what white America thinks of the black woman, loud, ghetto, and over sexualized, right? Even with Lizzo when she first came out, she's a mammy stereotype. They always push these stereotypes from us, but they know people are going to eat them up. You get what I'm saying? And like even
Yeah, but
then,
so
I hate to, but
at that point
let
though,
me
at that
finish.
point,
But let me finish though, real quick, right? You got to understand that even though these are stereotypes, these are still products of white supremacy. You get what I'm saying?
oh
So,
brother,
but look, let me finish, right? These are products of white supremacy, but at the same time, there's so many people who not woke up to the fact that that's the case, and these white niggas are still going to profit over it. You get what I'm saying? That's why, like, even then, I never want to agree with that schizophrenic ass nigga Kanye, because I don't agree with how he go about shit. But he got on the point. Them niggas make money off her suffering and shit. It's all psychological warfare, my nigga.
Yeah, I don't even. Where did the Jim Crow shit? You didn't even explain that. Or
he
am I
didn't.
tripping?
He said because I didn't want to cut son off. He said that we in a new Jim
So
Crow
look,
because hold on,
let
bro.
me
I didn't cut
explain
you
the
off.
Jim
I didn't
Crow
cut you
shit.
off. You said don't cut
Okay,
you
go
off. I
ahead.
listened to you. He said that we in the new Jim Crow because Sexy Red and
Got
Lizzo
her
fit
ass
a
out?
particular. Hold on, because Sexy Red and Lizzo depict a particular type of stereotypes that white people have, and this is what I be talking about when it comes to black behavior, black thought, and just black America. Period. Y'all put all of the onus on white people. I don't understand that. So because white people, okay, have a mammy fetish when it comes to Lizzo and have this, need to, you know, reiterate or reaffirm their stereotypes about ghetto black women, we're not supposed to hold these two particular people accountable for their own actions as black Americans. And that's what I'm saying. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to be here. I don't want to hear about white people when motherfuckers are being rich. Like Sexy Red is getting rich off of this shit. At any time, Sexy Red could stop doing this. At any point, Sexy Red could be like, yo, this is wrong, da da da. But she doesn't because this is what she wants to do. Likewise, Lizzo. So when it comes to the black actors who played the crows on Dumbo, they're not some feeble-minded, illiterate, dumb people. No, these are voice actors who chose a job, just like Pootie Tang. These are willing participants in whatever portrayals or whatever that they choose. So I don't want to hear about white supremacy in a movie. I really don't,
Hey,
especially
look,
when
hey,
y'all
President,
talking, y'all go to these movies, y'all listen to Sexy Red, y'all listen to, like, I don't want to hear that. Y'all enjoy these things. It can't be white
President, look.
supremacy when y'all enjoy it. I don't want to hear it.
President, like I said, like you before you cut me off, if you would have listened and let me finish the first time, I said they know. I said white people know niggas are going to eat it up regardless. What does that say when I say niggas are going to eat it up? I'm
So if
saying,
niggas
and
is
I'm
going
not.
to eat it up
Listen,
regardless, isn't that the
let
bigger
me
issue
finish,
than white
bro. That's
people?
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But you're not letting me finish. So we can't. We're literally saying the same shit, but you won't let me finish. I'm saying that these stereotypes are still profitable because niggas are going to eat it up instead of checking it or holding it fucking accountable. You get what I'm saying? Cause like I seen bitches like Sexy Red my whole life, my nigga. I lived in Louisiana and I lived in fucking Cleveland, Ohio, nigga. I seen that shit for myself. And what happened to these promiscuous ass bitches' sons? These niggas end up in the penitentiary. Right, am I fucking wrong? Cause these niggas don't got no guidance. I wouldn't want to raise a fucking kid with a hoe. That's just me.
How did we get back to hoes? I don't even
Bro,
understand.
all
This
I'm
was
saying
about what
is
time? Hold up. I just wanted to ask
when you
you a
first started
question.
speaking, the bulk of what you was talking about was scapegoating white people. That's what I heard you say. That because
No,
of the manly
no,
stereotype, because of
no,
the
no. That
stereotypes that
was
white
using
people have
those.
on black people are going to eat these stereotypes up in the media.
Hold on, wait. Let me ask you a question, Hotep, because I didn't agree with the point of since they exist, then is it racist to create that type of art or media?
Okay.
I don't believe that because there are, ghettos or like for me, I like what's the dirt? Trap Lord Ross. I hate them niggas. Right? I think that they are pimping, black culture. Are the shit that they depicting and reporting on, is it real life shit? Yes. But to come in and create media off of that and exploit it and get rich, making money, I don't think that that should be happening. So to your point of, yeah, they exist. So,
Wait, because
white
they
people.
white?
Yes, yes, 100%.
Yo, man. I know y'all feel like y'all have like a monopoly on y'all experiences in this country and shit, but like people have eyes, bro. People observe the way we behave, the way we talk and shit like that. Like at the end of the day, bro, everything when it comes to these topics you be having on these spaces is due to somebody else living their life. You be having entire whole arguments, debates about other niggas' marriages, other niggas' morals, all types of shit, and you make content off of it because this nigga's a British white dude or this is another white dude and they see the same behaviors and actually might take a little bit more time than going through the Reddits and subreddits and shit trying to connect dots, damn near solving the crimes and shit like that. Y'all take offense to it
A
when the
thousand percent.
offense should be that you niggas shouldn't be having any of this shit on the internet in the
No, no,
first place.
I'm not disregarding the actions that are being done
Yes, you
because I,
are,
no, no,
because you
no, no, no,
keep
no,
talking
no.
about
Hold on,
exploiting.
wait.
Nah, if we want to talk, no.
I
When we talking
agree
about
that those things
exploitation,
shouldn't
my
be
nigga, we
going
need to be
on.
talking about the niggas who are exploiting this shit in the first place before we even get to a
No,
trap Lord
what
Ross.
I'm saying is that we can have two different conversations, right? It don't have to be either or. I don't agree with the actions that are taking place, right? But I
Mm-hmm.
do think that there is a stark difference in somebody treating black culture um or treating black people like zoo animals in terms of coming and observing and then running back home to tell your folks what you seen at the zoo. And then when shit hit the fan, you don't want nothing to deal with. Adam 22, Buddy got his hand blown off and he got to start a GoFundMe to get his hand right. Right? But you will use him to come to your platform and act a motherfucking fool and you making millions of dollars and you putting his interviews behind a paywall so that you can monetize off of him. And then something that happens to him in real life, you ain't got no love.
Yeah,
You
y'all
put this
got high
motherfucker's
cracker
hand. Hold on,
sensitivity.
hold on, hold on.
That's what this is called.
You put this motherfucker's blown off hand on your page, but then
Mm-hmm.
he can't get no love when his shit is. I think that type of behavior, I hate it. So
Yeah,
when it comes,
I don't personally like the behavior, but I just don't add any onus to it just because the dude is a cracker and y'all just have high cracker sensitivity. And I get it. You dig what I'm saying? But because like I've seen black executives and all that shit exploit black talent, like P. Diddy and shit like that is exploiting all these niggas. I can't think of a single bad boy success story. Not one. Nigga had like a dozen artists. All of them niggas was exploited. But nobody talks about that shit in the same vein as an Adam 22 because he's a cracker. And I get it. But yo, one is not better than the other just because of the skin color. So in the same vein that y'all don't like the Adam 22s, I don't watch his shit. So I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't go into or I don't add to whatever revenue he may get from viewership. But it's like, yo, y'all cannot be getting mad at the stuff that y'all support. And then once it gets to a certain point, y'all get mad that y'all brought it to that point. That's all on y'all.
no,
Y'all
I
watch
think
Trap
that
Law Ross.
there's a
Y'all
difference.
watch Adam 22. Y'all did
There's a
that.
difference though,
Four
Hotep,
extra
because
and every
even
last one. Hold on, Rashad. Four extra and every last one of them other gang members that go up in that shit, they go up in that shit willingly, bro. They are willing participants. They understand off the dribble. When you walk into this motherfucker, we gonna exploit whatever is done here. If you spit on a nigga, if you fight a nigga, if you stab, shoot a nigga, if you blow your motherfucking hand off, it's being recorded and we 100% gonna monetize it. That is the deal, bro. This is no different
Hey,
than these.
President.
What?
hold on, I think that there's a difference, right?
Go
Hold on,
ahead
hold
It's
and
on,
not a
finish though,
hold on,
cause
difference,
hold
yo.
I
Y'all
on.
just
Listen,
don't
listen,
want
listen,
accountability
listen,
because
listen,
y'all look
listen.
at the white
I
man as his ISIS coder. So clearly,
no,
what?
the
Yes,
difference
y'all
is
do. Yes,
that
y'all
the
do.
hold on, wait, wait,
Yes,
wait,
y'all
listen,
do.
listen, listen. The difference is that even if you bring up a Diddy or anybody else, right? In my opinion, those dollars and when you see his philanthropy and influence, they're still going back to the community in a certain level of way as far as employment, as far as opportunity, as far as chat, all that shit, right? And so you can say that he signed niggas to bad deals and all that. You ain't seen a success story. I understand you, and I do think that that is to a certain extent true, right? But I also believe that that is still more helpful when we think about just in large scheme than an Adam 22 who is exploiting, taking, pilfering, and then don't give a fuck. I think that
can add
that is
on to that.
different. That
Man,
that is
yo,
Okay,
like
different.
I
so
said, I really
look,
think y'all just
look,
have a higher
can I add
sensitivity
on
to
real
it
quick?
because it's crackers doing it and not niggas. Honestly.
I
Hey,
think we
can
should.
I just say something? Can
I
I
don't
just
think
say
that's a
something real
problem.
quick, bro?
Go
I
ahead.
just have
It's like,
I have a beef with it all. That's what I'm saying, regardless. Because if you want to
yeah,
ask me, I feel like it's worse when a black person does it. Honestly, I think it's worse. If a black man, we coming from the similar situations and all of that, and he's willing to exploit me, I feel like it's worse. We supposed to be brothers, right? We supposed to be together. If we are treating white people as the, perceived enemy or at least guilty until proven innocent type situation, we should expect that type of shit from crackers, but we laud them, hold them to a higher standard, hold them into a higher regard, and that's why y'all believe this shit is
I
worse when
no,
white
I
people
think
do it.
that
I think it's worse when niggas
since
do it.
our inception, and I got you, Pimp Scar. Like, so hold on. Since the inception of especially hip hop and black media, as far as movies and plays and all that shit, we have always walked outside our door and reported on what we see. And because we live here and we are in close proximity and we have an understanding of what the fuck is going on. And since inception, we have not been able to capitalize on these situations. It's always been taken. It's always been pimped out. It's always been pilfered, right? I think that that is that is different from these white boys that don't live here and they're blowing up and they're getting rich off of our neighborhoods because we've always done it and we've never got the recognition of an Adam 22 or a Trap Lord Ross when we talk about
I don't know, bro.
no
I've
no
been
no
watching Smack DVDs since I was a little
no,
kid, bro.
but these
I was
kids
watching the Come
when
Up
they talk
DVD since
when
I
this
was a little kid.
'90s empowerment movement with the likes of Boys in the Hood wasn't exploiting black people. Boys in the Hood was taught with John Singleton. I think that's who made it. He was, hey man, this is
Yeah.
what's going on in the hood. I think when white folks
Hmm.
coming in and they're exploiting it and they're pimping it out, and not only are they doing that, more harm and damage because now they are inciting situations. You invite a blood up here to talk shit about cuz, and then you invite a crip up here the next day to talk shit about him because he said something yesterday. Now
Hmm.
you're creating an issue where there was no issue to begin with.
Bro, why you
hey, can
keep
I? Hey,
skipping the fact that these
hold
people
up.
are going up there willingly, bro? Like,
Hey, hey,
what's the
hold
problem?
up.
Now, hold on real quick, cause this is what I
Not,
don't like.
not,
Y'all treat
hey,
y'all
President,
absorb
hold up,
your
bro.
own behaviors because the white man is like some magical wizard that can make you do things you don't want to do.
Hey,
I don't understand
hey,
this logic.
hey,
Go ahead,
President.
Skylar.
So look, what I'm trying to say is I get what you're saying, President, because it's like at the end of the day, like for example, bro, some shit like ghetto gaggers, bitches volunteer to go on that bitch and know what the fuck's going on.
Keep
That's
going
what
to the
presidents.
hoes. We ain't talking about the
No, no, listen,
hoes.
listen, listen. I'm using it. Damn, let me get to the point, right, bro? I'm saying that at the end of the day, these niggas is choosing to be coons for these white people, is what President is saying. So if a nigga going add on 22, niggas knowing that they're going to get exploited is what he's saying, and I agree.
I agree with that nigga saying you gotta hold those niggas accountable.
Yeah, son. Like,
But at the same time, what Rashad is saying is I would rather a nigga sign with a black motherfucker because that money is still gonna go back to the black community.
no, the fuck it's not. This, look what them, yo, y'all bugging, son. Y'all are bugging. Y'all making shit up.
That's what Rashad said. He said shit gonna go back to
Yeah,
the
y'all
black
making shit
community.
up. Show me them black dollars. Show me them bad boy dollars that made it back to the black community. Show me.
Nigga,
I think
I
it's
don't fuck with
disingenuous to say that they haven't.
Like, what the fuck is y'all
I
niggas
think it's
talking about? Every
disingenuous to say
last
that
one
they
of these
haven't.
people in that particular class of business owner who's in the business of salacious bullshit, whether it's girls going wild, road rules, real world, motherfucking whatever it is, nigga, if you putting the camera on and filming the exploits of degenerate people or potential degenerate people, understand that every party involved has signed, sealed, and delivered whatever they wanted to do on that shit. I do not feel bad for their gang member that go on Adam 22 and incriminate themselves. I don't feel bad for their nigga that go up there and get exploited by Adam 22 because at the end of the day, them niggas they enjoy that shit. Whatever clout, money, or whatever they get out of that shit, that is a square deal, fair exchange, no robbery. Y'all just don't like the fact that the degenerate behavior is being able to be put on Front Street, and the white person that's putting it on Front Street has absolutely no repercussions of it, because you know why? That nigga didn't do anything degenerate. That nigga is following the law. That nigga is creating content off the buffoonery shit that y'all niggas get into. That's not my fault. It's no different than going to the safari and filming a lion killing a gazelle. You can have all of the moral scruples you can have as it pertains to that. You could be a vegan. You could be down with PETA or whatever, nigga. That shit don't matter. Y'all niggas are willingly participating in barbaric behavior, and I want to put a camera to it. I want to put a microphone in front of it, nigga, and I'm going to get paid off of it, because that shit is no different than any other wild ass out of the polite society behavior that people want to watch. Period. Whether it's
So
footage of
president.
the war in the Middle East, it does not matter, nigga. Cartel videos, all of this shit is the same. Motherfuckers want to watch it. And the minute you niggas stop doing it, there'll be nothing to watch. Period,
Okay, so
nigga. I
president.
don't
Yeah,
want to hear
I
about how
think.
white
Hold on,
supremacy made you
hold on, wait.
into a gang member, nigga.
The standard of black folks having to be absolved of all crime is just absolutely ridiculous. The truth is,
What?
every culture, in every race, crime is committed and crime happens. What is disproportionate as far as coverage, in my opinion, is they not bringing the camera around to the triads. They not bringing the camera around to the Indian gangs.
Yo.
They not bringing the
Or,
camera around to
or,
these white
or
supremacists.
nigga,
Hold on,
or nigga, you can't
I
bring
let
the
you go.
cameras around to the triads. How about that?
Hold on. They not bringing the camera around to all of these other communities and cultures and gangs and nefarious activity. We don't see the Indian gangs in America and let's talk about it. They don't do that. It's disproportionate to our community, and I think that is bullshit.
Yo, my
But not
Because
nigga.
even that.
why
But
why
wait, wait,
You
wait.
are
target
But I have a
full
black
of
question.
shit,
folks?
bro. You are full of
But I have a
shit.
question.
So now, hold on, Rasheem. Hold on. Cause now I gotta respond to Rashad. So now we've gone away from, cause you didn't want to take accountability for the cultural bullshit we got going on. So now we gotta worry about American triads, American Indian gangs, or
No,
whatever the
I'm
fuck I'm,
saying what you
nigga,
said.
nigga,
What
how
you
about
said
this?
is they want to see it. You said that they want to see crime and bullshit.
Yes,
And
and I
I said,
listed a whole bunch of shit that didn't even have nothing. I said girls
no,
going
no. And
wild
I'm
and road
saying
rules in
what
real
you're
world,
saying
my
is
nigga.
absolutely right. We all love a good car crash,
Okay.
right? But what I'm
So,
saying is it's disproportionate
you
to
know why?
continue to go into black
Show
communities
me
when
the
there are
triad music
more
video.
communities doing that.
Show
That's
me the
why I think it's
triad
bullshit.
music video.
Huh?
Show me the triad culture being perpetuated by niggas that's not triad. How about that? Like, y'all niggas be trying
Listen,
to
it's
act, this is
easy.
what I'm saying. Y'all be wanting to have
I could
y'all
put a
cake
million in the
and eat it
chat.
too.
I guarantee it's out there. I could put a million in the chat.
Now, yeah, you can't put a million in the chat. Cause
I could
listen,
put a million in the chat.
you
It's easy.
remember, alright, so check this out. You dissed J1, remember? And you told that
Yeah.
nigga you not really street nigga. I actually know street niggas. Nigga, you are a father of two, a father of three, nigga, living in the suburbs. But you still had to put that shit on a diss a nigga. So what I'm trying to tell you,
No.
no, let
Because,
me finish,
but
nigga.
what I'm saying
Let me
is,
cook, cause you know you mad.
what I did was true though. What I said was true.
But what I'm saying is to you, my nigga, when it comes down to being able to put on your tough bag, when it comes down to being able to show off your masculinity and shit, you dip into the criminality bag. You dip into the, oh, I know niggas, I used to get it in and da. You get the bragging about crime in the community, right?
No, that wasn't a brag
Yes,
about.
nigga. We
Hold on,
all heard the record.
wait.
We all all heard the
that
record.
wasn't a brag about crime
And
because
don't let
not
me
one
lose you with my
time.
point of only
Hold on,
talking
hold on, hold
about
on,
your
hold on, hold on.
music. We talking about
Hold on.
the culture as a whole.
That wasn't a brag about crime. That was understanding how he speaks, whether it was
Yo,
on JBP.
you can
Hold on,
try
hold on.
to be obtuse.
Hold on. It was about how he speaks and what he says on and off wax and on and off the internet. That's what that was about.
Heard
And your
you.
accents don't match up. That was all that is. That's
Check this
not me
out.
bragging about
Now
anything that I do.
you can try to be obtuse and not understand what I'm saying, but the people in the audience know exactly what I am talking about right now. At the end of the day, there has been a 40-year track record of a particular behavior coming out of our ghettos being lauded as something to be praised, as something to pay for, as something to look at, as something to emulate. I don't know if you know, nigga, but when we was little kids, wiggers were at like an all-time high where they were literally sagging their pants, wearing do-rags, rocking fitteds and shit, looking goofy because they're trying to emulate the shit they see on TV. So what happens is now that the nation, you cannot be the number one genre in the world, purport all of the shit that you do within your culture, within your genre, through this culture and shit like that, and then get mad when the world wants to know more, wants to see more. When a motherfucking random Arab nigga wants to make documentaries on YouTube about gang wars in Chicago. When a nigga in England wants to fucking monetize videos and talk about the gang wars going on in New York and shit like that. You cannot have one without the other. You can't be the biggest genre in the world without people being investigative. That's not how
Hotep, you
that's how
skipping
this
so
works.
many points.
But
You skipping so many, cause one, black people are the most creative on this planet. Everything that we
My
do,
nigga.
people love.
My
Hold on, wait,
nigga.
listen. Everything that we do, they love and they want to know more. That's why they steal all our shit. That's one. And then two, with the systematic racism that is applied to black people, right? For the years that we've been here, you telling me a nigga that been born and bred in the ghetto, right, walks outside and makes a movie about what he sees, walks outside, makes a song about what he sees, and then people say, damn, that's creative. Let me come into your community and exploit the shit that you talking about. You telling me that's okay?
No, what I tell you
That
this,
doesn't make
you're trying to
sense.
compare like the righteous teacher type rapper and
That
shit, and
doesn't
you're
make
not trying to talk
sense.
about the drill rappers. I would say the drill rappers are doing the same thing the crackers is doing. Wake it up. The drill niggas is doing the same thing the
what
crackers
is the
you
line?
don't like
Okay,
are doing, nigga. They
but
exploiting the fact that they in the middle of this beef. They understand the social and physical currency that comes along with them purporting that ghetto gangster shit that they do. They would not be doing this shit if it did not have a rush of dopamine, have a rush of motherfucking social currency to where motherfuckers is like, oh, such and such is a gangster. That nigga keep it real. Niggas know my body, all this other shit, nigga. Niggas are proud of the degeneracy. Stop trying to obscure the shit, and everybody's with some poor righteous teachers coming from the ghetto just reporting on what the fuck they seen out their window. No, nigga. It's actual gangsters on these songs talking about, I killed this nigga around the corner. I'm committing crimes and I'm putting a beat to it, nigga. That's the same level of exploitation as Adam 22 and them, but because you don't look at your own people as somebody that can be accountable for themselves, and you look at the white man in a higher regard, in a better regard, you put all of the onus on the white man. No, nigga, I'm putting the onus on where this shit come from. I
But
actually,
president,
hold on,
and
wait.
it's
Hold on,
every
always
hold on.
but
time,
Hold
bro,
on,
president.
hold
Then
when
on,
niggas
you
hit
wait,
me with
say
Tyler,
but
that
wait,
shit,
Tyler.
but
president.
Wait,
but
Tyler.
this
Let
the
Rasheen
thing,
go.
nigga. You
Hold on,
can't.
wait. Let Rasheen go, cause he had his hand up. Go ahead, Rasheen, we got
Because
Skylar.
because I guess my initial question was right. What is the line between? I think there's a way. Are like drill rappers and stuff like that also exporting like their communities and like kind of beautifying like what they? That's not a word. But are they like trying to highlight all the good things that they?
Romanticize.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I couldn't find a word. Romanticize all the things that they're doing. I think there's a point that could be made. That's there. A point to be made with that. I can't speak to that. A point to make with that. But I mean, but where's the line, right? As far as like, if that's happening in their culture and they're still speaking on this shit that they're going on, whether they're trying to romanticize it or not, for someone like an M22, even like someone like academics, right? If you're not doing it, I feel like if you're not highlighting it in the right way, and if you're just doing it for like, kind of like clicks and views, right? To try to like highlight all this stuff in a negative way, then I think we can come out here and say, you're being a bit exploitative, right? And also as a white man, it looks kind of crazy. You know what I'm saying? I think it's okay to say that, right? And I think that's the question I had initially. Like, where's the line between, yes, like
No,
documenting.
the line is I can't wait to see a video of these little niggas being like, yo, no cameras, no cameras, no cameras. But I never see that. I see niggas being like, yo, get the camera on this. Show the camera all of the guns we got. Yo, make sure the world know how gangster we are in this corner, in this city, in this block,
I
and all
got
this other
you.
shit.
I
These
got you.
niggas want this shit. Y'all be acting like there's a
But I think,
motherfucking white man coming from the other side of the world with a camera under his coat being like, let me film on the low what these niggas is doing. That's not what's happening. There's a
but we
white
could,
man,
yeah.
black man, a Hispanic man, Arab man, whatever, coming to these niggas blocks with the cameras in their face, and they are pointing guns at the camera being like, yo, this is the type of shit we get into, world. This is the type of shit we represent, world. And y'all niggas is mad at the people recording and not the niggas being recorded. And that's fucking insane to me.
Look, I think people.
But
I think for every
Hotep, that's the thing of that's just this new generation of being idiots. That's literally what I don't, and that's just that's what they think is okay. And I don't think nobody up here is saying that that's okay, and we glorify that.
What do
Like,
y'all
no,
mean when y'all say okay?
I said they think that
I'm
it's
saying, what do
okay.
you mean by okay?
That's their thinking process. That's what they think. Like, they think like that. They don't, I'm not gonna sit and say they don't know no better because they
That's what I'm
do.
saying, cause that's what everybody like to say. Oh, they don't know no better.
I never said
No,
that.
I'm
I
just
never
saying.
said
That's
they
why I
didn't.
wanted to ask
Oh,
you.
yeah. Like, they know better. It's just they don't care, Hotel. They don't give a
There
damn.
we
They
go.
don't care.
There we
no,
go.
It's just
hold on.
that,
I don't even want to say that. I think that because we can't overlook like these people going into these impoverished neighborhoods and
He
flashing
gonna
a
keep
couple
using these
dollars.
adjectives to make his point. It
No,
don't
no.
matter,
What I'm
No,
bro.
but
saying is,
no, but I think the point being made.
hold on,
Sorry.
wait.
Dilapidated neighborhood.
I think it's a thing in where they're, especially white folks, right? The likes of a Adam, the likes of a Trap Lord Ross, and where they have status, they have notoriety, they have money, they're going into these neighborhoods and basically saying, do something and I'll film it. I think that is exploitation to the likes that have to be called out, because even
No,
still
because
with
that is
our own
And
erroneous.
Loki,
standards,
You're
Mr.
lying.
Luca.
You are
no, because
lying.
nigga,
Adam
bro,
22 has
anybody
never
go if
walked to no random ghetto and said, do something. That's never happened. Why are you
who? What are
framing
you
it
talking
that
about?
way?
Yes, they do.
Show me a scenario where Adam 22 or the like walks into a random ghetto and says, yo, random ghetto inhabitants, act out for me so I can exploit it. Show me that shit, man. Why are you fronting?
Hotep. Do you think that they're bringing their cameras into these neighborhoods to highlight single fathers taking care of their kids, helping them do their homework,
They not coming on there
cooking
to
dinner for
highlight
them? Do you
nothing
think that that's
positive.
the
So
point of the
what?
cameras in the neighborhood? That's the point of the cameras in the neighborhood?
No, the point of the cameras in the neighborhood is to capture the negative shit that you want me and the rest of the world
Okay,
to
that's what I'm
see.
saying. They're capturing it, but not only are they wanting to capture it naturally, they're paying. And so when the money comes out, then it gets to a space of, oh shit, he's paying, let me show you something type shit. And I think that's where the
Oh man.
exploitation
Exploitative.
Y'all
comes.
I
be
agree.
talking
Yeah,
about
exploitative.
black people like we're perpetual children. So now niggas, because money is involved, they have no choice. The white man came with a couple dollars, so of course we
Hotep, if
gotta
you
shuck
can't
and jive.
eat,
it's
Hotep,
exploiting
you
the
can't
poor.
eat, nigga.
Now you
I
It's
can't
can't
eat.
exploiting
put
the
no
So
poor.
food on the
before, what
fucking
was you eating
table and
before the white
somebody
man
say
came to the
pay.
neighborhood, Rashad?
Huh?
Before the white man came in your neighborhood to exploit you, what was you eating then?
Nothing.
Oh, go to hell, Rashad. Get the
All right.
fuck out of
Listen, I
here.
think we're getting,
Nothing.
listen, I think we're getting too deep in the woods, but I think Rashad does have a point, right? Like, it's not to say that like
Rashad has a stupid point.
all of them are doing this. I think, no, I
You
think the
act
point,
like you can't
I think
see it, but you be the main one talking about perpetual racism and shit.
I think the point to be made is,
Get it.
I think the point to be made is that again, the people like Adam 22s, right? They're not. I don't think they're doing it in a justifiable way of highlighting what is going on in the hood, right? Because had he maybe showed the nonsense and showed all the other things that are happening, or maybe showed the certain, I don't know, the consequence of the circumstances that people are just in overall, right? I think it could look at a different way. But the fact that he's not doing it is more so cloud chasey, right? I think that's the point that I'm hearing that Rashad's trying to make, and I think we can't overlook that. Is
Yeah,
my point.
man, whatever, man. Yo, listen, how you feel about Say Cheese and Smack DVD and the Come Up DVD and Hood to Hood documentary? Y'all don't remember? Shout out to if niggas was actually tapped into the DVD man back in the day. Did y'all remember the Hood to Hood documentary? I watched that shit. I don't know if a black man or a white man made it. I think a black man made it. This nigga went through every hood in America that he could in every region. I seen Cabrini Green. I seen some, fucking Miami Gardens. I seen St. Nicholas, whatever that shit is in Compton. I done seen all of these different hoods and it was a black man behind the camera. So this is what I'm saying, yo. Y'all can try to pinpoint and try to say it's the Adam 22s and the Vlads and all of them. I don't watch these niggas channels, so I'm absolved of any type of wrongdoing when it comes to these niggas platform. That's one. And then number two, y'all niggas have the choice to do that or not do that. These niggas are getting millions of views because niggas and white people who have never seen this type of shit are interested in it. So until you niggas stop giving these niggas press, until you niggas stop going up there, the exploitation is not gonna fucking stop. And I'm not gonna sit here and keep blaming the white man and try to treat my own people like they're pestilent children who don't know
It's
how to
not blaming,
behave.
sir. It's not blaming the white
Hey,
man. I just
Hotep,
said it adds to the issue,
I
my
don't know
That's,
point.
if I'm
yo,
100% true,
Rasheen,
but I
Rashad is
think
literally
that
blaming the white man. I don't know if you've been up here
no,
the
no,
whole time, but he's blaming the white
but
man.
this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. There are no gun stores in Chicago.
Oh,
How the fuck
brother.
all these guns get there? So you
Yo.
trying to overlook
So you
something
don't
that's
even know how simple
systematic, and
geography
there's
works.
something that's underhanded that continues to allow this shit. When you going into somebody's neighborhood and the niggas is struggling, listen, everybody, but even black people, we have done things to be able to put food on the table. And so in one instance, recognizing the systematic racism and how it affects our neighborhoods and our community, but then on the other hand, the effects and the causes and people trying to get out of it or doing what's necessary to provide for their family, you just gonna disregard that.
Yes, nigga, because what you're
You're
doing
acknowledging
is
one side but
improper
not the
framing.
other.
You cannot sit here and say, I'm trying to feed my family by destroying my community. You can't. And then get mad when a motherfucker films it and a nigga like me says, yo, that's backwards and that doesn't make any sense and it's counterintuitive and it's counterproductive. Then you will keep hitting me with buzzwords like systematic racism. And I promise you, you couldn't show me shit systematically that made a nigga in the trap sell drugs. I know you couldn't because you don't read, nigga.
Yes.
You don't read about this shit. You just saying buzzwords.
I guess what? I put it in the chat. Go ahead, Jonay.
Hey y'all. So I'm listening. So I get what Hotep's saying, but I'm gonna be honest as a listener. It is translating a little off, Hotep. I think what I'm hearing is they're talking like programming, and you're talking into, you know what I mean, responsibility and
What
accountability.
programming?
And I think that's what they're
What
saying. Like they're
programming?
talking the program that happens when you have systemic oppression in this
Like
country
what?
in terms of what the so first off, a lot of people
Crack epidemic
believe
is one.
first off that people believe that the desensitization of our community is why we align with some of these things and these tropes anyway. So when you're talking about that, I think that's what I'm hearing is that's the argument. They're arguing programming, tropes, desensitization based off of the systemic oppression that has happened in our communities. You're arguing, well, beyond those things, there's still a level of accountability because you are saying we're beyond that and we should be able to see the play before it comes. I
No,
think
that's
that's
not what I'm
what
saying at
I'm
all.
hearing.
What I'm saying
Well, what are you saying?
let
Because
me
it,
let you
it
know.
it does sound like you're arguing
When
against it,
when we
honestly.
was having that same debate the other day, right, about the ship, and I said, me and Rick was going back and forth, and I think like he said, everybody was just aggressively agreeing. We all agreed that when it comes to the inhabitants of any black American ghetto, that a small percentage of those people actually commit the crimes, correct? We can all agree that the crime element in the ghetto is very
Right,
minute.
right.
So when it comes down to this, now we have people who are among the minority in our community speaking for the majority. That's what
But
they're doing.
but are we
Hold
talking per
on.
capita? Because per capita is the thing that they're referencing.
Per capita in what way?
They're
Because even per capita, the vast minority will be committing these crimes.
but what we're talking about in those smaller segments, right? Well, you know what? My thing is this ain't my argument to fight. I was just trying to get you to understand what it sounds like. So that's
No,
all I
because
was
their
here to say.
other side again is they're based. Because when y'all start saying things like systemic oppression and stuff, I want to see what systems were in place to create gangsters, and then when the gangster is created, now that's perpetuated into something to be proud of, something to laud. So that's what I'm saying. I get it. Y'all know I study this shit. So when it comes down to like putting the onus on white people where it's supposed to be at, or the government where it's supposed to be at, I'm with you. But when we're talking about day-to-day behaviors, if these people are not the majority of the hood and shit like that, and they're a minority, why are these people the spokesmen for the hood? When most people in the hood
No,
go
they
to,
shouldn't
they
be. I
wait,
don't think
right.
that's what's being
But it's the
said
people, but
though.
hold on, but it's the people
No,
like the
but
Adam
it's
22s
not
that
white
make it that
people.
way
That's what I'm
though,
saying.
right? Yes, it is. But I mean, listen, to a certain extent,
Yes, it
right?
is.
To a certain
So wait,
extent,
hold on.
because hold on, go ahead.
Yo, y'all got it.
I'm saying,
Y'all
no,
got
I'm
it.
saying,
Y'all got it.
no,
It's white
listen,
people the reason why this shit is happening. Y'all
no,
niggas is bugged out, son.
I didn't say, okay. Well, if you want to talk about, cause obviously, you know, I'm going to give you a history lesson. Obviously, yes, like we all know how gangs started, right? And we all know how it kind of changed or what it is today, right? But all I'm saying is, you are right. Like we have to hold our people more accountable. I'm not saying that you're not are wrong about that, but I think it is something to be said, right? That when it comes to what the media is going to like stereotype and see, yes, I think we can hold some white people accountable as far as what they're pushing to the media, or as far as like what they are trying to portray to the people that's out there. Like I remember years ago when I was going to Chicago for a trip, you know, people telling me, "Oh, be safe, oh, be careful." I'm like, what do you think is gonna happen? I'm just going to see a soccer game. Like, you know, and even now, I live in Brooklyn. I got friends in Connecticut. People still think Brooklyn is the most dangerous places, and I work in Brownsville and East New York all the time. You know what I'm saying? So again, it's like, I think, yes, you are right. What I'm getting from this conversation is, yes, you are right. We have to hold something more accountable. Are we also attributing to like the subtypes too and all that stuff and what the media is saying? Yes, but I think also when the media is doing their work to not show the nuances of the quote unquote hood, I think we can also comment and say that. And I think that's what Rashad is mostly trying to say. We
That's
can comment
totally
and say
fine. But again,
that
that's their
22 and all that stuff are not
prerogative.
doing a good job. Yeah,
They don't,
but
these
that's saying
crackers
it's
don't
wrong.
owe y'all a good
That's saying it's
narrative.
wrong. But yeah,
These
but as a
crackers do
white
not
man, you
owe
should
y'all a
know
good
that.
narrative.
But
They do not owe y'all trying to show a single father working in the hood. They don't owe you that. That's what I'm saying. Y'all blaming
and
white
yes,
people
no, but we
for
have a
doing
right to
shit that
say
they
yeah.
want to do.
No, but we have a right to say, hey, white man, stop doing this because this has been going on over and over
No,
again,
no, just
and make
don't
us look
do
bad.
it. Just don't agree to the shit. There is nothing that if you are not a willing participant, they have nothing. The fuck are y'all niggas talking about? Y'all not gonna be able to police a nigga's behavior like that. Y'all
Listen,
can't.
I mean,
It's
I don't want to get.
impossible.
I mean, look, we know. Listen. I don't. Okay, not that I'm trying to put things out there. Did you? And I'm not. I'm not saying it's like rude or anything like that too. Did you say you had a troubled past, like you got locked up or something?
What's your point?
I'm just saying that because look, could people could look at that and be like, I don't know, people in the hood are just, I don't know, people could look at you and say, I don't know, like they're not worth of change and things of that nature, right? So I don't think it's
What?
fair to say.
Wait. No, make your
Look,
point.
I'm trying to like,
Don't
all
just
right,
skirt
yeah,
by it. Make your point.
all right. What I'm trying to say is more generally speaking, right? I know what you're trying to say,
No. You
right?
said
Like
something about me. Make your point about me. I was giving it up crazy from the years of
respectfully,
2004 to 2008. I was going crazy in the street. Make your point.
right? Okay. Did you? Okay, but okay. Luckily, yeah, you're not living less anymore, right? But I think people could probably looked at you and been like, "There's no hope for you to change," right? Do you think that? Do you think people
Okay.
were giving that type of stereotype on you?
What does that have to
All,
do with
all I'm
y'all
saying is this,
letting
because
white people film y'all commit crimes? I don't
no, what I'm
understand.
saying, no, because the point you're making is that like we gotta stop, we gotta stop. I get what you're saying, but I think there's other things that are happening, right? When people just become products of their environment
Yo, I
due to other
wanted to
things
be a
that
criminal because I wanted money quickly, bro. I grew up in the
that's
church.
the
I know
same
exactly
thing.
what's right
Okay,
from wrong. Y'all niggas is not about to hit me with no sob story, nigga. I wasn't
I'm
some
not trying to.
fucking dumb kid or whatever, nigga. I committed the crimes that I committed because I was in the pursuit of profit, nigga, and nothing more, nothing less.
Hey,
So it ain't
nigga,
about me
this a
being a
recorded
misguided
space. I
youth.
wouldn't be saying that shit.
What?
Nigga, this is a recorded space. Nigga, trust and
Yeah, in
believe.
America where statutes
Nigga,
of limitations
nigga,
are on
I'm
the
telling
books,
you
brother.
this shit right now.
20
Yeah,
Don't,
years
this
ago.
nigga.
Yeah, the police ain't over here. Statute of limitations. We can't be interrupting the convo for that. Go ahead, Hotel.
Yeah, so when it comes to this shit, listen, yo, I tell y'all, because I want to stand on the principles that I stand on. I do not support any of those platforms or any of that shit. I don't. Okay. But what I
I hear you.
do know is these people are not being exploited in the way that y'all are trying to frame it. These people are not being exploited unknowingly that these people are getting money. I know for a fact because when they start to get angry, they start talking about, oh, you got, my video was 1 million views, Adam. My video was 1 million views, Vlad. They already know that, yo, this shit is money behind it. So I don't want to hear about how these evil, nefarious white men are coming to the hood and all this other shit. No, nigga, what's happening is motherfuckers are seeing that this is something that they can use to get a leg up or use this as a stepping stone to be able to parlay into their rap career, acting career, whatever the fuck they want to get into. These niggas are not, these niggas are not unaware that this shit is happening. They're not unaware that this shit is about to go on YouTube and a bunch of motherfuckers around the world are about to watch them. If anything, they want as many people on them to watch them.
Let me ask you a question, Hotel, because you brought up Diddy and said that there is no good story that came out as far as his artists. So you recognize exploitation in that realm and how it's bad, but in this realm you're not wanting to recognize
No,
exploitation.
I was
Why
using
is
that as an example because every last one of those people signed the contract.
Did they get exploited?
Yeah.
Okay, so why can't you recognize exploitation in this?
And they didn't
Because
know,
they
and didn't
signed
know that
up
happened
for it.
beforehand.
I didn't
Hold on,
say
wait,
Adam
hold on,
wasn't
hold on, wait,
exploiting
what
them. I didn't say he
What'd you say?
wasn't exploiting them. I'm saying that people who they're exploiting are willing participants in the exploitation.
9 times out of 10,
Here we go.
because the very
Here we
goal,
go. It's a dumb nigga. He was
hold on,
broke. He
wait.
needed it. And Adam was about to hit him with a check. He wasn't going to eat if it wasn't for Adam 22's check. Come on, tell me.
The very crux of
They didn't listen to him.
exploitation is to be able to provide somebody something that they need, and you know that they need it, and so you are going to figure out a way to provide what they need, but they have to do something nefarious or crazy for you. That's the crux of exploitation.
And you
So
have a
if you can
choice, bro.
understand it in the Diddy aspect, then surely you should be able to understand it in that. Nobody's arguing whether what they're doing is right or nothing like that.
Yes, you
What I'm
are. That is
saying is,
exactly what y'all
no,
doing.
I'm
Y'all
not.
arguing morality.
No, I'm saying that
No.
these white folks that are coming into these communities that would never be in these communities otherwise are coming there with the sole purpose to exploit black folks, and that's what I have a problem with. That's it.
Okay, that's fine.
And
You
not
can have
taking
a
anything
problem
of
with
the
that.
hood
But what
also.
I'm saying to you is, outside of dumb motherfuckers literally forcing you to commit crime in front of them, the issues that you have is that it's true. That's the issue that y'all have. Y'all have the issue that y'all have is that they're able to do it. Not that they are venturing out to do it, but they actually are successful at doing it because niggas are willingly participating in it. That's my biggest issue. Okay? A motherfucker can have all the intention to try to catch me doing some foul shit all he want. If I'm not doing no foul shit, they ain't got nothing on me. So the real problem that you have is that these niggas are dumb enough or gullible enough or selfish enough to do this shit in front of the camera, get a little half of a payday, and you know, because we content creators and we understand business a little bit better, maybe not, and we understand that Adam 22 and Vlad are becoming millionaires off of this shit. But at the end of the day, my nigga, you cannot be cool with gangster rappers and then be mad at the nigga interviewing a gangster rapper, nigga. That is insane to me. If you fuck with gangster rap and you fuck with gangster rappers and the shit that they talk about, the shit that they do on their own IGs and TikToks and shit, you cannot be mad at the cracker that records them and says, hey, tell me more of that shit you get into. And they willingly fucking want to tell them.
I'm not holding black people to the standard of having to be perfect.
Yeah, exactly. Say it. No, say it. You're not holding black people to the same standard as white people because you view white people as being superior to black people.
That white folks give us all the time. That's the same narrative that they give us all the time. In order for you to be treated differently, you have to be perfect.
Nobody said the word perfect. And this is what you do.
I'm not
so I'm going to keep you honest. When did I say anything about being perfect, Rashad?
You said that they need to stop doing crime.
I said they need to stop doing this shit in front of them. Black people need to
stop doing crime in order for white people to stop exploiting them. That's what you're saying.
My nigga, if somebody is there to record crime in front and record criminals, my nigga, how do we stop that? What's the bigger issue? What's the bigger issue? The crime that's being committed or a motherfucker recording it?
I said it's the crime.
Okay, then. So that's the bigger issue.
What I'm saying is that crime happens.
Okay, and what I'm saying to you is there's going to be a motherfucker there, so that's no different than the fucking news. The news is going to report on this shit. There's going to be eyes and ears on this shit, my nigga.
And that's bad too. There's not propaganda news as well. Yeah, that's what make it right.
Yo,
yeah, that's what make it right. I agree.
You get the black fatigue. That's how you get all the propaganda.
I don't give a fuck about how white people feel about black people. That's number one. Number two.
What I'm saying is there's a concerted
What I'm telling you niggas is y'all are sitting here trying to put all of the onus on the nigga that recorded the crime being committed or recorded a criminal admitting to a crime, then the criminal committing the crime.
No,
I'm not saying
this goes back to
shit about being perfect. I didn't
Both
say
is
shit
wrong,
about
and
being
I'm saying
perfect.
that
You
there
said
could
be
be.
perfect because that will automatically try to frame my argument as an absolute, and that's not what I'm saying. You don't have to be perfect in order for you to not commit violent crime or admit to violent crime on camera. You don't have to be perfect. You just gotta be fucking smart. But because you niggas don't look at or hold black people at a higher regard than you do white people, now you want white people to be responsible for your black ass, and I'm not doing that.
I think
I
responsibility is
actually
a strong
fucking
word.
respect black people. I actually hold
Responsibility.
black people to a high regard because I'm a black person and I know I don't do a bunch of stupid fuck ass shit every day. So I don't want to hear about these niggas that know no better or none of that shit. These niggas know that this shit is wrong. The crackers know that this shit is wrong and they are all making money together. Y'all sitting there acting like these niggas is ops and all these gang members that go up on Adam 22 be dapping Adam up. These are friends, they friends with Adam. And you mad at me, you arguing with a nigga that's against the crime, that's against the Adam 22s, but you mad at me because I'm holding my people accountable first and foremost for even going the fuck up there.
No,
Fuck Adam, nigga.
hold on, wait, we gotta get to Tony Dungy in Chad. He had his hand up. Like I said, I've always been on the side of not committing the crime. But I think, like I said, that there are crimes that are committed in every culture, in every neighborhood, and the hyperfixation on black folks, I think is calculated in bullshit, especially when we talking about making money off
Exactly.
of
Niggas is
the
making this
those
shit cool.
neighborhoods that you are not a part of and you don't give back to. Go ahead, Tony, and then we got Chad. Tony Dungy, what's the word?
Yo, okay, so only thing I wanted to say was, like if you sit there watching Adam 22 videos, he's going to give you a perspective of black people. But as black people, like we know, it's more black men in college than in prison. Adam can go out on a Saturday night and get a view of black people, or he can wake up on Sunday morning and go get a view of black people. That's what he's want to portray, and that's where he's going and getting that image. But we as black people shouldn't be looking like, oh, black men are posing in front of cameras and flashing guns. Like do you know anybody who would do that? Cause I don't. Like, I don't know anybody who would go on camera and flash guns and drugs for somebody to post on the internet. I don't know those people. Most of us don't. Like, that ain't typical
You have
black
to go
people.
search for those niggas. You have to go
Yeah.
find those niggas, be intentional about doing it, and then putting them on camera.
Yeah.
that's what I'm
Them
saying.
niggas ain't
Like
Yo,
there's
everywhere.
more black
niggas
people
are
out here that's
putting this
not
shit
But it's
on
doing
the
even
that shit.
crazier.
internet
But it's even
themselves.
crazier that we as black people are sitting there having a dialogue like that's black people. Like, that ain't black people. I mean, just like you said, you have to intentionally go find and search for those people. When if you want to go find a black man working a job, you can just stand on the street and you're going to bump into him all day. But you got to go find these people and then they put them on the internet and we sitting here talking like that's black people. No, a black man
And yeah, and then
is
they
a person
portray it
at
as
work.
black culture. You literally had to
And
go high and
another
low
point
to
earlier.
find this
Yeah.
motherfucker, and then you gonna portray it as black culture and black people. That's bullshit. On top of
Yo,
profiting off of it, that is
y'all
bullshit.
niggas is crazy, son. Y'all bugged out, son. I don't know what else to tell you niggas. If this shit does not get exploited the way y'all are complaining about, if this shit didn't have an audience and if it didn't have the people willing to participate in this shit, why are y'all trying to skip that part, son?
No, it goes hand in
Who would
hand.
you
It
think
goes,
the audience
sorry.
is? Who would you think the audience is?
Tony, and able to find these people have to exist.
We're not
So
saying that
why
they
are you
don't
just
exist. We're
overlooking
not
Hold
saying
on,
that?
that they don't
we
exist.
saying that it's a
We're saying they're
very,
slim to
very
none.
small percentage
A
of people
very
like this who
loud,
But they
exist.
very,
still
a very
exist
small,
to
very
be
loud, very
highlighted.
boisterous minority. Yes.
No, it's not. It's not that they're loud and that they're boisterous. It's that they're the only
Yes,
ones
it
you're going
is.
to
They're
get.
literally toting
It's
guns
that
and putting it on camera.
listen. It's that they're the only ones that you're going to get. You have black drug dealers and black people who shoot people, and they won't get on the camera. So that's what I'm saying. Like, this little percentage is real slim. It's very slim because every criminal, like, I know criminals. I don't know a criminal that's getting on a camera. That's what I'm saying. I don't know a criminal that's flashing drugs and guns on a camera.
But
So that's what
that
I'm
Yo,
doesn't
saying. Like,
we're
matter at
not
all
talking
if they
about those
still
like,
exist
criminals
and they're
though.
on camera.
We're not talking about those criminals. We talk about the criminals who are going up to Adam 22's platform and making y'all so goddamn angry at the white man
No,
that he
but what we're
allowed them up
saying
there.
is you have to be intentional about finding that type of person. Because
And
even niggas who are out here committing
Yo,
crime,
these
the
niggas
majority.
are
Hold on,
rappers, my
but
nigga.
that type
What are
of
you
Hold
person
on,
has
talking
to be
let me
about?
just say
intentional
this.
about
Let me just say
committing
this.
that act on
When
camera.
it comes to black people, right? I think we all can agree that the majority of us is not doing crime, right? So it is in a minority in itself to find these type of people. Then when you think about the criminals, it's a minority of criminals that's doing shit on camera knowing that it's going on YouTube. So to
Right.
find that small percentage of these black folks and the small percentage of black criminals that are willing to do shit on camera, you have to be intentional
Nigga,
about
that's
searching
true
those
for
niggas out.
anything. That's true for actors. That's true for
Okay, but
rappers. That's
listen,
true for singers, nigga. That's
but
true for
what I'm
jugglers,
saying is,
nigga. It's
No,
true
what
no,
for
I'm
no, no,
saying
no, no.
magicians.
is
It
No,
when
no,
don't
no,
you
no, no,
fucking
no,
find
no,
matter,
that
no, no,
nigga.
very,
no, no, no,
very,
no. Let's not
well,
do
hold on,
that.
These are the
when you find that very, very small percentage of those people and then portray it as the black community as a whole,
who
Right.
because
said
Be
there
that?
is no
intentional
Show
about it.
me
different
where
way
We're
around
gonna
Adam
it.
go
What
with us.
22,
happened?
Nobody's
show me
That's
where
doing
what.
that.
Adam 22, Vlad, or any of these niggas say, yo, this is the black community.
Yeah, that's not what
Yo,
happened
I
in all
But
just
there's
said,
no,
sincerity.
you
listen,
know
Nigga,
hold
what?
on,
what
wait,
the
They don't
fuck are
have
you
to.
listen.
Hold on,
I
wait,
claiming
wait.
just
for,
They
said,
don't.
yo?
wait,
You
hold
know
on, hold
why?
on, hold on.
Come on,
I
Hold
just
on.
said I was going to
Hold on.
Chicago
Wait.
the
Hold
other
on.
day, and
Time.
people was
One second. One second.
going
One
for my
second. One second.
safety.
1 second. 1 second. The reason why it is portrayed, you don't have to come out and say, "Oh, look, guys, this is all of black people." The reason why you can assume that is because they don't provide balance. There is no other side of the spectrum. There is no other side of the motherfucking coin. So if this is all you're portraying, then one would suggest, especially people who don't ingratiate themselves in black culture and black community, and they get all of their knowledge from here, like the majority of other cultures do, white people, Indians, Asians, they have this fucked up view about us, is because they're not in our communities. They don't talk to our people, they don't ingratiate themselves, and they don't interact with us on their own time. So they will look at this shit and say, look at these niggas. And we all know that the propaganda in media towards black people has been bullshit since we've been here. So
Yo,
yes, it is an
yo,
But
these
outlook of
those
that.
sweeping
crackers don't owe
statements,
us
yo, I
balance,
swear to
though.
God.
So why are you
Systemic
looking at balance from the
oppression,
white
the
man?
media's been against it. It's like, yo, you just saying shit, bro. That
Okay.
sounds good. You
Okay.
just saying shit that
Why are you
sounds
looking?
good,
Why are
bro.
you looking to Adam 22 for balance
Like, what the
on
fuck are
black
you niggas
folks?
We're
talking
not,
No,
about?
I'm
guys,
not.
Nigga,
I'm
guys,
not.
hold
I
I'm
on,
think
not.
you're
hold
I'm
on,
missing
not
the
hold on.
point. Like,
looking.
we understand, we
The
understand.
first 48 never showed good
Yo,
people.
listen,
They only showed criminals,
listen.
nigga.
The point is, we don't expect Adam 22 to show the balance, but we expect black people. We expect black people to know the balance. We expect niggas to act like we know that this ain't black people. Like, that's what we're expecting. We're expecting not to have these conversations with black people about is there fucking systematic racism. Like, we expect not to have these conversations with black people is the problem here, bro.
So tell them black niggas who are in front of the camera toting guns and doing bullshit to quit doing
No,
that.
no, because
We
that's
can,
different.
but we can
No,
say
they
that and
gotta
also,
tell the white man
also
to
come
stop
out
putting
on
it
Adam
on
That's what
Front
they
22. Why
Street.
are you
do,
missing the
bro.
point?
The
That's
crime is
nigga. That's what
okay,
they
just
do.
don't have the white man record it. Y'all niggas is
No one
plugged
is
out
saying
the
yes.
backwards.
What
Yeah.
the
Why?
fuck are
Well,
we
hold on.
talking about?
But why can't we say that? Why can't we say that? Like, don't exploit
Yo,
my
because
culture.
that is
No,
oxymoronic.
sorry.
You niggas are
Culture's
out of
bad.
You're
Culture's bad.
control.
skipping. You're
Culture's
skipping the
bad.
One
What
mic.
I'm
source.
One
saying is
mic.
this.
Nigga.
You're skipping the source.
One mic.
Listen,
Because
I get what y'all are saying.
the
We can
victims of these
say
fucking crimes, they want this shit to be blown up as much as fucking possible because most of these fucking murders is going unsolved. Y'all niggas is unserious
that's a
as fuck
different, and
right now.
that's
Y'all
not what
don't
Adam
know
22
what
is
y'all
doing.
talking about.
That's not
Y'all
what Adam
say,
22
hold
is
on,
doing,
Rasheem.
Hotep. Come
Hold
on, you
on,
know that.
Rasheem. Y'all niggas are more worried about veneer. Y'all more worried about how motherfuckers feel and look instead of what the fuck is actually going down on the ground. Y'all niggas is bugged the fuck out. Y'all more worried about perception from white people than what the fuck black people are actually doing to each other, even the minority that we are talking about, nigga. We need to fix that. Y'all niggas is mad at Adam 2022 coming 30, 40 years after this shit already started and recording it and saying he's the reason why black people are looked at a particular way when this shit been going on
I'm
for
pretty
almost
sure
50
nobody
fucking
said none of
years.
what you're saying. I'm pretty sure nobody said
And
none of
No,
what
no,
That's
you're
no,
saying.
exactly
no.
what
Yeah.
Rashad is saying.
these
That is exactly what
Adam
Rashad
22
is
is not
saying.
the,
This,
Nobody's
real quick,
blaming
real
as a
Adam
quick.
matter of
22.
fact, nigga,
Nobody's
Yeah,
the
no
blaming
one's not,
Adam
crime rates
yeah.
are
22.
actually
Nobody's
at
blaming Adam
all-time lows
22,
around the
bro.
country.
Right. But right, yes, I agree. But
That'll
like I
help
said,
your
no one,
argument, Hotep. I don't know why you
yeah,
said
no
that.
one's blaming Adam 22 for uh saying that like crime exists. But what we're saying, I think it's okay to say, hey y'all, as black people, we need to try to stop crime. I understand that, but we can also say, hey, Adam 22, all you're doing is showing all the negative sides of the hood, and now you're forcing the narrative. Right,
No.
and now you're doing a great job, like also making us look bad, right? So please, so like, look,
making us look bad.
it's not gonna help.
Do these
No, no,
videos
no,
do
no.
Listen,
Let me
but
finish.
y'all
Yo,
Let
we
me
niggas,
have a
finish.
black
do
president.
Because
y'all
That's
here's the
wild.
thing.
We have a
Hold on,
black
time
president.
out.
understand?
Last
So
point.
that
Last
that would
point.
That's
never
Last point.
understand
wild.
warfare. Because if
Because
y'all
Hold on,
really
wait,
okay,
looked at
let
hold
these
on.
Rasheem
No,
niggas
hold
finish
as
on.
real
your
quick.
enemy,
Last
y'all
point.
wouldn't
Let me
even
finish.
be
Let me finish.
surprised your enemy is
Let me
doing this
finish. Let
shit.
me
But y'all
finish.
want,
Let me finish.
y'all want allies.
Hold on, wait, let Rasheem finish real quick.
Just last point. Because again, because people are not looking at this to be like, oh, that's happened in the hood. people are saying, oh, this is what they do, and they is black people
So
collectively.
what?
You know what I'm saying? So again, I
So
get what you're
what?
saying. Stop enforcing the narrative. That's what I'm saying. Because
So what?
if you're not gonna do your
But there's
job,
no
There's some people out there
accountability.
who think
Do these
everybody,
videos
there's some
exist
people out
without
there who
Adam
think
22,
all
Rasheed?
black people act like the random gangster they seen on fucking Adam 22. So fucking what? Now what?
it's wrong. It's wrong. I can say that it's wrong.
So what?
Because if someone's gonna keep running that narrative, Adam is not doing his job. Depicting black people is my point.
So
You care
what?
about us. You say
So what?
Yeah, I
Rasheed,
think that that's
I can say
disingenuous as
that's
hell.
wrong.
are you
The,
critical of the
the,
gang member who makes a video without an Adam 22 and he's on there flashing his gun? Are you critical of that individual?
I
I
can
think
say yes. I'm
y'all
not
keep
saying that's
trying to bring
yeah.
it back to as if
I know.
somebody is okay with that behavior. Nobody is
Why
saying
do
that.
y'all think the white
You're
man's
going out
ice
of
is
your way to
colder? That's
highlight
what I
that
want to
though.
talk
What are you
about.
talking
Nobody
about?
is saying that the
You're
niggas shouldn't be doing that.
bypassing
What
the
I'm saying
actor.
is the understanding that black people should not be committing any type of crime in order to not be exploited is bullshit. That's what I'm saying.
Nobody said that though.
Yes,
That's the
because
funny
y'all
part.
niggas keep saying stop doing crime, stop doing crime, stop
Nigga,
doing crime,
how about
stop doing
this? I
crime.
even said when you started making them weird ass comparisons to the triads and shit like that, I said how many of them triads is down with a cracker coming through and recording their fucking
Exactly.
criminal
Yeah.
I
operations.
Listen,
can bring
that was a bad argument, but
YouTube is
it
free.
doesn't lead the main point.
YouTube is
So
free.
even so listen, let's just say that let's keep it all the way fucking crazy, right? And everybody in the black community does commit crime, right? Let's just say that some goofy shit like that. Now, even if that is the truth, we still have the ability to not do that shit in front of a camera. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes. No denying
Okay
that.
then.
Yes.
So at the end of the day, I don't even ask you niggas who are criminals to be perfect. Fuck that. Continue to do all of the crime and fuck your community up all you want. How about just be cognizant of fucking cameras? That's like criminal 101. Everybody, when it comes to being crime, when niggas was doing crime when I was a kid, these niggas was cognizant of niggas watching. Now, these niggas are not only cognizant of niggas watching, they want as many people to watch them. Y'all
Let me
have
ask
to
you a question, Hotep.
accept the fact that all of these new crop of criminals want to be famous for their crime. Accept that.
Let me
That
I
ask
is
can say
what
you.
both
y'all
is
are
bad.
gripping.
I
Let me
can
That is
say
ask
what
you.
both
y'all
Let
is
me
need
ask
bad.
to
you a
come to
question,
grips
Hotep.
with. That these niggas are not the same criminals from the 90s, 80s, and 70s. These niggas want to be famous for the crime. They want to be known
Hotep, hold on, hold
as
on.
criminals.
There is because I do think that clout media is a new form of currency. I think we all are seeing that. And
I said that in the beginning.
people are trying to capitalize off of that. Back in the day, right? Do you think that guns and drugs were placed in black neighborhoods?
By like the government, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, it's plausible.
Okay, so
COINTELPRO. COINTELPRO is real.
gun COINTELPRO Israel. Guns and drugs placed in the black community in the ghettos, knowing that there
Okay.
is a tough time to eat and provide for the family. Let's do this, and then we can, what they did to the household, break up the household. But black folks
Mhm.
took that and took advantage of that and used it to gain currency, another form of currency, because it was definitely hard in the hood, right? To be able to feed family and all that type of shit. When you have Adam or these other folks that are quasi, in this example, the government, and coming in and being able to provide something that might not be the best, but you know that if you can use this tool, you can provide for your family. What is the difference? That's what I'm saying. There
The
was
difference,
expectation back
yo,
then. There is
the difference
exploitation
is that
today.
y'all
There
keep
is
doing this.
no difference.
Y'all do this, and this is why, as a historian, I hate
That's
the way you niggas talk
wild.
about the
No, it's
past. Cause
not. How is that wild?
check this out. Because we all have agreed that most people in the hood don't commit crime and they're not criminals. So even when the guns and the drugs was dropped off, the majority of the people in the community did not commit crime. And what y'all do, y'all absolve the past of anybody's own agency and autonomy to
No,
choose.
but guess
As an
what? Guess what? The
Every
guns and the
criminal,
drugs.
hold
Hold on,
on,
wait.
Rashad.
Let me just say
Every
something to that.
criminal I know, every
You are
single
right, but guess
last
what?
criminal
The
I know
majority of
chose to be a
people,
criminal.
listen, the majority
But
of
that's
people did not commit crimes, but we still had a war on drugs that was targeted on black folks. Why?
For sure, for sure. And what I'm
Okay,
saying
so
to
it's
you
the
is,
same thing.
no, it is not, nigga. What
Oh
I'm trying to
man.
tell you is that for the most part, even with mass incarceration, okay, the majority of black people are free. We even said it in here. Didn't y'all just say there's more black men in college than there is in prison? But y'all niggas, again, want to paint your own ancestors with this wide brush stroke, okay, just like white people do, and that's your problem. Y'all niggas is viewing this shit through crackers lenses. Okay,
Nah,
I'm telling you from a nigga from ground zero, my nigga, that there wasn't a single black criminal in my community that was like, yo, I found a brick of cocaine, I found a gun, and then I became a criminal. No,
so
nigga, I woke up
let me,
one day, a nigga on my block gave me a starter pack, told me to sell it for him, and gave me a gun to protect myself, and that is what the fuck I did.
Ain't
So when
that the
y'all
same
niggas keep talking
thing?
about this
Listen, ain't
so
that
hold
the
mysterious
on, wait,
same
shit,
hold on. Let
thing?
me ask you a
like if
question.
this
Isn't that
Hold on, let me ask you a
boogeyman
question.
okay?
made
That
niggas
sounds
commit,
isn't that the
yo,
same
hush.
thing? Ain't that the
What I'm
same
Hold on, let
trying
me
to
ask you a
thing?
tell you
question.
niggas, what I'm trying to tell you
Hold on.
niggas is
But
that
hold
there
on,
is
but
a
no.
decision
We just
being
going through
made.
something.
There
Isn't
are
that the
choices
same
being
thing?
made.
Isn't that the same thing though?
What's the same
He
thing?
found a pack and he found a gun. It's the same thing. Same thing. Got
No,
dropped off
it's
in the
not.
fucking hood.
If a
It's the
black
same
man is
shit.
intentionally giving a
It's the
black
same
boy
shit.
guns and drugs to serve to his community, nigga, that is different. That is
That's
Hold
absolutely
on.
exploitation
different.
as
From
well.
finding
Let
from
me ask you a
finding
question,
the
Hotep.
drugs, from just finding the drugs and somebody giving you the drugs?
Yo, my nigga, do y'all honestly think that niggas was just finding bricks of cocaine in the 60s and 70s?
No. But I think you have
Do
11
y'all
You
year
niggas
ever
old.
seen
No,
honestly think
American
that
no,
niggas,
but
Gangster,
I
nigga?
think you had niggas in their 20s giving 12 and 13-year olds fucking packs and guns.
and doesn't that sound like a choice? What forced them to
Hotep, let
do
me ask you
that?
a
What
question.
forced that
Hotep,
grown
Hotep,
ass man to give that
Ho-
boy a pack?
Oh, he was
Hotep,
all
let me
the
Wait,
ask
way
you
wait,
a
wait,
fucked
wait,
question.
up.
wait.
He was all the way fucked
Hold on,
up.
wait.
He was all the
Go
way
ahead,
fucked up.
Rasheem.
I'm talking about the little boy
Tell
that
me
was
Hotep,
what
wait,
doing
wait.
that.
law, tell me what law that forced that 22-year-old drug dealer to give that 12-year-old a pack and say, yo, take that shit up the
A
street.
motherfucker who gave it
What
a
law did that?
motherfucker who
What
gave
white
him one
man
when he
did
was
that?
12.
Hold, hold on.
I don't know. The motherfucker gave him
Hotep,
one when he
Hotep.
was
Quick
12. I
Hold
question,
don't
Y'all
on,
quick
know.
one
niggas
question.
is
second, one
pissing
second, one
me off
second.
with this white man shit, man. Get the fuck out of here,
Hotep,
man.
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. I see what you're saying. Yeah, we all need to be responsible. I get that. But okay, crime exists in the past. Crime exists today, right? And we know, and we guess we're not saying that the inner cities, it's not happening in most of it, and inner cities are doing it. But again, like I said before, there's a good majority and of today, and there's a good majority of the past. Are you saying today that people who do crime are just willfully being ignorant just to do it, or they don't see it as like an opportunity to like get to something else, basically?
I think that people have their own, moral compasses and they make the decisions that they want to make. Okay.
Okay, that's fair. Sorry, go ahead.
Hold on. I know there's this argument because like, they was talking about what was going on. The mayor in Baltimore, crime dropped from 2022 to right now. I think murders dropped like 60 something percent or whatever, and which is dope and shit. And he had added a whole bunch of programs and shit like that. And I ain't gonna hold you. If we talking positive shit, I'm definitely with it. Right now, when it comes to all of these different generations from the time that I was a kid to right now, when I see these, which I call YNs and all that other shit, that's a choice, my boy. That's a choice. I know y'all want to
But hold on,
say it.
Jose.
I know, cause I'm
Yo,
telling you, I just was
can I ask him a simple question? Can I ask you a simple
Go
question,
ahead, go
bro?
ahead.
I just want to. Okay, so you said that you was in the streets, like you, and you said you chose. You said you chose that life. You chose to you was in the church.
ask
Niggas
the
was
question,
beating
bro.
you. Niggas putting clothes on your back. You chose the streets. You telling me you never came across no niggas in your journey in the streets that you was like, yo, this was the only route this nigga had. You know,
Nope. Not one.
this was all he like.
Not one.
This was put in this nigga
Not
face, and this
one.
was all he could do to
I
feed
just answered
himself.
you. I just answered you.
What was the answer?
Cause I actually come from the trenches and I'm trying to tell you, no.
That's
I'm telling you,
But
my
Jose,
best,
but it
I'm telling you,
come
exists
on,
when
though,
man.
it comes
right?
You
down,
ain't mean
let
no
me
niggas.
tell you,
You ain't
let
mean
me
no
tell
niggas
you,
that couldn't
since
get a
you
meal
asked
at
me,
home. You
since
ain't
you
mean no
asked
niggas
me,
that wasn't
let me
getting dinner at
tell
home.
you,
You ain't
my
mean no
best
niggas that
friend,
couldn't get sneakers at home. Nobody was poor where you
dog,
from.
let me answer you
Come
because this
on,
is what you
man.
niggas try to
Y'all don't
do.
keep
Y'all
that
niggas
same
is
energy with
that
the
shit don't
initiative.
work on a nigga like
Come
me.
on, man.
That
Nah,
them
cause
sob
you
stories and
wasn't in
shit
the
don't work on a
trenches
nigga
then.
like me because I actually come from them places.
Those aren't the trenches.
Hold on,
Those
wait,
are
one
not the
mic, one
trenches.
mic.
Those are not the
Y'all
trenches.
don't keep
So
that
let
same
me let
energy
you
with
know
snitches
something.
though.
Those are
So let
not
Zero
me
the
answer your
tolerance,
trenches.
right?
question.
Those ain't
Let
the
me answer
trenches.
your question since y'all niggas love to make these extraneous fucking examples to try to make it up for the whole. So in that situation, my best friend, okay, was a crack baby. Both of his parents was crackheads, my nigga. Both of them. All right. Neither one of them gave a fuck about that nigga. That nigga had to learn how to do everything on his own. He's my best friend, my nigga. And what I'm trying to tell you here, he knew to go to school every day. He knew right from wrong. He did. So while you can sit here and say, yo, because of his circumstances, he can choose to get into that shit and he's a little bit more justified, that don't stop that little nigga from knowing right from wrong. And that's why we trying to get y'all niggas to understand. Y'all treat the places that niggas like me come from as some zoo, as some safari shit. Y'all don't be from there and try to speak on the behalf of niggas from there. In the middle of the trip.
Whoa, that's exactly what I said about Adam. That's exactly what I said about Adam, Hotel. Now you
No,
got a
you did
problem when
not,
niggas do
nigga.
it?
I just said speaking for the people from these places. You talking about exploiting the people from these places, nigga. Shut up. It's not the same thing. So anyway,
100% the same
my
thing.
nigga, it can be the same thing, but what I'm talking about, I wouldn't say y'all are exploiting these people. I feel like y'all are misusing them in the form of these conversations, and I do hate that shit, but I wouldn't compare it to you niggas exploiting like Adam 22, but if you want to be considered that, cool. I don't give a fuck. I'm not on that side of people. That's what y'all want to do. Now listen, if we are going to be talking about the trenches and shit like that, I am not going to sit here and act like, yo, people don't have a rough go. People don't have a fucked up life. Well, like I said, my friend's parents was both drug addicts. Mad shit was going missing in the crib because niggas was stealing and all types of shit. It's fucked up. It is. But what I'm trying to tell y'all is that there are more silver linings in the hood than y'all niggas give credit for. There are grannies in the hood. There are older people in the hood that give a fuck about you. There are teachers that give a fuck. There are friends. My mother was fucking taking these niggas in every other week. These niggas spent Thanksgiving and Christmas with me, nigga. So what I'm trying to
That's
tell you
exactly
is,
what we said when we was asking the point of why they ain't on camera. We were saying that when we was asking the point of why are none of those people was on camera. You
my
know, when
nigga,
they come to the
what I'm
hood,
trying to
and
tell
when they
you
come to the
niggas
hood with
is,
the bag for niggas, why they don't offer the bag to those grannies, you know, and those people. That was the question we asked. We know they
because
exist.
that's not what's hot, nigga. They don't give a fuck about you. I don't understand. What do you want? Why do you niggas want benevolence from outsiders? And that's another thing. Y'all niggas get to kick in that white supremacy shit, systemic oppression shit, and then still want the praises from these crackers. Y'all still want the benevolence of these crackers. Y'all still want the checks from these crackers, but you don't want them to look at you as less than. You can't have it both ways. If these niggas are your enemy, if Vlad TV, Adam 22, and all these niggas are your enemy, then stop taking fucking checks from them. Stop treating them like they should be treating you like they're an ally. You niggas are screaming at me, complaining at me that the white man is exploiting these niggas, and these niggas is up there signing up for it, and y'all don't want to sit here and say, oh, them niggas is wrong for taking a check. Y'all only mad at the nigga writing the check.
That's not
Y'all
the
nigrs is
barometer for
bugged
what,
out. Rashad,
that's
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
not the
ask you this.
barometer for what
nobody's saying that.
exploitation
I'm gonna
is.
Nobody's
keep
saying
it
that.
Like,
gangster. This is gonna
Nobody's
tell me
saying
nope,
that.
that's
everything
not
I
the
need to
barometer
know.
for what
This gonna tell me
exploitation
everything I
is.
need to know. This gonna tell me everything I need to know. Rashad and everybody else. If the government hired my brother to kill me and he kills me, who killed me?
Your brother.
Yeah, but we cannot. Okay, yes, you're
If
right, but
my
we cannot also
brother,
take away the
if the
influence of the
government
government. Like
hired my,
I'm
I'll
saying,
ask
it's both.
again. If the government if the government hired my brother to kill me, who killed me? The government or my brother?
I
Your
think it's,
Rashad?
brother. Your
but
brother.
the government
All right
influence.
then.
Like
So
I
I don't
get what
want to
you're
hear
saying,
nothing
but the
else. I
government
don't want to hear
influence.
nothing else. No more excuses.
I
I
don't know
mean,
how that. I don't know how that
you're,
made sense. I don't know how
that's
that.
not
I
the
don't know
Nigga,
how
barometer.
that
so
was
so
related
if
to.
Adam 22 is paying you to act like a fucking buffoon on camera, and he pays you to do that, who fucked up? You or Adam 22?
But I think that this is
Answer the
going
question.
circular, right? Because I think we're agreeing with what
Right.
you and Hulan are saying as far as the actions that are going on, right? I do not agree that the barometer or the starting point should be, you know what, just stop doing crime and then they won't have nothing to film. I don't think that that should be the
Yeah,
case,
because you scared of
even though I do
accountability.
believe that there's a level of, protect your neighborhood and shit like that. But to ask that of black people, it seems like that is always the answer when we talk about different things. White folks always say, well, y'all do it too, don't say the N-word. Well, y'all say it, don't do this. Well, y'all do it. Hey, don't come into the neighborhood and exploit people and you throw money at people. Well, y'all gonna
Somebody's
do it anyway.
microphone.
Like, stop it. We should have a level of decency and respect that is given to everybody else, because the reason that I brought up these other gangs and shit like that and how rare it is to see, even though it's out there, is because there's a level of decency and respect that people have for these other cultures and communities that they don't have for us. And so that's why it's weird as hell when they keep going into our community and working with impunity, because it wouldn't necessarily be allowed over there because there is a level of respect that they have for those folks.
No, it's not allowed because these niggas don't let outsiders in on fucking insider operations like whatever crime syndicate they got going on. Not you, but niggas, these young dumb niggas want everybody in their business. You cannot compare professional organized crime to a bunch of little niggas in the hood. That is dumb to even
But
do.
but hold on.
These niggas want the world to see them. What is it? Why y'all in denial about this
But I
shit?
think,
These
but
little niggas want the fame. They want to be known worldwide for the drillings, the killings, the robbings, the stealings, how we the killers that kill all the killers, all of that shit. These niggas say this shit over and over again. They want to be famous for their criminality, and you are mad that people are fulfilling their fucking wishes and trying to scapegoat and absolve these niggas of all of their responsibility for wanting to be
okay.
the most famous gangster in the
Let me say
world.
this. Let me say this quick, right?
What the fuck
Let me say
is
this because
wrong with you niggas?
let me say this quick, right? Hold on. I don't think anybody gets into crime just to get into crime, right? I don't think that happens for the most part, right? I think it's something that I would say systematically or mentally happens to them, right? As far as why people choose crime, right? So again, so if Adam 22 is smart enough to know that, right? Okay, maybe there's some, hey, I don't know, I'm a therapist, so I'll just go into my therapist bag. This man probably lived a whole bunch of trauma, depression, whatever it is, behavioral issues that he probably going on. Again, some of them probably not in school, so they probably maybe have some learning disability, all of that stuff, right?
See,
If I
look,
know,
look what y'all, yo, man.
no. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying the hood in general. I'm saying there are some that are like that. I'm not saying that all of them are. I'm just saying there are some that are like that. So please don't try to miss my words. I know I'm not doing a great job of communicating, but what I'm trying to say is this. He has to know that enough, right? To be like, okay, if I know that there's some issues going on, let's keep it a trauma. Let's keep it a trauma and depression. He has to know that enough that if you're acting this way, most likely it's probably due to trauma and depression while you're acting on this way and getting in all this other shit going on. Because any right-minded person, like you said, should not be doing that. Correct. Right? So the fact that that is happening, stuff has had to happen beforehand for him to get to that life. So even if Adam 22 doesn't know that, someone has to step in and be like, all the stuff that's happened to this person, again, probably trauma and whatnot, it isn't right to put a camera in his face to expose his trauma. That's all I'm saying, right? Because yes, because I see what you're saying. We have to hold ourselves more accountable. We don't know that until we actually find the mental awareness to do better. We're not free until we're actually mentally free.
Yo,
As cliche as
what?
it sounds, right? So all
Yo,
I'm
why
saying
do y'all
is,
talk about black people like this? Y'all niggas be
I
sounding
don't
so
understand what you're talking.
anti-black. It's be sounding
How am I not
crazy,
saying?
son.
Am I
Niggas
lost anybody
said
else here?
when they're able to, have that awareness, nigga, we have known crime has been wrong for centuries. Like, yo, dog, can we stop this bullshit? Can we stop the
But
narrative
Jose,
that the black
all right.
people in the hood are just so fucked up and dumb that they don't know
I
no
didn't say
better
that.
when we
Jose, I
are
didn't say
only
that. I
speaking
didn't say
about a
that.
very small percentage of niggas who are inhabiting the hood, who
And that,
absolutely let me
all right.
finish.
I'm sorry.
These
All right.
niggas are very, very aware that the shit that they are doing are causing destruction, death, and everything else in their wake. And that is the reason why they do it. That is the reason why they call themselves drillers and all of the other shit that they call themselves, my nigga. They 100% know what they're doing is against the law. They understand that everything that they are doing is wrong. They want you to know that this shit is wrong. Y'all are the niggas that's sitting here trying to empathize for these niggas because a white man is recording them. But what I'm trying to tell you is, if Adam 22 or Vlad or any of these niggas never came to the hood, these niggas would still be doing the things that they are doing. And what y'all are trying to make it seem like is that these crackers are the reason why they're incentivized to do this shit, when their Instagram followers, their Twitter followers, their TikTok, Snapchat, or whatever the fuck else was getting them where they was getting, where they was going before Adam 22 even understood who these niggas was. And y'all niggas keep trying to act like Adam 22 was the reason why these niggas are doing the things that
We're not
they're
saying
doing.
that, Jose.
I
No,
don't think
the
anybody said
degeneracy
that. I don't
happened
think
first,
anybody is
and
saying
then
that
Adam
though.
came after. You
Yeah,
can't
we
show
didn't
me
we
Yes.
didn't we
one
didn't say that.
degenerate nigga
I
that's
don't
Listen,
think
been on
anybody
Adam
is saying
22.
what
hold on,
you're
hold on, hold
Hold
saying,
on.
on.
bro.
One second,
You
one second.
can't
Nobody
find me.
Nobody's
You
saying that.
cannot find me one degenerate nigga that's been on Adam 22 show that was like, yo, I was an upstanding kid until I met Adam 22. You can't.
Yeah,
All of
I
these
don't
niggas
think
was the type of niggas they was before they got on that show. Period.
yeah, I don't nobody's saying that they're not and I'm not saying that what they do is okay. I just speak to the
Nah,
expectation
son.
part.
Y'all niggas have
I
got, y'all are trying to
Okay.
absolve the
no,
behaviors of niggas in these
we're not.
places and try to put all of
We
the
don't
onus
have
on
to
the
have
cracker
a
that's recording it
singular
because they get a bigger
we
bag.
don't have to have a singular conversation. And I think this entire
Yeah.
time I know I have
Now, one
been
is more important than the
hold on.
other.
I'm not saying one isn't. I'm saying that we don't have to speak as if it is one or the other. We can speak about saying that what they're doing is crazy and it's foolishness and they shouldn't do it on all fronts as far as the crime and putting it on camera. And we can also say that these niggas know that they are exploiting these neighborhoods. Those are two
And
conversations
what
that
I'm
we can
saying
have.
is to
It
you is
don't
that the
have to be
former is
one or the
way
other,
worse
and
than
you're
Adam
trying to
22.
pigeonhole it down to one or the other, and it's just
No,
not.
I'm saying one is worse. One
It
is
could
more
be.
pressing.
That's not the conversation either. What I'm saying is that we can have a conversation in where don't do this shit. It's crazy that you're even doing it in general, but
Hmm.
these niggas are here over here exploiting folks. That's the conversation.
All right, so let me ask you this, just to make sure that I'm understanding you further, because I understand what you just said, and we do agree on that, Rashad. I do agree with you there. Now, let me ask you this, yo. Would you honestly have this issue? Because I didn't hear you, when we was having the ship conversation, it sounded like you was on our side, niggas and black people, all that shit, right, right, right. So when it come to that shit, are you saying, and this is, you can, yes or no, are you saying that this would be less of an issue as far as everything stays the same outside of Adam and Vlad not recording or not paying these niggas to talk about their exploits?
For me, yes.
That's a problem. And that is what I be talking about. And this is the reason why I say you niggas are walking around thinking the
I
white
don't like
man's
the.
ice is colder.
Let me
Because,
explain.
because,
Hold on, let
go
me
ahead, go
explain.
ahead.
Because I think being incentivized, right? One Adam is he likes to throw rocks and hide his hand. He incentivizes these things and he creates these things like WWF, right? And where he knows that there is friction and he creates it even more. He starts the fires. And so in my opinion, right, even like with Vlad, not Vlad, but what's the nigga name? Academics. I didn't like what Academics was doing either. So there isn't a situation where I think if black people do it, it is okay. Because I thought he was a goofy for doing War on Chirac too. But I
Mm-hmm.
do think that there is a level of you would not even speak to these people. You wouldn't piss on them if they was on fire. But you out here and you are a cog in causing destruction and death in these communities because
Cause.
you are perpetuating these narratives and you're causing this shit. You are
They're causing
producing
it.
fuck shit.
They're causing it.
And to a certain extent, yes, when you have people from rival neighborhoods coming to your platform for the sole intent of talking crazy on because guess what? If I say shit about a nigga at the local liquor store, that's one thing. If I say shit about this nigga on Adam 22's platform, that's a whole nother thing. And Adam knows that. And so he continually brings rivals up there for the sole intent to be able to talk crazy. They are in gangs. They know what it is. XYZ. We know. I don't necessarily believe that. I don't like gangs either. But that's the lifestyle that they chose, right? And there are consequences. There are actions that come with that lifestyle. And Adam knows that as well. So certain things can't be done and said in which he calls folks up there and pays them to say those things that shouldn't happen. And then he wants recaps. He wants understanding. He's digging deep and trying to
Yeah.
get information. That is him
Uh-huh.
causing a lot of these situations. That's just fuck shit.
No, he's not. No, he's not. What he's
He's not
doing
the cause. I think influence is better. But go ahead.
at worst, he's instigating. That's at worst. That's the
Influencing, yes,
worst.
influencing. I
That's
agree.
the worst thing that he's doing whenever in this regard. Yo, this shit is funny to me. So niggas who already been into it, these niggas hoods been into it for 20, 30 years, right? Adam sees this shit. These niggas want to come on Adam's show to tell their side about how fuck they ops or whatever, whatever. And then the op sees the shit. He's like, he calls Adam or gets in touch with Adam like, nigga, I want to tell my side of the story. You think these niggas wanting to do this shit to be able to put on for their gang or put on for their side of the beef and shit like that is on Adam's shoulders because he facilitated it?
Yes.
All
Yes. I think he has a
right, man.
responsibility in it.
Shout out to the white man.
Yeah,
All
I think he
knowing,
has. I
all
think he has
magical,
because guess what?
yeah.
On a lower level, right? On a lower level, and not
Niggas could
everybody.
beef for 30, these niggas
Hold on,
could
wait, wait,
be
wait,
beefing
wait.
for
On a
25 years, but it was
on a
Adam
lower level,
22
we see it. We
that
see it in.
caused it.
We see it in this motherfucker, and where people will come up here on the stage and cuss each other out and go back and forth, and then blame it on me. Hey
And
Rashad,
do
why
you
you letting
take
people?
blame
Why you
for
letting
it,
this shit
nigga?
happen on you? So like we see it in different spaces, in different aspects of life, and where yes, the facilitator, the person who is
Do you
instigating,
take
the
blame
person
for
who
it?
is setting it up, yes, you do play a part in that shit.
Do you take blame for these two grown niggas on your space arguing? Do you take blame?
No,
All right,
I think we're getting
nigga. So
lost.
what the
I,
fuck?
no.
I think we're getting
But
lost.
I'm
I
not
think we're
saying
getting
that it's
lost in
not. I'm not saying
No,
that it's not an
no,
argument.
Rasheem, your
I'm not saying
man
that
is
it's not an
losing the
argument.
debate and you want to save him.
no,
It's no
we're getting
saving for him.
no,
No,
He's
no,
in
no.
the
no,
I'm
no,
middle
saying
of
no.
that.
the
I'm
We're not.
not
ocean.
saying it's not an argument. I'm saying that with this situation, I think there is an argument to say, hey, fam, there are things that are going on that you shouldn't even be privy to or be wanting to get in the middle of it. And then because you are throwing money around, folks are jumping at it because a lot of these folks are broke. This nigga blew his hand off and need a GoFundMe. Nigga ain't got no insurance. He ain't got shit. And so you allow this nigga to come up here and do this shit. Like I said, you go to Adam 22's YouTube and the lot of the full extra interviews, the long form ones are behind paywalls. Why? Because Adam
Sounds
knows that
like
people want to see him. And
sounds like
so
Adam is being,
it
it
at
sounds
least
like
help
Adam
in the
has been
community.
very consistent. It sounds like Adam has been very consistent in showing niggas that, yo, listen, I don't have a personal affinity for you niggas at all. All of you niggas are content to me. All you niggas are just fodder for me. And here's a 5-figure, 4-figure, maybe even a 6-figure check for your troubles, nigga. But if you get locked up, if you get killed, if you blow your hand off on 4th of July, don't call my motherfucking phone. And everybody is okay until the fine print actually has to be enforced. And now it's like, oh, why you not looking out for me? Nigga, I gave you $5,000 to talk shit on my show. I did look out for you. So I don't want to hear it. You niggas want to be mad at Adam 22, and all these niggas are doing is walking up there willingly and voluntarily showing or giving their business onto this nigga's platform. Nobody is forcing these
I
niggas
don't
to
think
do that. And
that.
that's the reason why I don't like when y'all niggas start comparing shit
That's
to
Again,
Jim
nasty.
Crow
That's not.
and
I
start
think
Hold
we're
on.
getting
Wait,
comparing
wait,
it
wait,
to
lost.
wait.
slavery and shit.
I,
It's not nasty. These niggas are doing it on their own volition. Period, nigga.
I
That's
think,
not the
I think,
barometer for what exploitation
yeah,
means. Yes.
yeah, I think we're getting
Majority
lost a
of
little bit.
people who have been exploited have signed the contract. The majority of people who have been exploited know what's going on. So you keep saying they're willing participants. That is not the barometer of what exploitation means.
Yes, the fuck it
Oh,
is, nigga. What are you
Jesus.
talking about? That is
Jesus.
exactly what exploitation
Oh.
is.
Hold on, Tori, hold on. Go ahead, Torin. I got it. We got 10 minutes on the clock, man. I gotta go ahead and do something. Go ahead,
Oh shit,
Torin.
it's 5 o'clock.
I know, OT.
Yeah, what's up, man? You know what? I think the crux of this conversation comes down to what do you want to get out of being put on Front Street as far as like in a media setting, and also in the context of what we're talking about in here, what y'all are talking about in here. What were the things that led up to the situations being what they are to this point? Because if there wasn't a history of violence, if there wasn't a history of beef between rival gangs in these situations, Adam 22 of have no content to start with. That's the first thing. The second part of this is I think we all understand about some of the economic conditions, some of the social conditions, some of the things that keep that keep crime going on in the community. Now that we said that, you still at some point have to be responsible for some of the stuff that goes down. Adam 22 is basically just a symptom of what's going on. The disease is the violence and the death that goes on in these cultures that makes things fodder for everybody else. And this is not nothing new, man. People outside of the culture have always exploited black dysfunction, man. And I think at this point, if we're living in a community and we're living in a society where everybody is aware or has some sort of media awareness, if not media literacy, I think it's disingenuous to say that people sign up for this stuff and don't know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. I'm somebody who's worked in media, and I've seen the way people flip when the camera gets put on them and stuff, and the way they start performing. And when you do that to somebody, you can't do that unless there's a history of stuff going on before they can do that. Just like you talk about a rapper or somebody like that. A rapper may have a history of his music that he can talk about. If all you got is goon shit and all you got is thug shit, you're gonna play that stuff up, especially if you got some issue with somebody across town from you. And what happens is, if you don't have enough awareness to know that people who don't look like you, well, let me take that back because I need to stop saying that. When you have enough awareness to know that people who are going to take your content and are going to exploit it and they may benefit off your death, then it's on you at some point to have some sort of awareness to be like, damn, maybe this isn't the best idea for me to go with and everything, especially if you got a reputation of being in that world. It just don't make no sense. It's exploitation, but just exploitation that people willingly walk into.
Go ahead, Shakur. What's the word? How you feeling?
What's the word, brothers? How y'all feeling, man?
Oh,
I love the
good.
conversation. I feel like
what everybody's saying is really valid. We had these type of conversations often, and it's basically like niggas, poor people, people who aren't really as of sound thought. Like brothers, like the last two brothers that spoke, I heard them speak often, and they're very intelligent. You get what I'm saying? So you gotta understand that broke people and people who ain't really as smart as us, they don't really strategically look at the board the same way. You know what I mean? And while I don't feel as if we should vilify Adam as a person, you mean, because it is just business at the end of the day, I think that we shouldn't be as supportive because all his whole client base or everybody watching shit is black. So it's just like for the folks that feel like this is exploitative and they feel like it's causing more harm than good, we got to do what we can to pull away from it, and and things of that nature. And then I also wanted to ask, like, would it be less controversial if Adam was black? Because like bro said, dysfunction is dysfunction. Niggas have been dysfunctional for ages now. You get what I'm saying? But is it the exploitative nature of it, or is it really just like some cultural shit that we need to just check ourselves and raise the like you said, the literacy of the situations that we put ourselves in? Because we not dumb, and I don't even think these street niggas is dumb. But like what Hotep said, these niggas is thirsty and they willing to give this for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think,
I think
like
so.
I said, I don't like that they white, so I'm gonna stand on that. I don't care. Um, it
Yo,
just
this nigga
that's
Bitches
what
ain't
Rashawn
it
here
is
for them
is.
being
crazy.
white, man.
But yeah, I definitely appreciate this shit, man. I got 5 minutes. I gotta get up out of here. Hotep, just want you to know this
You
shit is
my
going.
boy.
This shit is going on Epic One-on-Ones collection in the Patreon. Fits in there for that.
Oh yeah, let me go ahead and subscribe to the Patreon, man. You done retweeted my shit. I gotta, I'm toss you a couple
Hey
dollars for
man,
it.
see, I appreciate. Hey, y'all hear that?
Hey, yo.
The Patreon is in the jumbo. Free tier, $5 tier. Subscribe. I would definitely appreciate it. Yeah, it's been another hell of a space, man. Things of that nature. Episode
This is the
124.
time that we step on the dope, ladies and
Never.
gentlemen.
Episode 124. Repost to space. Repost to space. Repost to space. Follow the host. Follow the folks that's on the stage that said some good shit to you, man. I see a lot of folks in there talking about Hotep clean me up. He did not. Know what I mean? But I'm definitely putting it up there so y'all can hear for y'allself. Another episode of Things of That Nature. We here every day, Sunday through Friday, 12 until. And until the next space, we out.
Cooked your ass.